Menzies Journal of Vancouver's Voyage, April to October 1792, by Archibald Menzies, edited by C.F. Newcombe, Maryland. Biographical note by J. Forsyth. Archibald Menzies, Scottish botanist, explorer and traveller, was born at Styx or Styx, an old branch house of the Menzies of Culderies, about 4 miles west of Aberfeldy, Perthshire, Scotland, and was educated at Weem Parish School. According to the Weem Kirk Register, he was baptised on March 15, 1754. It's remarkable that nearly all the Menzies in the vicinity of Castle Menzies were either gardeners or botanists. An old record of proceedings shows that no fewer than 7 of this name were employed at the same time in the castle gardens. Sir David Menzies of Pleen Castle, to whom the writer of these notes is indebted for much information in speaking of Castle Menzies, which was founded in 1057, says, "When Sir William Wallace took shelter in the ancient portion of Castle Menzies, it had a castellated parapet running around its wall head and flanking turrets, from which it could be defended by hurling missiles, arrows, etc. The first floor is supported on arches of stone proof against any fire, as are also the walls, which are 7 feet thick in places. In them are secret rooms, one of which is the Charter Room, where many of the deeds were preserved from destruction in the fire of 1502. These manuscripts date back before the time of Wallace, as this part was built when the barony of Menzies was founded by King Malcolm Canmore in 1057. It remained so until 1571, when the armorial shield was inserted over the ancient doorway, commemorating the marriage of the chief to Barbara Stuart. This date, 1571, has nothing to do with the building of the castle. The date 1577 over the dormer windows is when the castle was altered to its present condition. It was in the gardens of this ancestral home that Archibald Menzies, the subject of this memoir, received his first lessons in botany, and where he later added many new varieties of trees that he had discovered during his travels. Many of these may be seen on the wooded sides of Weem Rock at the back of the castle. Upon leaving home, Menzies journeyed to Edinburgh, and as a botanical student entered the Royal Botanic Garden, where it may be mentioned his elder brother William was already employed. At this time, Menzies was also studying for the medical profession and attended the Edinburgh University botanic classes under Dr. John Hope, who is described as a genial and painstaking teacher, and who took a deep interest in Menzies' education. In 1778, Menzies made a botanical tour through the Highlands and Hebrides, and later became an assistant to a surgeon at Carnarvon. He subsequently entered the Royal Navy as an assistant surgeon on board the Nonsuch, under Captain Truscott, and took part in Rodney's victory over the Comte de Grasse on April 12, 1782. After peace was declared, he served on the Halifax station. In a letter of introduction to Sir Joseph Banks, dated August 22, 1786, Dr. Hope says, "Mr. Archibald Menzies was early acquainted with the culture of plants, and acquired the principles of botany by attending my lectures. He was particularly acquainted with the Scotch plants, of the rarest of which he made a collection for Doctors Fothergill and Pitcairn. He has been several years on the Halifax station in His Majesty's service as a surgeon, where he has paid unremitting attention to his favourite study of botany, and through the indulgence of the Commander-in-Chief had good opportunities afforded him." Menzies' first correspondence with Banks was while he was on board the Assistance at Halifax NS, from which place he sent botanical news and an assortment of seeds for the collection at Kew Gardens. Upon the arrival of the Assistance at Chatham, England, in August 1786, Menzies sent up to London a small box of Acadian plants, together with a note to Sir Joseph, in which he promises to visit him in a few days, but says, "Meanwhile, I am informed there is a ship, a private adventurer, now fitting out at Deptford to go round the world. Should I be so happy as to be appointed surgeon of her, it will at least gratify one of my greatest worldly ambitions, and afford one of the best opportunities of collecting seeds and other objects of natural history for you and the rest of my friends." A few days later, Menzies announces that he was happily appointed surgeon to an expedition round the world. 2 vessels are going in company, a ship, the Prince of Wales, commanded by Captain Colnett, and a sloop, the Princess Royal. The proposed route is round South America, and by the Japanese islands to China, and then round the Cape of Good Hope homeward. Their chief object is the fur trade, but it is not allowed for the ship's company to trade or barter for any curiosities. He expresses the hope, however, that they would not be debarred from picking up curiosities if they came in their way, and asks Sir Joseph to intervene with Mr. H.M.S, who was the merchant and ship owner. As a result of Sir Joseph's influence, Mr. H.M.S agreed to dispense with the restrictions in the case of Menzies, of whose conduct and manners he highly approved. The voyage of the Prince of Wales round Cape Horn to the North Pacific Ocean occupied nearly 3 years. Menzies had sent home a consignment of plants and had brought back the ship's company in perfect health, only 1 man having died. In a letter dated July 14, 1789, and written just before landing in England, he tells of an interesting discovery he made while on the west side of North America, as follows. In a remote corner inland, the natives had a short warlike weapon of solid brass, somewhat in the shape of a New Zealand patapatos, about 15 inches long. It had a short handle with a round knob at the end, and the blade was of an oval form, thick in the middle but becoming thinner toward the edges, and embellished on one side with an escutcheon inscribing Jos. Banks, Esquire. The natives put a high value on it. They would not part with it for considerable offers. The inscription and escutcheonal embellishments were nearly worn off by their great attentions in keeping it clean. To commemorate this discovery, I have given your name to a cluster of islands round where we were then at anchor. In the course of a few days, I shall have the honour of pointing out to you their situation and extent on a chart which I have made of the coast, as also of presenting you with a few mementos from that and other parts of it, till which I am, with due respect, etc. Having attained some fame as a botanist, the British government appointed him in 1790 as naturalist to accompany Captain Vancouver in the Discovery on a voyage round the world. He visited the Cape of Good Hope, Australia, New Zealand, the Sandwich Islands, and the northwest coast of America. Owing to the sickness of Mr. Cranston, the surgeon of the Discovery, Menzies was appointed in his place, and his services in this connection were commended by Captain Vancouver, who says, in the preface to his journal of the voyage, that not 1 man died from ill health between the day of the departure of the expedition from the Cape on the way out and that of its return in October 1795. Before setting out on the voyage, Sir Joseph Banks, at the request of Lord Grenville, furnished Menzies with formal instructions. He was to investigate the whole of the natural history of the countries visited, paying attention to the nature of the soil, and in view of the prospect of sending out settlers from England, whether grains, fruits, etc., cultivated in Europe are likely to thrive. All trees, shrubs, plants, grasses, ferns and mosses were to be enumerated by their scientific names, as well as those used in the language of the natives. He was to dry specimens of all that were worthy of being brought home, and all that could be procured, either living plants or seeds, so that their names and qualities could be ascertained at His Majesty's Gardens at Kew. Any curious or valuable plants that could not be propagated from seeds were to be dug up and planted in the glass frame provided for the purpose. He was also to examine beds of brooks, sides of cliffs and other places in a search for ores or metals and mineral substances. He was also to note the sort of beasts, birds and fishes likely to prove useful either for food or in commerce. Particular attention was to be paid to the natural history of the sea otter and obtain information concerning the wild sheep, and note particularly all places where whales or seals are found in abundance. Inquiry was to be made into the manners, customs, language and religion of the natives, and information obtained concerning their manufactures, particularly the art of dyeing. He was to keep a regular journal of all occurrences, which journal, together with a complete collection of specimens of the animals, vegetables and minerals obtained, as well as articles of the cloths, arms, implements and manufactures of the Indians, were to be delivered to H.M. Secretary of State or to such person as he shall appoint to receive them. Lord Grenville, in transmitting a copy of these instructions to the Lords Commissioners of the Admiralty under date of February 23rd, 1791, emphasises the necessity for impressing upon the commander of the ship that he was to afford every degree of assistance to Mr. Menzies, as the service he has been directed to perform is materially connected with some of the most important objects of the expedition. Sir Joseph Banks was apparently apprehensive as to the treatment he might receive, as witness his last letter to Menzies, August Roth 1791, in which he says, Asterisk, how Captain Vancouver will behave to you is more than I can guess, unless I was to judge by his conduct toward me, which was not such as I am used to receive from persons in his situation. As it would be highly imprudent in him to throw any obstacle in the way of your duty, I trust he will have too much good sense to obstruct it. Although Captain Vancouver and Menzies were usually on good terms, the latter being permitted, according to Sir Joseph's wish, to build a glass frame for his plants upon the quarterdeck, yet the relationship became strained when the captain demanded Menzies' journals, and the latter refused to give them up until Sir Joseph Banks and the Admiralty had granted permission, which was in accordance with instructions issued to him before entering upon this voyage. Menzies' work was further retarded when Vancouver took the man who was tending the plants and placed him before the mast. When Menzies complained that he had lost many of his best plants through this action, Vancouver placed him under arrest for insolence and contempt. Although the ability of Captain Vancouver and the fact that he accomplished fine work is readily admitted by everyone, yet he appears to have been indiscreet at times in exceeding his powers in the matter of discipline. Sir Charles H. Read, who had access to a copy of Vancouver's journal which had been annotated by the surgeon's mate of the Discovery, remarks that Vancouver seems to have been a somewhat arbitrary commander, but this is probably explained by Vancouver's poor state of health at this time. From Chile, Menzies brought home the monkey puzzle tree, Araucaria imbricata, the first to be introduced into Great Britain. Of the latter, the story is told that he obtained seeds when dining with the Spanish viceroy at a banquet at the Capitel San Jago. While dessert was being served, Menzies noticed some nuts of a kind he had not seen before. He put some in his pocket, and on returning to the ship planted them in the glazed frame which had been erected on the quarterdeck for the purpose of preserving plants for the royal collection at Kew. By the time the ship returned to Britain, 5 of the seeds had taken root and grown into young trees. One of these lived at Kew until the autumn of 1892. Menzies next served on board the Sans Pareil in the West Indies under Lord Hugh Seymour. All mention of Menzies indicates that he was of a kindly disposition and most painstaking in the discharge of his duties, and his name was highly honoured and respected among the botanists at Kew. He was elected a member of the Linnean Society in 1790, and upon the death of A.B. Lambert became president of the Society. Among his papers are 2 diplomas, one showing that he obtained the degree of MD at Aberdeen University in July 1799, and another appointing him a member of the Nature Research Society of Leipzig. Upon retiring from the Navy, Menzies followed his profession of doctor and surgeon at 2 Ladbroke Terrace, Notting Hill, London, where he died on February 15, 1842, and was buried at Kensal Green. His wife, by whom he had no family, predeceased him by 5 years. He had 4 brothers, William, Robert, John and James, all of whom were botanists and gardeners. His herbarium of grasses, sedges and cryptogams was bequeathed to the Edinburgh Botanical Garden. Sir J. A. Smith dedicated to him the Ericaceous genus Menziesii. Many of the personal relics of Archibald Menzies are now in the possession of his grand-nephew, Mr. C. D. Geddes of Edinburgh, to whom the writer of these notes is indebted for the privilege of obtaining many of the photographs to illustrate this memoir, as also to Mr. Menzies Ellis. Archibald Menzies' farewell message to his brother William, March 30th, 1791, from a photograph of E. Menzies Ellis. Discovery, Falmouth, March 30th, 1791. I believe I am now at least 2 letters in your debt, which I can assure you would not happen, had it not been the tedious state of suspense in which I have been kept for some months past. I can now, however, acquaint you that I am this far advanced and ready to take my final departure on my long, untended voyage of discoveries. I had a letter some time ago from my brother Robert intimating a wish of settlement between you and the family. Whatever step is taken therefore to secure you a competency in the house and farm for your long and faithful services, for your tender and affectionate care of the best of mothers, will meet with my full approbation, provided it's agreeable to my mother's wish. For I confidently rely on a continuation of your good offices in her favour, until it pleases God to enable me to take that happy charge upon myself, which I can assure you is at present my greatest ambition. Should anything happen to me in this voyage, I believe my station now in the Royal Navy will entitle her to a yearly pension from Government during her life. May Heaven protect you and grant you the blessings of health and a full enjoyment of happiness here and hereafter is the prayer of, dear brother, yours affectionately, A. Menzies. Farewell, a long farewell. Farewell letter of Archibald Menzies to his mother, March 30th, 1791. From a photograph by E. Menzies Ellis. My dear mother, I have this day sent my will in your favour to my cousin W. John Walker, number 21 Berkeley Square, London, whom I have appointed executor, as he is better acquainted with the present situation of my affairs than anyone else. My brother Robert has upwards of 20 guineas of mine in his hand, which I have directed of him to send to you, and if we are likely to remain long on the voyage, I will write home to my agent to supply you with more before my return. As I am now upon the eve of leaving England, offer my love and affection to all my brothers and sisters, and may the guardian hand of divine providence long continue its protection towards you, and grant you the full enjoyment of health in this life, and happiness in that which is to come hereafter, will ever be the sincere prayer of, dear mother, your dutiful son, A. Menzies. Adieu. Preface by C.F. Newcombe. The transcript of Menzies Journal received by the late Provincial Archivist Mr. E.O.S. Scholafield consisted of 874 quarto pages, representing 345 of the original manuscript. On examination, it was found that the transcriber reported the absence of several leaves, but on the other hand, some of the numbers were in duplicate. The period covered by the journal extends from December 1790 to February 16, 1794, beginning in London and ending in the Hawaiian Islands, with a description of an ascent of Mauna Roa. That portion of it relating to the northwest coast of America during the year 1792 is taken from the entries made between April 7th and October 13th, original folios 103 and 2008. Within the time herein included the expedition under Captain Vancouver coasted along the mainland shore, from latitude 35°25' north off what was then known as New Albion, but now included in Northern California, to latitude 52°18', where for that year the survey ended at Point Menzies in Burke Channel. The serious work of the navigators began at the time they entered the Strait of Fuca at the end of April, and continued until August 17th, when the boat party, which Menzies accompanied, reached their turning point near the present thriving Norwegian settlement at Bella Coola. This was less than a year before Mackenzie passed the same place. As so little is known of Captain Colnett's first voyage to the northwest coast of America, in which Menzies took part, the scattered references to it in the following pages become of value. Menzies' first voyage to the coast is referred to in a few places, and, meagre though they be, adds something to the very imperfect knowledge of it. Leaving London in September 1786, the Prince of Wales, in which vessel Menzies sailed with Colnet after forming a settlement at Staten Island in the Straits of Magellan, passed on without stopping to Nootka, where the ship arrived in July 1787, with many of the crew suffering from scurvy. With her consort, the Princess Royal. Under Duncan, the Prince of Wales remained at Nootka for about a month, during which time Menzies botanised in the woods, watched over, as his journal says, by the wife of Maquina's brother. Recognising her in 1792 at Tassis, he made her some small presents. Early in August, the ships sailed for Prince William Sound, Alaska, but meeting Captain Dixon just outside the harbour, were persuaded by him to sail to the Queen Charlotte Islands instead. That the expedition made a stay of some duration in these islands is evidenced by the date 1787 of Johnston's sketch of Rose Harbour, and by a reference in Hooker's Flora Bore. Americana to a plant as having been collected by Menzies there. That the expedition went northward soon after is shown by Johnstone's plans of Port Etches and of Snug Corner Cove in Prince William Sound, dated 1787. Johnstone being Colnet's second in command on the Prince of Wales. Returning from the north, Menzies says that when the ships were anchored near Banks Island, which was named by him, he had an opportunity of exploring the interior waters, leading to what is now known as Douglas Channel through Nepean Sound. And this anchorage was, no doubt, that one with difficult access which they reached after experiencing various disasters and distresses at the latter end of 1787. Here too we have the evidence afforded by Johnston, whose sketch of Calamity Harbour is amongst those of this year published by Dalrymple. Before leaving the coast, it is shown by Johnstone's sketch of Port Brooks, just north of Cape Cook, that Colnet touched at the west coast of Vancouver Island, though there is no evidence of any stay at Nootka. After spending the winter months in the Hawaiian Islands, the two ships sailed from Oneihau on March 20th, 1788, and on the 31st of the same month parted company the Prince of Wales, which carried Colnet, Menzies and Johnstone, going direct to Prince William Sound and the Princess Royal heading for Nootka. Very little is known of Colnet's voyage of this year, but we find that Captain Douglas of the Iphigenia reported to Mears that he found an inscription on a tree in Snug Corner Cove, Prince William Sound, stating that Etches, the supercargo of the King Prince of Wales, had been there in May. Vancouver also says that Johnstone had been at Port Mulgrave in 1788. It is possible that Colnet went as far north as Bering Straits, but the only evidence supporting this is contained in the references by Hooker and others to certain plants having been found there by Menzies. From Duncan's report of his voyage of 1788, contained in Dixon's further remarks, it is clear that Colnet was expected to return by way of the Queen Charlotte Islands. For under the date of August 19th, Duncan says that he left a letter for him on that date at Etches Sound. The Cradle Prince of Wales was only a day's easy sail from that locality not very long after, as her last anchorage on the coast was at Port Wentworth, in Hakai Channel, north of Calvert Island, as we learn from Menzies. Colnet and Duncan met in the Hawaiian Islands again before sailing for China, where they arrived in December. Here, Colnet remained in order to organise the new expedition to Nootka, with the intention of founding a settlement there, which had such an unfortunate ending. The Prince of Wales was loaded with a cargo of tea, and left China on February 1st, 1789, under the command of Johnstone, carrying Captain Duncan and two young Hawaiians as passengers, with Menzies still acting as surgeon. After a short stay at St Helena, the ship continued her voyage and arrived in England on July 14th, 1789. Although we can find no record of Menzies' doings between the date last mentioned and the beginning of 1780, there can be little doubt that he was fully occupied in arranging and distributing the various collections made during this voyage. An extract from the first pages of his journal will give some idea as to the circumstances in which he joined Vancouver's expedition. At the conclusion of the disturbance which happened between us and Spain in the year 1790, the advantages held out to this country by the conventional articles were deemed of so much importance as to induce government to send vessels to prosecute the discoveries that were made on the northwest coast of America, and thereby obtain a more correct knowledge of that country and the different inlets with which it is variously intersected. For this purpose, the Discovery, a ship of 330 tons, and the Chatham, a brig of 140 tons then laying at Deptford, were about the middle of November ordered to be got ready, as they were deemed in every respect sufficiently adapted for this service. These vessels had been taken up for a different expedition some months before, and were in great forwardness in their equipment under the direction of Captain Henry Roberts, who was to command it, when their officers and seamen were called away to the armament about the beginning of May, which put a stop to their further preparations. In this interval, however, the Discovery became useful as a receiving ship for impressed seamen, and the Chatham was employed as a tender on the same service till the armament broke up, when the alteration which then took place in their destination occasioned a change of commanders, and consequently of officers and seamen. Captain Roberts was detained to go out on his expedition, as it was said, the following spring, and Mr. George Vancouver, who had been appointed his first lieutenant, was promoted to the command of the Discovery about the middle of December, and consequently entrusted with the sole direction of this expedition to the northwest coast of America. The Discovery was at the same time paid off and recommissioned, so that Captain Vancouver had the pleasure of naming his own officers and entering the full complement of seamen, an indulgence that ought always to be allowed on any similar occasion, as the success of an expedition of this nature may greatly depend on the harmony and good understanding which is more likely to subsist among those of the commander's choosing. 1790 December. The command of the Chatham was given to Lieutenant William Robert Broughton, and as she was in want of some essential repairs, she was hauled into a dock in Woolwich Yard to have them completed. At this time had been upwards of 12 months retained by government to go out as naturalist on that expedition planned for Captain Roberts, but as a state of tedious suspense was more intolerable to me than the hardships of a long voyage or the dangers of traversing the wildest forests, I requested leave of the Treasury to go out as surgeon of the Discovery, promising at the same time that my vacant hours from my professional charge should be chiefly employed in their service in making such collections and observations as might tend to elucidate the natural history of the voyage, without any further pecuniary agreement than what they might conceive me entitled to, on my return, my chief objects being a desire to complete my servitude in the Royal Navy and the pleasure of exercising my profession. And as 2 assistant surgeons were allowed the Discovery, I trusted I should have time sufficient on my hands to perform my promise to their satisfaction, and by that means cheerfully devote to the service of my country that experience I had already gained in a long circumnavigation, and particularly on that coast where those vessels were to direct their course and perform their operations. The Treasury gave a favourable hearing and readily agreed to my proposal, but the commander of the expedition made some objections. What they were I never heard, nor am I at this moment anxious to know, being conscious of the rectitude of my own intentions. The Treasury then resolved upon my going out in my present capacity, and soon after requested me to go aboard the Discovery to see that the accommodations intended for me should be fitted out agreeable to my wishes for the preservation of such objects of natural history as I should be directed to collect. After a lengthened period of uncertainty, we see that, through the influence of Sir Joseph Banks, Menzies was at last assured of a position with Vancouver's expedition. His duties included the distribution of useful plants as well as the collecting of new and rare species. In this, he was only following the policy, common at that time, and greatly stimulated by the friend and benefactor just mentioned. It will be recalled that David Nelson, who accompanied Cook in his last voyage, had a similar mission in the Bounty under St. Breadfruit Bligh. Turned adrift with his commander by the mutineers, Nelson died at Timor on July 20th, 1789, at the very time when Menzies was landing in England on his return from China. Nelson had been at Nootka and in Alaska with Captain Cook, but his collections seem to have become partially mixed with those of Menzies from the same places. Amongst the members of Vancouver's crew of the Discovery may be noted the name of Richard Collett, gunner, who was with Cook in his last voyage, Men's J&L, December 31st, 1791, and John Ewens, botanist's elite. With Broughton, the Chatham's muster roll shows James Johnston as master. Johnstone had already been on the northwest coast with Colnett and had proved himself to be an able nautical surveyor. His experience was taken advantage of by Vancouver on repeated occasions, as his narrative shows. As one of the older men, 36 in 1790, and with many years of active service behind him, Menzies seems to have been treated with respect by his fellow officers, and owing to his genial nature, he managed to escape the difficulties of his somewhat anomalous position as naturalist amongst men whose activities were applied to less sedentary employments. He was ever ready to share the hardships of the boat excursions, and warmly praises the cheerful endurance of his companions without once speaking of his own trials. He made somewhat detailed geographical notes of not only the places visited by himself, but also of those surveyed by the proper officers, who seem to have readily communicated to him the result of their explorations. In a region so full of intricate channels, the reader will find it difficult to follow these without the use of a modern chart. It is hoped that the marginal notes will help in identifying many of the places not named in Vancouver's maps. Professor Meany's Vancouver's discovery of Puget Sound will prove to be of greater value to the reader in this connection than its title would suggest. Although but 10 pages out of 244 are devoted to the Puget Sound of Vancouver, the volume includes Vancouver's journal for nearly the whole period covered by Menzies in the part under consideration. It will be found that Lieutenant Puget's account is both confirmed and supplemented, that there are far more details in the account of Puget and Whidby's examination of Desolation Sound, and the channels on the east side of Redonda Island, and of the anchorage on its west side where the Spanish and British ships lay for 17 days from June 26th until July 13th. From the mountain on the north of this anchorage, there can be little doubt that Mr. Mudge first sighted the cape to which Vancouver gave the discoverer's name. Menzies relates how he climbed this mountain, accompanied by some of the ship's officers and men, and the height given by him as shown by a small mercurial barometer tallies closely with that given on the charts for Nipple Mountain. Beginning his botanical work in Port Discovery, some 24 nautical miles from Victoria, he found a flora almost identical with that of southeast Vancouver Island, with the addition of the fine large rhododendron, which is now the state flower of Washington. He speaks enthusiastically of the scenery and climate of this region, and mentions, under the names of similar trees and shrubs which he had collected in Nova Scotia, nearly all of their conspicuous reimptives as he met with them. It was in Port Discovery, too, that he first saw the arbutus which bears his name, and which is such a plentiful ornament of the coast from Victoria to Comox. On Protection Island, he noticed that plant of peculiar distribution, the cactus, now known as a variety of Opuntia polyacantha. Although Menzies was a generous donor of the great collections he made during his voyages, it was many years before his specimens were described and recorded. Amongst the earliest authorities to undertake this work were Sir J. E. Smith, founder and president of the Linnean Society of London, 1791, R. A. Salisbury, 1806, Esper, 1800 to 1808, Turner C., 1808 to 1819, Acarius, 1810, Pursh, 1814, and Lambert, 1803. When Pursh was writing his Flora Americae Septentrionalis, he had in his charge a collection of plants made during the Lewis and Clark expedition of 1804 to 1806, and these had the first claim upon his attention. It will be noticed that many of the species from the coast, the types of which are attributed to these explorers, had already been mentioned or collected some 10 years earlier by Menzies. Sir W. J. Hooker's work in connection with the description of Menzies plants seems to have commenced in 1830, Botanical Miscellany, and to have ended with his description of Rhododendron californicum in 1855. But his most frequent quotations of Menzies' collections with descriptions of new species are to be found in his Flora Boreale Americana, 1829 to 1840. There can be little doubt that the voyage under consideration led to the journeys of Douglas and Schuyler. The former especially was able to complete the work of his predecessor by sending home the seeds and living plants of trees and flowers of which Menzies, owing to the conditions in which he worked, could only make herbarium specimens. Both Douglas and Schuyler acknowledged their indebtedness, and the latter uses the following words. While in London, 1824, I received much important information from Dr. Richardson and Mr. Menzies with respect to the countries I was about to examine. The knowledge acquired from Mr. Menzies was peculiarly interesting, as he had already explored the very coast I had to visit, and cheerfully allowed me at all times to examine the plants he had collected on the northwest coast, and to direct my attention to those which were most likely to be useful when cultivated in this country. The Edinburgh Journal of Science, Vol. V, p. 196, footnote. Sir William Hooker, himself an admirable botanical draftsman, frequently speaks of the excellent drawings in his possession made by Menzies in the field. Some of these are reproduced in the present volume, some seem to have been lost, as the director of the Royal Gardens at Kew, writing in February 1915, says that at that time, after careful search, no evidence has been found of the existence of a collection of plant drawings by Archibald Menzies. He expressed, however, the opinion that there could be little doubt that an unnamed drawing of Sanguisorba media in the Kew collection is the one mentioned by Sir W. J. Hooker as having been made on the spot by Menzies. Later, he was good enough to send a photograph of this drawing and the information that Dr. Rydberg considers the plant to be specifically distinct from S. media L and has proposed the name S. menziesii. This is evidently the same plant now on our lists as S. microcephala Presel, and was probably collected by Henke, who was on the northwest coast in 1791 with Malaspina and touched at many of the places visited by Vancouver's expedition. Although in some cases Menzies doubtless lost the honours of first discovery by the fact that Perche was entrusted with the collections of Lewis and Clark before he saw those of Menzies, yet the latter must have gained something by the misfortunes of Mosino, the botanist accompanying Quadra to Nootka in 1892, where he spent 4 months with a skilful artist, Echeverria. Mosino's work was to be completed in Madrid, and he arrived there in 1803 and worked at his various collections until the French invasion of 1808. Taking refuge with de Candolle at Montpellier and afterwards at Geneva, Mosino wished to return with his drawings about the year 1817. He died in Barcelona in 1819, and most of his drawings were lost. Copies, however, were made at Geneva of many of them, but as the work was hurried, it is said that they were much inferior to the originals. The editor is greatly indebted to Sir David Prane, director of the Royal Gardens, Kew, for photographs and notes of plants, and for transcripts of Menzies' letters, to Mr. James Britton for information as to the Menzies plants in the Banks Herbarium at the British Museum, and to Professor C.V. Piper of the United States Department of Agriculture, Washington, D.C., for varied assistance rendered for many years. Menzies Journal of Vancouver's Voyage, April to October 1792, by Archibald Menzies. Recurring to former voyages in this part of the Pacific in 1792, it appears that the north-east wind has generally prevailed so far to the northward as our present situation. Those who have made their passage more westerly have met the variable winds in a much lower latitude, particularly when the sun is to the southward of the equator. From thence, it would seem that a passage inclining into the variable winds in a more westerly meridian instead of an easterly course within the limits of the trade wind would have a better chance of succeeding sooner. Early this morning, our attention was fixed on a number of small substances floating on the surface of the water, sometimes singly but generally collected in large patches of which we were every moment passing vast quantities on both sides of us, and the sea appeared covered with them as far as the eye could distinguish within our horizon. A bucket was lowered down in the water in which several of them were picked up, and I found them to agree very nearly with the Medusa velella of Linnaeus, a kind of sea blubber. The greatest number of them were small, but the full-sized ones were about 3 inches long, of an oval depressed form, and edged with a very delicate blue gelatinous margin, minutely dotted with purple spots. The underside is somewhat concave, and beset with papillae and soft, pendulous filaments, particularly round the centre. The upper side is prominent in the middle of a silvery tinge, and concentrically striated, having a thin, erect, pellucid membrane placed diagonally, which answers the purpose of a little sail, in wafting it about on the surface of the ocean in search of its food. A wonderful contrivance of nature in the locomotive powers of an animal so seemingly helpless, and when it is disturbed or too much harassed either by the roughness of the sea, strength of the wind, or other accidents, it immediately turns over on its back to elude the danger. In the same bucket, I found a most beautiful species of oniscus, which I immediately put into a glass of salt water for examination, wherein it swam very quickly about in different directions. Depending on its position relative to the light, it emitted various colours of the brightest hue. As this little insect has not yet been described, the following short character may serve to distinguish its place in the Systema Naturae. Oniscus, fulgens, ovalis compressus, pellucidus, cauda biseta. Its whole body is about 1/4 of an inch long, oval, compressed and transparent, consisting of 8 segments besides the head part, which is of an obtuse form. Each segment is closely joined near the middle, but a little separated towards the edges. The antennae and feet are small and short. The tail consists of 2 diverging bristles, about 1/5 the length of the body. This undoubtedly is the same kind of insect which Mr. Anderson met with in this sea a little further to the northward, and is mentioned in Captain Cook's last voyage. As his specific name is very applicable, I have retained it and added the foregoing description. Those upon deck in the forenoon saw a bird fly past the ship, very much resembling a duck in its flight and general appearance. In the evening we had it calm, dark and heavy, with some slight showers of rain. The 8th continued calm and serene all day. As the jolly boat was lowered down into the water to go on board the Chatham, I took that opportunity to examine further the large extended patches of Medusa velella, which still covered the surface of the sea all around us. To many of these I found adhering in clusters another kind of vermes of the same natural order, but to what genus it belongs I am really at a loss to determine. This little animal is about 1.5 inches long. Its body is somewhat cylindrical, but tapering towards the tail. The underside is flat, but the upper side is convex, somewhat inflated, and of a bluish tinge. The mouth. The retractile mouth opens beneath near the extremity, with 4 retractile feelers placed above it. The sides to the very extremity of the tail are furnished with numerous soft filaments of a deep blue colour. By the motion of these filaments it swims about in the water. On rowing a little distance from the ship I shot one of the large dark brown birds which were seen at different times during this passage, and found it to be a species of albatross. It agrees nearly in its characteristics with the Diomedea fuliginosa, but as I was somewhat doubtful of it being the same bird, I have here subjoined the following short description of it. This bird is about 7 feet between the tips of its wings, moderately extended, and 3 feet in length, including the bill, which is 4 inches long and of a chocolate colour. The upper mandible is longer than the lower and hooked at the end. The front, a small spot under each eye pointing backward. The rump, crissom, inner half of the tail, and shafts of the quills are white. The rest of the head, neck and tail, together with the upper parts of the body and wings, are of a dark brown. However, the gullet and belly are of a dusky cinereous colour. The legs, toes and claws are black. The irides are dark hazel. The 9th was gloomy weather, with several banks of dark clouds all around the horizon. Although we had no rain, there seemed to be a great deal of humidity in the air. We were favoured for most of the day, with a very light breeze from the westward, which on the following day veered around by the southward to the southeast quarter. It gradually increased in strength to a fresh breeze and continued to blow pretty constantly from between southeast and south-southeast for the following 4 days. The weather continued dark and gloomy and sometimes hazy, with a few slight showers of rain in squalls. A number of whales were seen during the course of this day, who were no doubt allured by the abundant store of food afforded them by the sea blubbers, which we continued passing in vast quantities. We did not get entirely clear of them until the 12th, when we reached the latitude of 36°21, north and longitude 225° east. Thus, nearly in the parallel of 36 north, we found them to extend about 8 degrees of longitude, but how far they extended in other directions we were uncertain. During this period the surface of the sea was remarkably smooth, and as tranquillity is so necessary for the preservation of the delicate structure of these tender animals, it would seem that this part of the Pacific is seldom visited by boisterous weather or violent gales of wind. Otherwise, we should probably find them more scattered about the ocean and less numerous. In the forenoon of the 15th, a small bird was seen in flight, somewhat like a plover. Although we were now approaching the continent of America and had reason to believe we were not far from it, yet we had no other signs of our being in the vicinity of land, excepting that the weather also became more boisterous and unsettled. In the evening we sounded but found no bottom with 120 fathoms of line. The southeast wind still continued, and during the night and following day it blew in strong gales and frequent squalls with rain and thick, gloomy weather. We also quitted the smooth sea, which we had been sailing through for some days past, and now got into a much rougher element. On the morning of the 17th, we sounded with 100 and again with 130 fathoms, but found no ground. Some driftwood was seen at different times, and a seal was observed in the forenoon. At noon, we were at a latitude of 39°20 north, and a longitude of 235°54 east. The weather, which had been squally with strong gales and lightning on the preceding night, still continued boisterous until about 4 in the afternoon, when it became more moderate. Around this time we passed some driftwood and a good deal of seaweed mixed with grass, the Zostera marina. We also saw a number of birds such as auks, divers and shags, which induced us again to sound. When we did, we struck ground at 65 fathoms with minute brown sand. It was at this time so thick and hazy that we could not see any great distance ahead of us. However, we soon after discovered that we were close in with the coast of New Albion by seeing the land east by north about 2 leagues off. We stood in for it until we were within 3 miles of the shore, and then tacked, hauling our wind to the southwest to ply off and on for the night, during which we had but light winds and a good deal of rain. At 8 in the evening we sounded with 90, and at 10 with upwards of 100 fathoms. Discovered that the soundings extend but a very short way off this part of the coast in 1792. The land we saw this afternoon presented a prospect by no means unpleasant. It was of a very moderate height, varied with hills and valleys. The former rising higher inland were mostly covered with tall, dusky trees, with here and there clear spots mounting up their sides. The valleys and lower ground near the seaside seemed to form extensive pastures, as they appeared covered with verdure or low bushes of a much lighter hue than the wooded parts. The shore itself was apparently straight without any appearance of inlet within our view, and seemed to trend nearly north and south, but the extreme points we saw were not very distant on account of the thick, hazy weather. The forenoon of the 18th we had but light airs of wind with some rain and thick, hazy weather. At noon we were about 4 leagues from the shore, in latitude 39°27 north, with the extremes of the land N24W and S60°E, the latter about 10 leagues off. In the afternoon we continued our course northward with a more favourable breeze, edging a little in with the coast to have a better view of it. We were met by several flights of birds, seemingly puffins going southward, probably to their breeding haunts. They flew close to the surface of the water, frequently following one another in a line. When at 4 in the afternoon we got within 7 or 8 miles of the shore, we steered to the northwestward along the coast till the evening, when we again stood off and on for the night. This part of the coast appeared to rise steep from the water's side to form a firm and compact ridge of mountains, which were mostly covered with wood of a dusky hue to their very summits, though some naked cliffs and patches were seen, and here and there reddish streaks or chasms, seemingly the beds of torrents falling down the sides of these mountains. These appeared to gain considerably in elevation as they extended to the northwestward. In the morning of the 19th, the wind was baffling, and the weather dark and hazy, so that no part of the land was distinctly seen except a bluff point, which was our northern extreme on the preceding noon. We therefore steered off to the southward until it cleared up, which it did towards noon, and the wind at the same time springing up favourable, we continued along the coast in our progress northward. Early in the morning, several whales were seen about the ship, seemingly of the kind called finners. Our latitude this day was 40 degrees 32 north, when the northern extreme of the land, which we found to be Cape Mendocino, bore north 10 degrees west, about 9 leagues off, and the bluff point bore N2W 4 leagues off. We coasted northward until a little after 5, when we were abreast of 2 small rocky islets a little off the point of Cape Mendocino. The appearance of shoal and broken water ahead made us haul our wind offshore for the night. A little after, we had soundings in 40 fathoms with minute dark brown sand, but on trying again about an hour after, we had none with 70 fathoms, nor in the night time with 120. Therefore, the line of soundings does not seem to extend above 4 or 5 leagues off this part of the coast. The wind, which was from the southeast, freshened during the night into a strong stormy gale with heavy sea and thick, rainy, uncomfortable weather. The land we sailed along this afternoon was high and broken into huge elevated mountains of verdant pastures, checkered with woods and winding valleys, presenting to the eye a pleasing prospect and to the mind the rural idea of a hilly country, seemingly capable of the highest state of improvement and cultivation. The gale from the southeast continued on the following day with unremitted fury, attended with a heavy sea, thick hazy weather and almost constant rain, which induced us to keep a good distance from the land. What was very singular, this tempestuous weather did not in the least depress the mercury in the barometer, which continued a little above 30 inches all day. On the 21st the wind became more moderate, but the weather continued thick and hazy with constant rain, although we were, by our estimation, at no great distance from the shore abreast of us at noon. We could not see any part of it. The afternoon was mostly calm with thick fog. We sounded with 170 fathoms, but found no ground. We saw some whales, the spoutings of which, in the hazy horizon, loomed so as to be taken for strange vessels under sail. It was even some time before the deception was clearly detected. Next morning the weather cleared up so far that we had a view of the land pretty early. We stood in for it, and at noon our latitude by a meridian altitude was 40 degrees 32 north, when the bluff bore 64 E9 leagues, and Cape Mendocino was to the eastward of us 6 leagues. So we congratulated ourselves on having kept our ground so well during the late boisterous weather. We stood in until we were within 6 or 7 miles of the shore, and preserving nearly that distance, we coasted along it in the afternoon with a favourable breeze for about 14 leagues, without observing the appearance of any distinguishable port or inlet, though in the evening we could not be far from the situation described as Port Trinidad by the Spaniards. We observed a good deal of pale or muddy water along the shore, and at 5 we hauled our wind, which was moderate, to the southwest for the night, being then within 6 or 7 miles of a low rocky point guarded by a number of small detached rocks, which also lined the shore some way to the southward of it. About 6 or 7 leagues to the northward of Cape Mendocino, the coast appears to incline in a little and form a large, shallow, sandy bay, backed by a considerable tract of low land, covered with wood, and rising with a very gradual ascent to form dusky mountains a considerable way inland. On the morning of the 23rd, we again stood in for the shore a few miles to the northward of where we quitted it on the preceding evening. As we approached the shore, we came into exceedingly pale and muddy water forming a defined line with the other, as if it rushed out of some considerable river or inlet. At first we were a little alarmed, thinking it might be shallow water, and tried soundings but had no ground with 50 fathoms of line, and it appeared of the same colour all along the shore to the northward and southward of us. We coasted on to the northward along a rocky, indented shore well lined with peaked insulated rocks. In some places the shore formed steep banks of reddish earth rising into hills of a moderate height diversified with woods and pasturage. In the forenoon we passed on the inside of a small naked rock about 6 or 7 miles from the shore in the latitude of 41° 20' N. At noon our latitude was 41° 36' N. The northern extreme of the land formed a low, flat point covered with trees, bore N 11 degrees E3 leagues off, named Point St. George, and some naked rocks and breakers, which are scattered off it for about 7 miles, were named the Dragon Rocks. In the afternoon we stood round the outside of these rocks, where we had soundings in 45 fathoms of fine black sand, and again hauled in on the north side of them, where we deepened our water. Due to our distance off the shore, we had but a very indistinct view of a large bay, which formed on the north side of the point. We coasted on until 10 in the evening, when we hauled our wind offshore under easy sail for the night. Point St. George is at the latitude of 41° 46' north, and in the longitude of 236° 00 east. The land behind it is a low, flat tract of considerable extent, densely wooded with pines, and has much the appearance of an island from both sides. However, our distance from the shore has left this point doubtful. On the south side we saw the appearance of a small opening, and we do not conceive it at all improbable that a small river may there disembog itself, as we saw a great deal of white, muddy water about the entrance of this apparent opening, and along the shore to the southward of it. We also saw some sea otters this day. Early on the 24th we again stood in for the land, and fetching near to the place where we quitted it on the preceding evening, resumed our course to the northward, examining and surveying the coast. In the forenoon we passed on the outside of another group of naked rocks and breakers, 4 or 5 miles from the shore, in the latitude of 42° 28' north, and had soundings in 45 fathoms about 2 miles from them. Our latitude at noon was 42° 36' north, and our longitude 235° 44' east. The northern extreme of the land stretched out into a low hammock point, bore N 22W 5 or 6 leagues, which will be nearly the situation of Cape Blanco. In the afternoon we had it chiefly calm, and finding the tide or a strong current setting us very fast inshore, we dropped anchor in 36 fathoms until a breeze should spring up to favour our progress northward, which happened towards midnight, when we both weighed and made sail out from the land. When we anchored, 2 canoes came off from the shore. One went alongside the Chatham, and the other paddled towards us without showing any kind of dread or apprehension. When she came alongside, we invited her crew on board, and the whole of them, consisting of 7 men, accepted very readily of the invitation, having first made their canoe fast alongside. This showed a degree of confidence that indicated their mild and peaceable dispositions. Most of them appeared on our decks naked, having left their garments, which were made from squirrel, raccoon and deerskins, in the canoe. They wore caps on their heads made from the breast and belly parts of shag skins, which fitted them very close and comfortably. Each of them had his ears and the septum of his nose perforated. In the latter, some of them wore an ornament made of the tooth shell, but which they readily parted with on thrusting a small nail in the place of it. Their bows and arrows were of an inferior sort. The latter were armed with a kind of flinty stone fastened in a slit at the end of the arrow by means of hardened resin. We saw no sea otter skins among them, nor did they bring or offer anything to barter, but received with avidity whatever was offered to them. Their canoe was by no means calculated to go far to sea or endure much bad weather. It had some distant resemblance to a butcher's tray, being truncated at both ends, short, broad and shallow. It was about 18 feet long, 4 feet and a half broad in the middle, but a little narrower towards the ends, and it was about 2 feet deep, formed of one piece of pine tree dug out and tolerably well finished, so that the wood on this part of the coast must be pretty large. The blades of the paddles were narrow and cut square off at the end. The shafts ended with a small knob. These natives remained with us about an hour, and after leaving us paid a short visit to the Chatham, after which they went towards the shore, and we saw no more of them. They were of a middling size, with mild, pleasing features, and nowise sullen or distrustful in their behaviour. They were of a copper colour, but cleanly, as we observed, no vestige of greasy paint or ochre about their faces or among their hair. Some had their bodies marked with slight linear scars crossing each other in various directions, and some were tattooed in different parts. Upon their coming alongside and after they were on board, they kept constantly repeating the word slagshi, the meaning of which we did not comprehend. Some thought it was their word for friendship, others imagined they meant iron, a metal they were very desirous of possessing, for during the time they were on board their attention was so much engaged on other objects that all my endeavours proved fruitless in collecting any part of their language, which appeared to us to be a very clattering jargon. As the weather was moderate and the wind favourable from the southward, we stood in on the morning of the 24th towards the Hammock Point, which formed our northern extreme on the preceding noon. As we approached it, we discovered some breakers and a cluster of naked rocks about 2 or 3 miles off it, one of which is of a conical form, and renders this point so remarkable that it can easily be distinguished in whatever direction it is made. The south side of the point is made up of steep cliffs of light brown rocks. Although the coast appeared broken with some apparent little openings to the southward of it, yet that part of the shore for a considerable way appeared strewn over with breakers and detached rocks, such that a near approach would require the utmost caution. Our latitude at noon was 43 degrees 6 north, when the Hammock Point we passed in the morning bore S11 degrees E 5 leagues, which places it in latitude 42 degree 51 north, its longitude being 235 degree 41 east. As it is the most conspicuous point on this part of the coast, I think there can be no doubt of its being Cape Blanco of the Spaniards, though Captain Vancouver has named it Cape Orford. Nor can the difference between our settlement of it and Captain Cook's have any weight in this consideration, as that able navigator, by his own account, settled it by a long estimated distance, which will always be allowed to be less or more liable to fallacy. Besides, as the land hereabouts is low, we are pretty certain that he was too far off to see the extremity of the point. This is very evident from our not finding any particular point on this part of the coast within 4 leagues of the situation he assigns to Cape Blanco. We continued our progress to the northward with a favourable breeze, and about 3 in the afternoon passed Cape Gregory in latitude 43 degree 23 north and longitude 235 degree 48 east. It is a projecting steep bluff of a moderate height faced with light brown cliffs on the south side. Although we differ here also a little from Captain Cook, this must be attributed to the distance he was from the Cape and the boisterous weather he met with in making this part of the coast so early. About 6 or 7 miles to the southward of this cape in 1792, we observed a small break in the shore, like a creek or opening, but in passing it, it did not seem deserving of much consideration. In the evening, we again hauled out from the land with the wind southerly, which increased in the night time to a very fresh gale, attended with frequent showers of rain and lightning, so that we were hardly able to preserve our station. This day, we traced about 26 leagues of the coast, which assumed a very different appearance from any part we had yet seen of it. For to the northward of Cape Blanco, the shore forms, for the most part, a fine white sandy beach, which here and there rose into elevated banks among the trees that might easily be mistaken for snow or white cliffs, as was the case we conceived in some measure with Captain Cook. For that part of the coast we quitted this evening agrees, so exactly with his description of it, that it would seem even as if his snow had not yet dissolved. The country inland appeared low and almost level, with nothing to be seen but one extended forest of pine trees as far back as the eye could reach. But from Cape Blanco to the southward, as far as Point St. George, the shore appears very broken, rocky and indented, here and there lined with detached, peaked rocks, and rising suddenly to form an uneven, hilly country, almost everywhere covered with wood. We stood in again for the land early on the morning of the 26th of April, and being a little hazy, had but a very indistinct view of this part of the coast. Besides, we were now a few leagues to the northward of where we quitted it on the preceding evening. We bore up along the shore and soon after passed Cape Perpetua, which forms a naked, low projecting hillock. As the day advanced, the breeze freshened from the southward and became very squally, which induced us to edge out a little from the land. And at noon, though we were about the latitude of Cape Foulweather and the land still in view, yet the haze over it and our distance from the shore prevented our having a distinct view of the cape. In the afternoon, it still blew a fresh gale from the southwest quarter and squally weather with rain and hail, but towards evening it moderated a little, and we gradually edged in again nearer the land, for a low point around which we had some expectations of finding a harbour. But in this we were disappointed, it being apparently appeared to be a bay skirted round with low land of no great depth. And it being dark, we stood off again for the night, and had soundings from 50 to 75 fathoms of fine black sand. From Cape Perpetua, in our run this day to the northward, the mountains appeared high and rose with a steep ascent from the water side, covered with trees to their very summits. Some of the valleys had a fertile appearance and, in a fine day, would no doubt yield a more favourable prospect. In the morning of the 27th, we stood in for the land with the wind from the southwest quarter, which blew very fresh and in frequent squalls with showers of rain and some hail. Those who were on deck at this time also saw a waterspout. We bore up along the shore a little to the northward of Cape Lookout, which is in the latitude of 44° 33 north and longitude 236° 10 east. This point is rendered conspicuous by three remarkable naked rocks lying a little off it, one of which is pierced and answers pretty well to Mr. Meare's description of it, who named it. The land we sailed along this forenoon was formed into large bays with white sandy beaches, skirted with low, flat land extending inland into deep valleys, with intervening mountains forming projecting points on the shore and rising inland to considerable height, apparently more than any we had yet seen on the coast. About noon, seeing some whitish water ahead induced us to haul the wind to the northwest off the land to avoid the apparent danger of getting into shoal water. The exterior edge of this water, like the former we met with, made a defined line with the other and appeared muddy, like the overflowings of a considerable river. Our latitude was 46° 14 north, and the northern extreme, which made a naked rocky point apparently separated from the land behind it, which was covered with trees, bore north about 5 or 6 miles from us. I could see at this time from the masthead the appearance of a river or inlet going in on the south side of this rocky point, which I took to be what Mr. Meares named Cape Disappointment. It is by us in latitude 46° 19 N and longitude 236° 4 east. In the afternoon, our distance from the land was too great to have a distinct or satisfactory view of the shore opposite to us, which appeared to be defended by a long reef of breakers and some shallow water. Here the country again assumed a low and flat appearance, covered with trees for a considerable distance inland. At 8 at night, we were in 24 fathoms of water over a bottom of dark brown sand, and as we then hauled off, we gradually deepened our water and had regular soundings the whole night. Early in the morning of the 28th, we had heavy rain and easterly wind with which we edged in for the shore and bore up about 6 or 7 leagues to the northward of where we hauled off on the preceding evening and had soundings in the forenoon from 19 to 10 fathoms about 5 or 6 miles from the shore. The land here is low and thickly covered with wood close down to the brink of a steep, cliffy shore, which appeared pretty straight with a number of elevated rocks scattered along it, but laying at no great distance from it. The land further back rose pretty high and mountainous towards the summit of which we observed several patches of snow. Though the country here was by no means unpleasant, there was a sameness in the extent of prospect which soon fatigued the eye, and did not afford it that treat of verdant hills interspersed with woods and fertile dales, which the coast more to the southward presented. At noon, our latitude was 47 degrees 30 N, and what is called Destruction Island was at the same time about 3 leagues to the northward of us. It is low and flat, covered only with verdure, and encircled by steep rocky cliffs. In the afternoon we had light variable wind with somewhat hazy weather, and perceiving the influence of a current setting us inshore, we dropped anchor in 19 fathoms about 4 miles from the shore, and the same distance to the southward of Destruction Island, where we remained the evening. At 3 the next morning we both weighed anchor and made sail along the coast to the northward with a favourable breeze, gradually increasing, and soon after we saw a ship nearly ahead of us a little way out from the coast, which, on seeing us, brought to and fired a gun to leeward. In passing we edged a little down towards her and spoke to the Columbia of Boston, commanded by Mr. Gray. At the name of Gray, it occurred to us that he might be the same who commanded the sloop Washington at the time she is said to have performed that remarkable interior navigation on this coast, which was so much the subject of polemic conversation in England before our departure. We immediately brought to and sent a boat to the Columbia, in which I accompanied Lieutenant Puget in order to obtain what information we could. The reader may easily conceive the eagerness with which we interrogated the commander, when we found him to be the same man whom our ideas had suggested, and indeed it may appear no less curious than interesting that here at the entrance of Juan de Fuca's Straits we should meet with the very man whose voyage up it in the sloop. Washington, as delineated by the fertile fancy of Mr. Mears, gave rise to so much theoretical speculation and chimerical discussion. I say interesting because it enables us to expose to the world a fallacy in this matter which no excuse can justify. Mr. Gray informed us that, in his former voyage, he had gone up the straits of Juan de Fuca in the sloop Washington about 17 leagues in an east by south direction, and finding he did not meet with encouragement as a trader to pursue it further, he returned back and came out to sea again the very same way he had entered. He was therefore struck with astonishment when we informed him of the sweeping tract of several degrees which Mr. Mears had given him credit for in his chart and publication. He further informed us that, in his present voyage, he had been 9 months on the coast and wintered at Clos-Uquat, a district a little to the eastward of Nootka, where he built a small sloop, which was at this time employed in collecting furs to the northward about Queen Charlotte's Isles. That in the winter the natives of Clos-Uquat, calling to their aid 3 or 4 other tribes, collected to the number of upwards of 3,000 to attack his vessel, but their premeditated schemes being discovered to him by a native of the Sandwich Islands he had on board, whom the chiefs had attempted to sway over to their diabolic plots in soliciting him to wet the locks and priming of the muskets and guns before they boarded. By this means he was fortunately enabled by timely precautions to frustrate their horrid stratagems at the very moment they had assembled to execute them. He likewise told us that last year the natives to the northward of Queen Charlotte's Isles had murdered his chief mate and 2 seamen while they were employed fishing in a small boat a little distance from the ship, and that the natives of Queen Charlotte's Isles had surprised an American brig, the Lady Washington, commanded by Mr. Kendrick, and kept possession of her for upwards of 2 hours, when the united exertions of the master and crew happily liberated them from the impending destruction and made the natives quit their prize in a precipitate flight in which a vast number of them lost their lives. On this occasion the natives had watched an opportunity to possess themselves of the arm chests on deck while open, by which strategy they were able to arm themselves and disarm the ship's company, but the latter, rallying on them afterwards from below with what arms they could collect, rendered their vile scheme abortive. As soon as the boat was hoisted in, we made sail and pursued our course along the shore until about noon, when we entered the famous Straits of Juan de Fuca. The weather was at this time so thick and hazy that we had no observation to determine our latitude. The whole shore we sailed along this forenoon is steep and rocky and entirely lined with a vast number of elevated rocks and islets of different forms and sizes, but the land itself is of a very moderate height, covered with pines and stretching back with a very gradual acclivity to form an inland ridge of high mountains in which Mount Olympus claimed a just preeminence. We saw no point worthy of particular notice in the situation. Captain Cook places Cape Flattery, the south point of De Fuca's entrance, though about 3 leagues further to the northward, agrees better with his description of it than any other on this part of the coast. About a mile or two off this south point of entrance is a flat, naked island covered with verdure and faced around with steep rocks, around the north end of which we hauled into the straits, passing between it and a small rock showing above water about a mile to the northward of it, where we met a rippling of the tide, which at first occasioned some alarm, until the cause became evident. Some canoes came off to us from a village on this island, which was not seen until we passed it, as it is situated on a chasm on the east side of it. This is what Mr. Mears called the village of Tatuche, and though we had reason to believe that we saw most of its inhabitants at this time about the rocks upon the beach and in their canoes gazing on us as we passed, yet we think that we should overrate their number, if we were to call it as many hundreds as that author has estimated them, thousands. A little after we passed this green island, we had a transient view of the Pinnacle Rock close to the shore of Cape Flattery, but at this distance it did not appear to us so very remarkable as it is represented, nor did it answer the idea we had been led to form of its situation, for we earnestly looked for it as we were passing on the outside of the cape, but could not then distinguish it from the high cliffs behind it. As we kept close to the southern shore in passing the village of Clanset, we had light, fluctuating winds which afforded several of the natives an opportunity of visiting us, but the weather being thick and rainy, their stay was very short. About 5 miles within the straits, we saw the appearance of a small cove, sheltered by a little island, where the Spaniards, about a month afterwards, attempted to establish a settlement, and sent a vessel commanded by a lieutenant for that purpose from Nootka. The Columbia, who bore up along the shore and followed us into the straits, kept under way all night, but there being little wind, and that chiefly against us, we anchored a little before dark under the southern shore about 3 leagues from the entrance. Half a page blank in the original. Having now entered our interior examination of Juan de Fuca's Straits, we, on the morning of the 30th of April, both weighed anchor and, after making sail, steered to the eastward along the southern shore on a firm supposition that it was the continental shore, which we had traced thus far from a little to the southward of Cape Mendocino. We were favoured with a fine westerly breeze, which soon dispersed the fog and brought with it fair and clear weather. In the forenoon, as we went along, canoes came off to us here and there from the shore, with sea otter skins for which they asked for copper or cloth, but they were able to keep with us a very short time, as we had a fair fresh breeze. The Columbia was seen again working out of the straits, and it would now seem as if the commander of her did not put much confidence in what we told him of our pursuit, but had probably taken us for rivals in trade and followed us into the straits to have his share in the gleanings of those villages at the entrance. And this is conformable to the general practice among traders on this coast, which is always to mislead competitors as far as they can, even at the expense of truth. Towards noon, we edged into the mid-channel to have the advantage of a meridian altitude, which gave our latitude as 48 degrees 18', about 12 leagues to the eastward of the south point of entrance. The straits appear in general to be about 3 or 4 leagues wide. The southern shore is nearly straight without forming any very striking points or bays. It rises steep into mountains near the entrance of a very moderate height, but as we advance to the eastward, to very high mountains covered with impenetrable forests of pines until near their summits, where they were capped with snow in abundance, as were also some mountains in our view on the north side. We were not above 18 leagues from the entrance when the straits widened out to 9 or 10 leagues across. We, however, continued our course along the southern shore, and in the evening went around the point of a low sandy spit, which jutted out from it in very shallow water when we came to an anchor on the east side of it in 14 fathoms fine black sand, about half a mile from the spit, which appeared a long ridge of sand strewn over with a good deal of driftwood, and some high poles kept erect by 4 or 5 supporting poles around the bottom of each. What was meant by these, we were at a loss to determine. We were now about 20 leagues inland in an east by south direction, true from Cape Flattery. The country assumed a very different appearance. The land near the waterside was low, mostly covered with pines to the very verge of a fine stony and sandy beach, but in the northeast quarter a very high solid ridge of mountains was observed, one of which was seen wholly covered with snow and with a lofty summit, overtaking all the others around it upwards of 20 leagues off, nearly in a northeast direction. This obtained the name of Mount Baker after the gentleman who first observed it. Next morning, being the 1st of May, I accompanied Captain Vancouver and some of the officers of both vessels who set out pretty early, in 2 boats from us and 1 from the Chatham, to examine the shore to the eastward of us for a harbour. When we left the vessels, it was a little foggy and calm, but clearing up soon after, it became exceedingly pleasant and serene, which added not a little to our enjoyment in this day's excursion. We kept along the shore to the southeastward, startling on our way vast flights of waterfowl such as auks, divers, ducks and wild geese, which were so exceedingly shy that the sportsmen had very little opportunity of showing their dexterity. After a row of about 4 leagues we came to an island, the rural appearance of which strongly invited us to stretch our limbs after our long confined situation on board and the dreary sameness of a tedious voyage. Its northwest side was guarded by a high, naked, perpendicular cliff of reddish earth and sand, quite inaccessible, but the south side presented a sloping bank covered with green turf, so even and regular as if it had been artificially formed. We found on landing that vegetation had already made great progress. The shore was skirted with long grass and a variety of wildflowers in full bloom, but what chiefly dazzled our eyes on this occasion was a small species of wild valerian, with reddish-coloured flowers growing behind the beach in large, thick patches. On ascending the bank to the summit of the island, a rich lawn beautified with nature's luxuriant bounties burst at once on our view, and impressed us with no less pleasure than novelty. It was abundantly cropped with a variety of grass, clover and wildflowers, here and there adorned by aged pines with wide-spreading horizontal boughs, and well sheltered by a slip of them densely copse with underwood stretching along the summit of the steep sandy cliff, the whole seeming as if it had been laid out from the premeditated plan of a judicious designer. To the northward and northwestward, the eye roved over a wide expanse of water, which seemed to penetrate the distant land through various openings and windings, but a little to the southeast of us appeared an inlet, which promised fair for affording good shelter for the vessels. Its entrance presents a prospect truly inviting, with gentle rising banks on both sides, covered with fine verdure and tufted with tall trees loosely scattered. We therefore embarked to examine it and went up about 4 miles. Some walked along the shore on a fine pebbly beach, others were employed sounding in the boats until we came to a low sandy point on which we found a run of fresh water sufficient to answer all our purposes, with good anchorage close to it, and the whole well sheltered by the favourite island we had left, shortening the entrance, which on that account obtained the name of Protection Island. Here we kindled a fire and regaled ourselves with some refreshment, after which we returned on board, where we arrived about midnight, each well satisfied with the success and pleasure of this day's excursion. In going into the harbour, one of the gentlemen shot a small animal which diffused through the air a most disagreeable and offensive smell. I was anxious to take it on board for examination, and made it fast to the bow of the cutter, but the stink it emitted was so intolerable that I was obliged to relinquish my prize. I took it to be the skunk, or polecat. In the absence of the boats this day, the vessels were visited by several of the natives from a small village abreast of them, who brought some fish to barter for trinkets. At daylight on the 24th, both vessels weighed, and with a light air of wind from the westward, proceeded towards the harbour we had visited on the preceding day, which we entered about 9, and, with the assistance of the boats towing ahead, soon after came to off the low, sandy point in 34 fathoms over a black, stiff, clay bottom. In passing within Protection Island and entering the harbour, the right-hand shore was kept close aboard, which was found pretty steep and the most eligible channel. In the afternoon, I accompanied Captain Vancouver to the head of the harbour, which we found to terminate in a muddy bank of shallow water, on which the pinnace grounded. This led to the discovery of a species of small oyster, with which the bottom was plentifully strewn, but being now out of season, they were poor and ill-flavoured, and consequently not worth collecting. We then landed on the east side, where we saw the remains of a deserted village of a few houses, one of which had been pretty large and in make resembled the Nootka habitations as described by Captain Cook, but neither of them seemed to have been inhabited for some time. On a tree close to it, we found the skeleton of a child which was carefully wrapped up in some of the cloth of the country made from the bark of a tree and some mats, but at this time it afforded a tenement to a brood of young mice, which ran out of it as soon as we touched it. A wooden cup was found close to it on the same tree, and a bunch of small yew boughs fastened together, which were probably the remains of some superstitious ceremony. Besides a variety of pines, we here saw the sycamore maple, the American alder, a species of wild crab, and the oriental strawberry tree. This last grows to a small tree and was at this time a peculiar ornament to the forest by its large clusters of whitish flowers and evergreen leaves, but its peculiar smooth bark of a reddish-brown colour will at all times attract the notice of the most superficial observer. We met with some other plants which were new to me and which shall be the subject of particular description hereafter. On our return in the evening, we found the tents and marquee pitched on the low point near the vessels, together with the observatory, in which the astronomical quadrant was fixed for taking equal altitudes to ascertain the rate of the timekeepers. Next day, being remarkably serene and pleasant weather, part of our powder was landed on another low point at a little distance to be aired under the care of the gunner, and this duty was daily attended to until the whole stock was perfectly dried. The seamen began to repair the rigging, and the mechanics were severally occupied in their different employments, while my botanical pursuits kept me sufficiently engaged in arranging and examining the collections I had already made. On the 4th, I landed opposite to the ship to take an excursion back into the woods, which I had hardly entered when I met with vast abundance of that rare plant, the Cypripedium bulbosum, which was now in full bloom and grew about the roots of the pine trees in very spongy soil and dry situations. I likewise met here with a beautiful shrub, the Rhododendron ponticum, and a new species of arbutus with glaucous leaves that grew bushy and 8 or 10 feet high, besides a number of other plants which would be too tedious here to enumerate. In this day's route I saw a number of the largest trees hollowed by fire into cavities fit to admit a person into. This, I conjectured, might be done by the natives either to screen them from the sight of those animals they meant to ensnare or afford them a safe retreat from others in case of being pursued, or it may be the means they have of felling large trees for making their canoes, by which they are thus partly scooped out. Next day, in the forenoon, some natives came alongside in a canoe with fish and a few pieces of venison, for which they found a ready market, and soon after left us, having nothing else to dispose of, and seemingly little curiosity to gratify. Our appearance, affording them no degree of novelty, led us to suppose that ours was not the first European vessel with which they had had intercourse, though from the few European commodities we saw amongst them, the intercourse did not appear to be very extensive. From the affinity of their dress, canoe and language, they appeared to be of the same nation as the Nootka tribe, and were, like them, fondest of copper and brass trinkets for their ears. They also took iron, with which metal many of their arrows were barbed. In strolling about the verge of the wood with some of the officers, we saw several stumps of small trees, as if they had been cut down with an axe not many months ago. From this, it was thought probable that some other vessel might have been here before us, as I never observed the natives on any part of this coast make use of an axe in felling timber of any kind, preferring always an instrument of their own construction, somewhat in the form of a small adze, which hacked it in a very different manner from an axe. The carpenters were now employed in caulking and on the various necessary repairs. The blacksmiths had their forge going on shore. A party were cutting down firewood, another brewing beer from a species of spruce. In short, the weather being so favourable and vivifying, every spring was set in motion to forward our refitment. The 6th, being a day of relaxation, parties were formed to take the recreation of the shore and, strolling through the woods in various directions, saw in one place a number of human bones deposited in a thicket and covered carefully over with planks. Others were found suspended in an old canoe covered with the bark of trees and with moss. But what much surprised them in one place of the wood was a clear area where there had been a large fire, around which they found a number of incinerated bones, and about half a dozen human skulls scattered about the area. This led to various conjectures, some supposing it to be a place allotted for human sacrifices made to banquet the unnatural gormandizing appetites of the inhabitants, who in a late publication are alleged to be cannibals, but without any rational proof that brings the least conviction to my mind. The number of human bones seen in different parts of the harbour, almost equally advanced in decay, would rather lead us to suppose that a battle had been fought here at a period not very remote, and that the vanquished on that occasion suffered by the refined cruelties of their conquerors on the above spot, for it is the known practice of the American tribes on the opposite coast to burn their vanquished enemies, and it is not improbable that the same horrid custom prevails here. The Seine was daily hauled at the tents, and with some degree of success, though we seldom obtained a sufficient supply for all hands. The fish generally caught were bream of 2 or 3 kinds, salmon and trout, and 2 kinds of flatfish, one of which was a new species of Pleuronectes, with crabs which were found very good and palatable. We seldom failed in hauling ashore a number of elephant fish, Chimera calorhynchus, and sculpins, Cotus scorpius, but the very appearance of these was sufficient to deter their use, so they generally remained on the beach. Early on the morning of the 7th, I set out with Captain Vancouver and some of the officers in 3 boats, manned and armed, and provided with 5 days' provision. Our object was to examine and explore the country to the eastward of us. We proceeded out of the port with foggy weather and little wind, and keeping the right-hand shore close on board, we rowed for about 2 leagues to the northeastward, where we entered a large opening which took a southerly direction and which afterwards obtained the name of Admiralty Inlet. But as the weather continued still very foggy, we landed on the point until it should clear up a little, and took several hauls of a small seine we had in the boat, but without the least success. A little before noon, the fog dispersed when we saw the opening we had entered go to the southeastward a considerable extent and a little distance from us, another arm branching off to the southward. We walked along the shore to the point of this arm, which we reached by noon, when a meridian altitude by a quicksilver horizon gave our latitude as 48 degrees 7'30". North. In this walk, I found growing in the crevices of a small rock about midway between the 2 points a new species of Clatonia, and as I met with it nowhere else in my journeys, it must be considered as a rare plant in this country. I named it Clatonia furcata, and took a rough sketch of it which may be seen in my collections of drawings. The shores here are sandy and pebbly. The point we came to was low and flat with some marshy ground behind it, and a pond of water surrounded with willows and tall bulrushes. Behind this, a green bank stretched to the southward, a little distance from the shore, which was marked with the beaten paths of deer and other animals. While dinner was getting ready on the point, I ascended this bank with one of the gentlemen, and strolled over an extensive lawn, where solitude, rich pasture, and rural prospects prevailed. It presented an uneven surface with slight hollows and gentle risings, interspersed with a few straggling pine trees, and edged behind with a thick forest of them that covered over a flat country of very moderate height and rendered the western side of this arm a pleasant and desirable tract of both pasture and arable land, where the plough might enter at once without the least obstruction, and where the soil, though light and gravelly, appeared capable of yielding in this temperate climate luxuriant crops of the European grains, or of rearing herds of cattle who might here wander at their ease over extensive fields of fine pasture, though the only possessors of it we saw at this time were a few gigantic cranes of between 3 and 4 feet high who strided over the lawn with a lordly step. To the north-east of us, across Admiralty Inlet, which is about a league wide, we had from this eminence a most delightful and extensive landscape, a large tract of flat country covered with fine verdure, and here and there interspersed with irregular clumps of trees, whose dark hue made a beautiful contrast, aided by the picturesque appearance of a rugged barrier of high mountains, which at some distance terminated our prospect in lofty summits covered with perpetual snow. After dinner, we proceeded examining this southerly arm, dividing the boats for the purpose of sounding and exploring and fixing on a distant point as a place of meeting in the evening. Invited by the enchanting appearance of the country and fine serene weather, I walked with Captain Vancouver and some others along the western shore for a considerable distance, as it afforded me an opportunity of exploring for natural productions as I went along. After a long walk, we met with a thick pine forest which obliged us to embark, and the shore here taking an easterly direction, we rowed along it. Towards evening, we found the arm also winding a little to the eastward and terminate in a small basin of shallow water, being here divided only from the end of another arm by a flat, muddy beach covered with thick beds of marsh samphire. Being thus satisfied of its termination, we returned back to the place of rendezvous where we met Lieutenant Puget with the longboat, but Mr. Johnston, who had crossed over to the eastern shore of the arm, was led into an armlet which he supposed would join with ours a little further on. Believing that, after exploring it, he would be able to meet us in the evening at the place appointed, after pulling a long way he found his mistake. Being late, he took up his quarters in it all night, so that we were separated for the evening, in consequence of which this armlet obtained the name of Johnstone's Decoy. It takes nearly a southeast direction and is very narrow at the entrance. The next morning was calm and pleasant, and we set off on our return back in expectation of meeting Mr. Johnston, whose swivels we heard at a considerable distance pretty early. He joined us about 9 after a fatiguing row, where we were at the entrance of a small brook filling our water casks. Here we met with some detention by the longboat getting aground upon a flat with a falling tide, but in the meantime the pinnace went over to the opposite shore to take angles and prepare breakfast, so that there was very little time lost. After the longboat floated, the all three pulled to the northward, and while we walked along the eastern shore and on a beach a little to the southward of Johnstone's Decoy, not far from where we breakfasted, we saw 2 human heads impaled upon the points of 2 poles erected a few yards asunder and about 12 feet high. Part of the skin about the chin was hanging down, but the rest of the face, teeth, and black long hair was intact in each. The poles entered under the chin, pierced their vertex, and in their formation, the poles had a degree of uniformity that required a good deal of trouble. Having crossed over the entrance of Johnstone's Decoy, we entered on a low, narrow beach about a mile long, on the middle of which we found 9 or 10 long poles erected in a row at nearly equal distances from one another, which was about 90 or 100 yards apart. Each pole was lengthened by 2 pieces, neatly joined together to about 90 feet high, terminating with a trident by leaving the stumps of 2 opposite branches and the middle piece about a foot long at the extremity of the upper pole. The heel of each was sunk in the ground and was further shored up by 4 other poles, each about 30 feet long, which spread out around the bottom and fastened about the middle pole as supporters. What was the intention or meaning of the natives in erecting these poles with so much pains and trouble, we were at a loss to form the most distant conjecture, We saw some of the same kind erected upon other beaches since we came into the Straits, but nowhere so numerous and regular as here. Having now finished our examination of the first small arm, which was named Port Townsend, we pursued our walk to the south-east along the shore of Admiralty Inlet and passed some perpendicular sandy cliffs which exposed to view some thick strata of fine fuller's earth. A white animal was also seen, which we supposed to be a dog about the size of a large fox, but it made off so quickly into the woods that those who saw it were not certain what it was. About noon, we reached a low point, which was the most distant one we saw in this direction, when the fog cleared up on the forenoon of the preceding day, and from this, though the arm inclined a little more to the southward, yet it was so trifling that the same general direction to the southeastward continued for about 4 or 5 leagues further, and then it appeared to be separated by a bluff point into 2 arms, one of which seemed to take a more easterly direction. The arm was still between 2 and 3 miles wide, and appeared a fine navigable channel for vessels of any burden. Having dined on this point, which was flat with a salt marsh and pond behind it, we embarked in the afternoon and separated on different pursuits with the boats, but made the bluff point we saw ahead the place of meeting again in the evening. From this point we had a fine view of a very lofty, round-topped mountain covered with snow about 25 leagues off, nearly in a southeast direction, which afterwards obtained the name of Mount Rainier, in latitude 47 degrees 3 north and longitude 238 degrees 21 east. The weather in the afternoon was cloudy with showers, which in the evening began to rain very hard and became foggy. We rowed hard to gain our intended place of rendezvous, but our endeavours proved fruitless on account of a strong tide of ebb which set against us, and the night was so very dark and foggy with excessive rain that the only means we had of keeping together was by frequent firing of muskets. At last, the night being far advanced, all idea of reaching the intended place this evening was given up, and we rowed in for the starboard shore, and went along it for some way before we could find a landing place to pitch our tents and kindle a fire on. The latter was found a very difficult task, being so dark and everything so wet. It was midnight before we could get under any kind of shelter, and then everything about us was completely drenched. And in this situation, the greatest part of the boat's crews passed the night without any covering to shelter them from the inclemency of the weather. The following day continued thick, rainy weather, so that we could not stir to any advantage. As intervals of fair or clear weather permitted, parties strolled along the beach and met with some oak trees, on which account our present situation was called Oak Cove. It stretches a little to the westward and nearly meets the termination of Port Townsend, as has been already noticed. The morning of the 10th was fair, and we set out again pretty early to explore the southern arm. After crossing Oak Cove, we kept the starboard shore on board, and about 9 fell in with a few canoes of Indians, seemingly a fishing party, as they had no women with them or anything to traffic. We landed soon after on the inside of the point of a cove, which was named Indian Cove, to breakfast, and about 18 of the natives landed close to us upon the beach, where they very quietly laid down their bows and quivers upon the stump of a tree and sat themselves down very peaceably. They were but indifferently clothed with the skins of animals, chiefly deer, lynx, marten and bear. One of them had a very large skin of the brown tiger, Felis concolor, which was some proof of that animal being found thus far to the northward on this side of the continent, but we saw very little of the sea otter skins among them, which also shows that that animal is not fond of penetrating far inland. The rocky cliffs near the point where we breakfasted abounded with Terra ponderosa errata, and on the beach was found different kinds of iron ore and a variety of the siliceous order. After distributing some trinkets among the Indians, who readily accepted anything that was offered to them and who appeared to speak a different language from those at the entrance of the straits, we embarked and in crossing over the cove saw a small village at the bottom of it, to which the natives who were with us went after we parted. On the opposite point to where we breakfasted, the observed latitude was 47 degrees 56 N, and we went but little further when we found the tide of ebb run so strong to the northward, together with a fresh breeze of wind, that we were compelled to wait until the flood made in our favour, and then proceeded until in the afternoon we reached a round clump of trees which had the appearance of an island, but which we found joined by a narrow beach to the western shore. From this, the arm took a southwesterly direction which we pursued until dark, and then stopped for the night, which was serene and pleasant, on a snug beach where we were very comfortable on the larboard shore. The country on both sides of the arm still preserved a very moderate height and everywhere covered with pine forests close down to the beach, and this afternoon I found on the western side a good number of hazelnut trees for the first time on this side of America. Next morning at daybreak, we set out pursuing this arm, which was nearly 2 miles wide in a southerly direction, with fair weather but little or no wind. In the afternoon, we found a branch going off in a northwest direction, which we followed to its termination, and finding it only a deep bay. We returned back along the opposite shore, and about dark pitched our tents for the night near its southern point of entrance. At a place we landed on near the bottom of the bay, I saw vast abundance of a beautiful new species of vaccinium, with evergreen leaves in full bloom. It grew bushy and was of a dark green colour like myrtles, which it much resembled in its general appearance. I'd seen it before in several other places since we came into the Straits, but nowhere in such perfection as here. I therefore employed this afternoon in making a delineation of it as we went along in the boat. We felt it exceedingly cold next morning before the sun got up. The mercury in a thermometer exposed to the open air was as low as 42° of Fahrenheit scale. This was occasioned by our being close under that high ridge of mountains, with snowy summits which support the peaks of Mount Olympus, and which now lay between us and the sea coast, but their sides were everywhere covered with one continued forest of pine. Soon after daybreak we were again in motion, pursuing the arm which still led to the southward. As we stopped about noon to get a meridian altitude, we were overtaken by a canoe with 2 men who made signs to us that there were more before us. The Seine was hauled with indifferent success while I took a stroll about the woods, where I found 3 different kinds of maple and a rhamnus, arbutus and ceanothus that were new to me, besides several others. After dinner, we set out to continue our examination of the arm, which was now hemmed in by lofty mountains on one side and a low flat country of considerable extent on the other. About 5 in the afternoon, we observed smoke and some natives on a beach on the starboard shore, to which we pulled in with the boats. On landing, we found 2 or 3 families occupied in drying and smoking clams, skewered upon small rods. We saw but a few men, the women and children having fled into the woods at our approach, and from all appearance their residence seemed to be a temporary one merely for the purpose of drying and collecting fish. They told us that more natives were on the opposite point where the arm seemed to take an easterly direction. We crossed over and found them more numerous, living on the beach without any kind of habitation, shelter or covering whatever, which leads us to conclude that they were only a foraging party in pursuit of game, collecting and drying fish. We procured from them a number of salmon and flatfish, and the men purchased several bear skins, but we saw no sea otter skins among them. Several of them were pockmarked, a number of them had lost an eye, and amongst them were some whose faces we recollected seeing in Indian Cove. This was better confirmed by finding in their possession some of the trinkets we had there distributed. They had also iron Chinese caches, a kind of base money pierced with a hole, and beads, which clearly showed that they had had either direct or indirect communication with the traders on the exterior part of the coast. On this point we saw some oak, but in a very dwarf state, and on the opposite shore saw pretty large trees of maple, American alder, and several other plants which I had not before observed on this coast. Having spent some little time with the Indians and satisfied ourselves with respect to the termination of the arm, we could do nothing else but return back the way we came. For the night, which was fine and pleasant, we rested at a little distance from the Indians without the least disturbance or molestation. At daylight on the 13th, we set out on our return to the vessels, and had the mortification, for the first time since our departure, to find a fresh northerly breeze right in our teeth, which made our progress not only slow but exceedingly laborious for the people who kept pulling on their oars the whole day, with very little intermission until 9 at night, when we landed and pitched our tents to enjoy a little repose. These exertions became now necessary on account of the exhausted state of our provisions. The next morning was calm and pleasant, but it soon after became dark and gloomy with fluctuating airs in every direction. We set off again by the dawn of day, and about 3 in the afternoon we reached as far as the bluff point at the division of the two arms, when it became very thick and foggy and began to rain very hard with an easterly wind. As it was the intention to look into the arm leading to the southeast, we landed and erected our tents upon a fine plain to the southward of the point in hopes that the following day would be more favourable for the pursuit. In strolling about the beach, one of the gentlemen knocked down an animal about the size of a cat with a stone, and as he was going to pick it up, it ejected a fluid of the most offensive smell, and impregnated the air so that no one could remain any time within some distance of where it fell. I satisfied myself, however, that it was the skunk, Vivera putorius. May 15th. The morning of the 15th was thick fog with constant rain, which entirely frustrated the design of any further researches. As all our provisions were now expended, we were obliged to set out pretty early for the vessels without waiting for the return of fine weather. In this we were luckily assisted by a fresh breeze from the southeast, which enabled us to reach the port by 3 in the afternoon, wet, hungry and uncomfortable. In this excursion, which carried us about blank miles in a southerly direction from the port, we saw only the few natives I have already mentioned. Silence and solitude seemed to prevail over this fine and extensive country. Even the feathered race, as if unable to endure the stillness that pervaded everywhere, had in a great measure abandoned it, and were therefore very scarce. A few large cranes that inhabited the inland pastures, some white-headed eagles that hovered over the arms and perched in the trees on both sides watching for fish, seemingly their only prey, a few ducks that were seen in 2 or 3 places on the ponds behind the points, and a kind of small blackbird with red shoulders, Oriolus phoenicius, that hopped about amongst the bulrushes, with a few crows that seemed to accompany the Indians, comprehended our ornithological list of this extensive tract. We found everywhere a due depth of water for the purposes of navigation, but fresh water was scarce. A few runs we here and there fell in with supplied our wants, but many of these would no doubt be dried up in the summer months. The land on each side of us was of moderate height and nearly level, till we came to the foot of that ridge of lofty mountains between us and the sea coast, which extended as far to the southward as we went. On the 16th, the wind was light and unsettled with rain and thick weather. We were visited by some of the natives in a single canoe, and during our absence they frequented the port in greater numbers. One day in particular, about 30 came in 4 or 5 canoes, and they always behaved themselves quietly and harmlessly. They all spoke a dialect of the Newcombe language, hence it is probable that this forms the eastern boundary of that great and numerous nation, though I am inclined to think that its limits hardly extend so far, and that the permanent habitations of these visitors are situated much nearer the sea coast, from which foraging parties occasionally come up here in pursuit of fish and game for sustenance. The ship being found crank, 20 tons of shingle ballast was got on board, and lutea. Broughton and Mr. Whidbey employed themselves in making an accurate survey of the harbour and settling its exact situation by a vast number of astronomical observations, the result of which gave the latitude of the observatory as 48 degree 2 30 inches north and 237 degree 22 20 inches east longitude from the meridian of Greenwich. Captain Vancouver named it Port Discovery, but we afterwards found that the Spaniards had named it Port Quadra the year before, and having then anchored in it, surely gives their name a prior right of continuing, to prevent that confusion of names which are but too common in newly discovered countries. The wooding, watering, and every other necessary refitment being now completed, The following day was employed in getting everything ready for leaving Port Quadra. The tents and observatory were struck and sent on board with the astronomical instruments and timekeepers. I employed the day in getting on board some live plants, which were new to me, as I did not know that I should anywhere else meet with them, and in planting them in the frame on the quarter-deck. At daylight on the 18th of May, we both weighed anchor, and with light variable airs of wind and the assistance of the boats ahead, we got out of Port Quadra by the channel to the eastward of Protection Island. As Captain Vancouver was going to land on that island to take some bearings, I went with him to have another short stroll on that delightful spot. Among other plants, I collected and was not a little surprised to meet with the cactus opuntia, or prickly pear, thus far to the northward. It grew plentifully, but in a very dwarf state on the eastern point of the island, which is low, flat, and has dry, sandy soil. About noon, the vessels were advanced between the island and the mainland when, on our return, we called on board the Chatham, where Captain Vancouver left orders for a short separation of the vessels. At this time a fresh breeze sprung up at west, with which we steered for Admiralty Inlet, whilst the Chatham hauled up to the northwestward, being dispatched to look into a large opening that appeared in that direction on the other side of this large gulf. After obtaining what information they could of the size and general direction of it and the other branches in that quarter, they were directed to follow us into Admiralty Inlet, pursuing the southeast arm that was left unexplored by the boats, and keeping the starboard shore of it aboard until they fell in with us. We soon entered Admiralty Inlet, and passing Port Townsend on our right, continued our course with a moderate breeze until about 5 in the afternoon, when we came to anchor on the larboard shore in 28 fathoms water, about 10 or 12 miles from the entrance. About 8 in the morning, we weighed and made sail with the tide of flood in our favour to the southeastward. Soon after, we passed the bluff point and entered the new arm, which preserved nearly the same width and general direction, and which we continued sailing up with a fine breeze from the northwest. On our left hand we passed a wide opening going off to the northward, and soon after on our right a pleasant point covered with the richest verdure in latitude 47 degrees 38 north and longitude 237 degrees 46 east, on which we observed a small village and some natives. To the southward of this, the shore inclined into a large bay with a round island covered with wood, after passing which we found that the arm here divided into two branches, one going to the southward, which was narrow, and another to the southwestward, on which account we hauled in for the starboard shore and came to an anchor about 6 in the evening on the inside of the island in 35 fathoms water close to the inner point of it. A canoe came alongside with 2 or 3 men in her, and after receiving some little presents they paddled off in great haste towards the village we passed on the point. 2 boats were now provided with arms, ammunition, and a week's provision to go off in the morning to examine the arm leading to the southward. And though their mode of procedure in these surveying cruises was not very favourable for my pursuits, as it afforded me so little time on shore at the different places we landed at, yet it was the most eligible I could at this time adopt for obtaining a general knowledge of the produce of the country. I therefore embarked next morning before daylight with Lieutenant Puget in the launch, who commanded the party together with Mr. Whidbey in the cutter, who was directed to continue the survey. About dawn we entered the arm which led to the southward, and appeared to be about half a league wide, with sandy shores, low land covered with trees to the water's edge on both sides. After pursuing it for about 3 leagues, we passed at noon a large opening, or rather deep bay, going off to the eastward and apparently ending among very low marshy land. As we saw an opening on the northeast side of this bay, we conjectured that it might probably join the other branch of the arm and make the land we passed on our left hand in the forenoon and island. Up this bay we had a most charming prospect of Mount Rainier, which now appeared close to us, though at least 10 or 12 leagues off. For the low land at the head of the bay swelled out very gradually to form a most beautiful and majestic mountain of great elevation, whose line of ascent appeared equally smooth and gradual on every side, with a round obtuse summit covered 2/3 of its height down with perpetual snow, as were also the summits of a rugged ridge of mountains that proceeded from it to the northward. We pursued our southerly direction with a strong flood tide in our favour, and about 2 in the afternoon we came to another arm leading off to the westward, which we entered and found a very strong tide against us. At this time we were at a loss how to account for this, as it evidently appeared to be the flood tide by rising on the shore, though we afterward found that it was occasioned by a number of islands around which the tide had reverted. And as it was very strong against us, we disembarked on the point to dine until it should slacken a little. While we were here, 2 canoes passed on the opposite shore, who dodged us at a distance several times in the forenoon. They afterward crossed over and went into a small cove close to us, where we soon followed them, and on the point of it saw a number of old deserted huts amongst the trees, but saw none of the Indians, till we were returning back from the end of the cove, when we heard them hailing from the opposite shore. And as we began to pull across towards them, we observed the women and children scudding into the woods, loaded with parcels, but the men put off from the shore in 2 canoes to meet us. We made them some little presents to convince them of our amicable intentions, on which they invited us by signs to land. The only one we found remaining on the beach was an old woman without either hut or shelter, sitting near their baskets of provision and stores. The former consisted chiefly of clams, some of which were dried and smoked and strung up for the convenience of carrying them about their necks. But a great number of them were still fresh in the shell, which they readily parted with to our people for buttons, beads, and bits of copper. After making some presents to their women, whom we prevailed upon them to recall from the woods, we left them and were followed by the 2 canoes with some men in each till we brought up in the evening. While we were erecting a small marquee for ourselves and a tent for the people, they lay off at a little distance, gazing on us with astonishment, and greatly surprised, no doubt, at the expeditious manner in which we erected our houses. They stayed with us till it was dark, and then went to the opposite shore, where they kindled a fire and stayed for the night. Here I found some small trees of both the American and mountain ash, neither of which I had before met with on this side of the continent. The other plants I saw in the course of this day were nearly the same as I had before examined in the other arm during the former cruise. Early the next morning we were visited by the 2 canoes who, after we went off, rushed on shore to examine the place we had occupied where we left them, and soon after ran through a narrow gut leading to the southward, and winded round into a wide deep bay which led off northwest about 4 miles. This we pursued, passing on our right a high sandy cliff in which a species of diver burrowed very numerously like swallows. We saw more of them in the cliffs of a small island a little further on, which was also inhabited by a great number of crows attending their young. Here we landed and shot several of them, which were found very good. We went but a little further on, when we were convinced that the bottom of the bay was entirely closed up by a low beach and some naked marshy land behind it. As we were pulling across, we saw some natives before us on the western shore, 3 of whom put off in a canoe to meet us. We made them amicable signs to come alongside of the boat, but no inducement could make them venture near us. On the contrary, they, with menacing signs, wanted us to return back the way we came, and treated with contempt the alluring presents we held up to them. As their dispositions were thus inimical, it was not thought prudent to give them any further uneasiness by visiting their habitations. It was, however, necessary to convince them by some means or other that we were still inclined to be friendly, and an expedient was hit upon which answered the purpose. Some copper, iron medals, buttons, and other trinkets were fastened on a piece of board and left floating on the surface of the water while we pulled away to a little distance and suffered the Indians to take it up. This was repeated 2 or 3 times with the same success. By this method they ventured to come alongside of the boats. They were 3 stout fellows. 2 of them were much pitted with the smallpox, and each destitute of a right eye. As we kept pulling along shore, they followed us, accepting of little presents, but offering no return. On the whole, their disposition appeared still shy and distrustful, notwithstanding our liberality and friendly behaviour towards them. They seemed to value copper, but would not part with their bows or arrows in exchange for it. They frequently mentioned the words poo-poo, pointing to the direction we came from, by which we supposed they meant the report of our muskets, which they might have heard while we were amusing ourselves in shooting young crows on Crow Island. They kept calling now and then with a vociferous noise to other Indians on the opposite shore, in which we could plainly perceive ourselves distinguished by the name of Poo-Poo men. As the weather was now very sultry, we hauled in for a small creek on purpose to dine in the heat of the day. Here we found 2 or 3 small runs of water, and were going to haul a small seine we had in the launch, but the appearance of 6 canoes with about 20 people in them, which our shy followers had collected by their vociferous noise, prevented it. These strangers paddled directly into the creek and landed close to us, but a mark was drawn on the beach, which they perfectly understood to prevent their intermixing with our party till we had dined, when we could better watch their motions and pilfering dispositions. The Indians being thus disposed, some in their canoes, others sitting down on the beach close to them, we went to dinner on an elevated bank at the edge of the woods between them and the boats, with our firearms loaded at hand. Here we not only had the boats in which the people were at dinner under our eye, but also the natives, who were now joined by another canoe with 4 men in her. Despite their compliance with our request, we could not help conceiving that there was something suspicious and distrustful in their behaviour, for they were all armed with bows and quivers well stored with arrows, and there were no women with them. A little after, they quitted the beach and went into their canoes, where they appeared for some time in earnest consultation, as if they had some deep plot in view, and we had no doubt but we were the subject of it, from their pointing sometimes to us on the bank and then to the boats. However, as we were all armed and ready to act jointly from the boats as well as from the shore, we chose rather to conceal our suspicions and keep a watchful eye over their motions. Soon after this we observed 3 canoes stealing as it were towards the boats, but they were called to and ordered back by expressive signs, which they obeyed. In a little time, another canoe was seen coming into the creek, and as she approached, almost all of them in a moment jumped out from their canoes on the beach and were stringing their bow with every apparent preparation for an attack. At first, we thought it was to oppose the canoe coming in, but we soon perceived that their aim was at us by seeing them advance in a body along the beach over the line that had been drawn as a mark and explained to them. One man, more daring than the rest, jumped up the bank within a few yards of us with his bow and arrows ready in hand, with the intention, as we thought, of getting behind a tree where he could molest us with more safety. At this instant we all jumped up with our muskets in our hands ready to oppose them, and made them understand by menacing signs that if they did not return back again to their canoes, we would that moment fire upon them. They, seeing the people in the boats equally ready and armed at the same time, reluctantly sneaked back to their places. But as for the man who jumped up the bank, it was actually necessary to point a musket to his breast before the determined villain would recede from his purpose. Having thus retired to their station, seemingly much dissatisfied with the repulse they met with, and still in deep consultation, with some of them sharpening their arrows as if they were again preparing and had not yet given up their purposed attack. We, however, sat down again to finish our meal, and as we could no longer have the smallest doubt of their hostile intentions, we watched their motions very narrowly, and none of them were suffered to approach near to us. Had their temerity carried them so far as to discharge a single arrow at us, the consequences would instantly be fatal to them, as it was determined to punish such an unprovoked attack with deserved severity to deter others from aspiring to such diabolic schemes and committing such atrocious actions, by which already too many have lost their lives on this coast. A whole boat's crew being cut off and massacred in the year 1787, not 30 leagues from our present situation, besides acts equally guilty and alarming to strangers. As they were convinced of our watchful eye over their treacherous conduct, and impressed with an idea of our readiness to oppose their hostilities, they now appeared somewhat irresolute how to act, and this was thought a good time to fire off one of our swivels from the launch, that they might see we had other resources for their destruction besides those in our hands, and more powerful ones. But they showed less fear or astonishment at either the report of the swivel or the distant effect of the shot than any Indians I ever saw. So little in the way of intercourse with civilized nations. They, however, now seemed to relinquish their design, and on seeing our things carried down to the boat, they began to offer their bows and arrows for sale, which was a convincing sign of their peaceable intentions, and they were readily purchased from them, as by this means we disarmed them in a more satisfactory manner. These people were in all about 30 in number, and in general stout and resolute men. They had no women or children with them, which made us more suspicious of their designs. They had a number of skins such as bears, lynxes, raccoons, rabbits and deer, which they readily parted with for any kind of trinkets that were offered them in exchange, but we saw no otter skins amongst them, and I believe they were seldom to be met with so far inland. When the things were got into the boats, we set off to pursue our examination along the shore, which now took an easterly turn, followed by all the canoes very amicably disposed, and offering every little thing they had in the way of barter. So, whatever was the cause of their late behaviour, they now seemed wholly to forget it. Finding we were going out of the bay, they soon quitted us and paddled in different directions towards their habitations. In the afternoon, the wind set in from the southward with hard rain, which obliged us to pitch our tents pretty early, on the western point of a narrow passage leading to the southward, opposite to the narrow gut we came through in the morning. On the morning of the 22nd, we had fine weather again with little wind. We set out pretty early and rowed through the narrow passage. Afterward, finding we were amongst a number of large islands, which rendered the survey and examination more tedious and perplexing, we stood to the eastward as Mr. Whidbey wished to take up his former angular bearings in the main branch, which we reached about noon. We landed on a small island close to the eastern shore about 2 leagues to the southward of where we quitted the same reach 2 days ago. Here we dined, after which we pursued the main arm to the southward. As we were standing for a point on the western shore, we had very heavy rain, thunder and lightning with dark, hazy weather that obliged us to land in a commodious place near the point and encamp for the night. Here 3 canoes with some men in them came to us from the eastern shore. They had a quantity of the young shoots of raspberries and of the Triglochian maritimum, which they gave us to understand was good to eat, and freely offered us all they had, which were accepted of. Though we made no use of them, yet we did not leave their generosity unpaid, making a small present to each, which was infinitely more valuable to them. We requested them to get us some fish, and they went over immediately and brought us some salmon. If we understood them right, they told us there were plenty up a river on the eastern shore where they came from. They paddled off again in the dusk of the evening, so that we remained quiet and unmolested all night. The morning of the 24th was so thick and foggy that we did not quit our place of encampment until after breakfast, when it cleared up so that we could go on with our examination. We first pulled over to the opposite shore in expectation of finding, according to the account of the natives, a river and procuring some more fish. We found it a large bay so flat and shallow that we could not approach near the shore, seemingly backed by a large extent of marshy country. But we did not see any appearance of a river, though there may probably be some large streams, as the water was brackish, and as we were not likely to obtain a nearer view of them, or gain any advantage from them, we pursued the arm, which now took a sudden turn to the northwest, followed by a number of canoes which joined us from the large bay. As we were pulling on our oars without any wind, they easily kept up with us for some time, and behaved very peaceably, and as I found one of them very communicative, I amused myself in obtaining some knowledge of their language, which I found very different from that spoken at Nootka, or at the entrance of De Fuca Straits. As we were passing the island we had examined yesterday on our right, we were joined by a canoe in which was one of our one-eyed acquaintances, who had behaved so treacherously and was so active against us 2 days before. His conduct then entitled him to no favour from us, and we took no further notice of him than that of neglecting him, when we bestowed little presents on all the rest who were with us, on which account he soon went away, and the other canoes likewise soon left us. We continued up this reach, which is about 3 leagues in the above direction, and about half a league wide, passing about the middle of it a large opening, going off to the southward, and reaching an island at the further end of it about 2 in the afternoon, where we landed to dine, and on account of the heavy rain, thunder and lightning which set in soon after, we were obliged to pitch our tents and remain on it all night. On the 24th we set out pretty early to continue our examination. Here the arm trended more to the northward NNW, and after pursuing it about 7 or 8 miles, we found it terminated in shoal water and low marshy land, near which we breakfasted in a small creek and tried a haul of the seine with very little success, only 1 salmon trout. As we passed this morning, a narrow arm going to the southward, we put back and pursued it with very rainy weather, and soon found it inclining a little to the eastward to meet the large opening we passed yesterday, making the land on the left of us a large island, on the south side of which we encamped for the night, and found the country exceedingly pleasant, and the soil the richest I have seen in this country. The woods abound with luxuriant ferns that grow overhead. Next morning we again pursued the arm, keeping the starboard shore on board, and passing on the other side some islands that were divided by 2 or 3 branches leading off to the eastward. We found the arm, which was now about a mile wide, winded round to the southwestward, and by noon we saw its termination, though we could not get with the boats within 2 miles of it on account of the shallowness of the water, which was one continued flat, dry at every retreat of the tide, and on which we found abundance of small oysters similar to those in Port Quadra. We returned back the arm till we came to the last opening we had passed in the morning, and then struck off to the eastward about 2 miles, and encamped on the point of another arm leading to the southward. We had on the morning of the 26th fine pleasant weather, with which we pursued our examination in an arm leading to the southward, which we soon found divided into 2 branches leading nearly the same general direction for about 4 or 5 miles, and then terminating among low land. Near the termination of the westernmost branch, we saw 2 Indian villages, one on each side of it inhabited by about 70 or 80 natives each. We visited one of them, and they received us in the most friendly manner, without showing the least signs of distrustful behaviour or any fear or alarm when we landed amongst them, for the women remained in their huts, and some of them had pretty good features, while the children followed us begging for presents. They seemed to be of the same tribe as those we saw before, though very different in their friendly and peaceable dispositions. Their huts were small, wretched sheds covered with mats made of bulrushes, and their dresses were chiefly formed of the skins. Of the wild animals of the forest, that which was peculiar to the women was a dressed deer's skin wrapped round their waist and covering down to their knees, or rather below them, and the men too generally wore some little covering before them to hide those parts, which modesty and almost the universal voice of nature require. We made but a short stay among these people, and on leaving them distributed some beads and little ornamental trinkets, chiefly of brass and copper, among the women and children, of which they were very fond. On our return back to the northward, we kept the continental shore aboard, and by 2 in the afternoon we came to our old ground by the large opening we had passed on the 23rd, so that we had now entirely finished this complicated sound, which afterward obtained the name of Puget Sound, and after dining on the east point of the opening, a favourable breeze sprang up from the southward, which we made use of to return to the ship by the nearest route we could take. In the dusk of the evening, as we were passing the island on which we dined on the 22nd, near the eastern shore of the main arm, we saw a fire kindled upon it, which we could not suppose then to be anyone else's but the natives, till we afterward understood that it was Captain Vancouver and his party putting up for the evening. They likewise observed our boats and sails, but as we were at some distance, they took us for canoes, and so they went on surveying and examining the very ground that we had gone over. When we came into the main arm, finding the breeze freshening and likely to remain steady in our favour, we continued on under sail all night, and arrived at the ship about 2 o'clock the next morning, but as they had removed her out of the place we had left her in towards the point where the village was, we were obliged to fire off some swivels which they answered from the ship, and thereby discovered to us her situation. We now found that the Chatham had joined 2 days before us, after examining the northwest side of the Gulf, which they found to consist of a vast number of islands, with wide and extensive openings leading to the northward and northwestward. We also learned that Captain Vancouver and Mr. Johnston set off yesterday morning with 2 boats to examine the arm leading to the southeastward, which we have already supposed to join with the one we were in. While we were absent, the natives one day brought a deer alongside of the ship, which they had ensnared by means of a large net on the adjacent island, and disposed of it for about a foot square of sheet copper. This being a day of recreation, it induced a party of officers with a number of men from both vessels to land on the island to try their luck and enjoy the sport of the chase, and they were not wholly disappointed, for they startled 2 or 3 deer, but could not kill any of them. As the party had spread out through the woods in different directions, they ran no little danger of shooting one another among the bushes. To waste as little time as possible of the fine weather we now enjoyed in our investigation, Lieutenant Broughton sailed on the forenoon of the 28th with the Chatham, taking with him Mr. Whidbey with a boat and boat's crew from the Discovery, and left word for Captain Vancouver that he would follow back the opposite shore of this arm, which was presumed to be the continent, and enter the first opening leading to the northward, which he would pursue till he met with a division of it, and then he would bring to with the vessel and send 2 boats off to examine its branches. I landed on the point near the ship, where I found a few families of Indians living in very mean huts or sheds formed of slender rafters and covered with mats. Several of the women were digging on the point, which excited my curiosity to know what they were digging for, and found it to be a little bulbous root of a liliaceous plant, which, on searching about for the flower of it, I discovered to be a new genus of the Triandria monogyna. This root, along with the young shoots of raspberries and a species of barnacle which they picked off the rocks along shore, formed at this time the chief part of their wretched subsistence. Some of the women were employed in making mats of the bulrushes, while the men were lolling about in sluggish idleness. There were about 70 inhabitants on this point, but a number of them removed with all their furniture since the ship lay here. One day, a chief with some others visited the ship from the eastern shore of the arm, to whom Captain Vancouver made some presents of blue cloth, copper, iron, etc. But as soon as they got into their canoes, they offered everything they got for sale to our people except the copper, which showed they put the most value on that metal. They were of the same tribe and spoke the same language as those we saw in Puget Sound. In the edge of the wood, I saw a good deal of ash, Fraxinus, Canadian poplar. On the 29th, Captain Vancouver and Mr. Johnstone returned from their cruise, when we learned it was their fire we saw on the small island in our return to the ship on the evening of the 26th, as already related. We further learned that they pursued the arm they went to examine in a southeast direction for about 4 leagues, when they found it enter that extensive bay, running up almost to the bottom of Mount Rainier, which we have already described. Then they steered on a southwesterly direction for about 3 leagues, till they came into our arm leading to the southward, and being doubtful of its being the same that we went up, they pursued it and went over nearly the same ground that we did, with only this difference, that they were more tenacious of keeping the larboard shore on board, and we the starboard, so that they did not examine the small arm leading to the westward. In one place in the southeast arm, they saw 2 or 3 small huts, from which about 10 natives accompanied them a little way in 4 canoes, offering them nothing else for sale but bows and arrows, which we conceive was a sure sign of their peaceable intentions. The morning of the 30th of May was calm and clear till 8, when a light breeze sprung up from the southward, with which we weighed and made sail to the northward back the arm to join the Chatham. At noon our latitude was 47° 42' north, within 3 or 4 miles of the arm leading off to the northward, which we soon after entered, but having calms and baffling winds alternately, we were obliged to ply up the arm, and about the dusk of the evening had a sight of the Chatham at anchor close to a point of the starboard shore, but, The ebb tide setting strongly against us prevented our getting up with her till midnight when we came to an anchor close to her, and were informed that she reached this place the evening of the day she parted with us. And next morning Mr. Broughton dispatched Mr. Whitby with 2 boats to examine the openings that lay to the northward. The forenoon of the 31st, I had a stroll on shore on the point under which we lay, and which at noon was ascertained to be in latitude 47° 58' north and longitude 237° 37' east, which is about 34 leagues inland from the entrance of the straits, and as the most easterly situation the vessels anchored in. Mr. Broughton named the point from the vast abundance of wild roses that grew upon it Rose Point. A large bay which went off to the northward was the most easterly situation which our boats explored in this country. It terminates in latitude 48° north and longitude 238° 2 east. The land everywhere round us was still of a very moderate height and covered with a thick forest of different kinds of pine trees. In a marshy situation behind the beach, I found some aquatic plants I had not before met with. In the afternoon we both weighed to follow the boats up the arm to the northward, but did not proceed far when we came to, again near an inland in mid-channel, for the night, during which it rained very heavily. Some dogs had been left on shore on this island, whose yells were heard several times in the night. In the morning of the 1st of June we weighed anchor, and finding the arm a little to the northward of us divided into 2 branches, we stood up the eastermost, which soon in the afternoon we found to terminate in a large bay with very shallow water and muddy bottom, on which the Chatham, who was about 2 miles ahead of us, got aground owing to the inattention or unskilfulness of the leadsmen. For on sounding afterwards they found they had run over a flat of near half a mile, so very level that there was not more than a foot depth of water difference. Yet the leadsman passed over this space without perceiving it, till they struck which was upon an ebb tide, and it afterwards fell about 5 feet. They carried out a small anchor 3 hawsers' length from the vessel, and after heaving tight waited the return of the flood tide, which about 11 floated them, without having received any injury when they hauled out and brought to in deeper water. Next morning we had rain and foggy weather, which continued till about noon. In the forenoon we both weighed, and with a light northerly air returned down the arm till we came a little below the point of division, and then anchored near the eastern shore abreast of a small bay formed between 2 steep sandy bluffs, into which we found some small streams of fresh water empty themselves, which was rather a scarce article hitherto in our different explorings. We also saw some of the long poles already mentioned erected upon the beach. In the evening, the 2 boats returned after having carried their examination to the termination of the western branch, which was named Port Gardner, and which, like the rest, they found to end with shoal water surrounded by low land. In this arm, they saw 2 villages prettily numerously inhabited with natives. They supposed there might be upwards of 200 in each, and they behaved very peaceably. They found oak timber more abundant in this arm than any we had yet explored, and the country to the westward of it they described as a fine, rich country, abounding with luxuriant lawns, cropped with the finest verdure, and extensive prospects teeming with the softer beauties of nature, as we have already mentioned in our view of it from Port Townsend. We remained here the 2 following days with fine pleasant weather. The latter being the King's birthday, Captain Vancouver landed about noon with some of the officers on the south point of the small bay, where he took possession of the country, with the usual forms in His Majesty's name, and named it New Georgia. On hoisting the English colours on the spot, each vessel proclaimed it aloud with a royal salute in honour of the day. We both weighed anchor early on the morning of the 5th, and with a moderate breeze from the northward made sail back again out of the arm after having explored its different branches. We were joined from the western branch, which the boats last examined, by several canoes who accompanied us to near the entrance of the arm, where a fresher breeze from the northwest carried us away from them, and they remained with their canoes for some. In the dusk of the evening we passed the bluff point at the division of the first long arm, and about midnight came to an anchor a few miles beyond it on the western shore, but the Chatham, being swept by a strong eddy into Oak Cove, was obliged to come to in the entrance of it much sooner. Next morning we had westerly wind, but being favoured with a strong ebb tide, we both weighed and plied against a pretty fresh breeze until towards noon, when it fell nearly calm. Having got out of Admiralty Inlet, we both came to an anchor on the outside near the north point of its entrance. As Captain Vancouver and Mr. Broughton were at this time going off in a boat to observe for the latitude and take bearings on a small island about 4 or 5 miles to the northward of us, I accompanied them to examine it, at the same time for plants, but I found nothing different from what I had before met with in the arms. About the rocks were a number of black sea pies, of which we shot several and found them good eating. Most part of the island was faced with a sandy cliff and covered with pines densely coped with underwood. Mr. Whidbey having received orders before we left the vessel to equip 2 boats with the necessary arms and provisions, and to proceed to the northward along the eastern shore of this gulf, examining the different inlets he might fall in with, until he came to a place on the north side where the Chatham had anchored, which Mr. Broughton had named Strawberry Bay, and which was pointed out as the place of rendezvous. On our return from the small islands, we found Mr. Whidbey had gone off with the 2 boats to execute these orders, and that the vessels had been visited by a few natives who had nothing to dispose of but a few waterfowls, particularly a blackish-coloured species of auk with a horn-like excrescence rising from the ridge of its bill, and as it appeared to be a new species, I named it Alca rhinoceros, and described it. We cannot quit Admiralty Inlet without observing that its beautiful canals and wandering navigable branches traverse through a low flat country upwards of 20 leagues to the southward of its entrance and 8 or 9 leagues to the eastward and to the northeast, thus diffusing utility and ornament to a rich country by affording a commodious and ready communication through every part of it to the termination of the most distant branches. Its short distance from the ocean, which is not above 26 leagues, and easy access by the Straits of Juan de Fuca, is likewise much in its favour should its fertile banks be hereafter settled by any civilised nation. Its shores are for the most part sandy, intermixed with pebbles, and a variety of small silicious stones abounding with iron ore in various forms. For we hardly met with a rock or stone that was not evidently less or more impregnated with this useful metal, which the benevolent hand of nature has so liberally dispersed throughout almost every part of the world, but perhaps nowhere so apparently abundant as along the shores of this great inlet. At the angular windings of these canals, we generally found low, flat points, evidently formed by the deposits of the tides and currents, embanking them round by a high beach, behind which were frequently seen ponds of salt water that at first no less astonished our curiosity concerning their formation than balked our hopes when we approached them either to quench our thirst or fill our water casks. Many of these ponds were at the distance of some 100 yards from the seaside, and appeared to us to have no other means of communication or supply than that of oozing through the beach and loose, gravelly soil which composed the point. Now, the general appearance of the country from this station was as follows. To the southwest of us, a high ridge of mountains ran from the outer point of De Fuca's entrance in a southeast direction, gradually increasing in height to form the rugged, elevated peaks of Mount Olympus in latitude 47° 48' in and longitude 236° 30', and afterwards diminishing suddenly and ending a little beyond the termination of the first long arm we examined. To the southeast of us, down Admiralty Inlet, was seen, through a beautiful avenue formed by the banks of the inlet, Mount Rainier at the distance of 26 leagues, which did not diminish but rather apparently augmented its great elevation and huge bulky appearance. From it, a complete ridge of mountains with rugged and peaked summits covered here and there with patches of snow and forming a solid and impassable barrier on the east side of New Georgia, ran in a due north direction to join Mount Baker about 15 leagues to the northeastward of us, and from thence proceeded in high broken mountains to the northwestward. Between us and the above ridge, and to the southward of us, between the 2 mountains already mentioned, a fine level country intervened, chiefly covered with pine forests, abounding here and there with clear spots of considerable extent, and intersected with the various winding branches of Admiralty Inlet as already mentioned. These clear spots or lawns are clothed with a rich carpet of verdure and adorned with clumps of trees and a surrounding verge of scattered pines, which, with their advantageous situation on the banks of these inland arms of the sea, give them a beauty of prospect equal to the most admired parks in England. A traveller wandering over these unfrequented plains is regaled with a salubrious and vivifying air impregnated with the balsamic fragrance of the surrounding pinery, while his mind is eagerly occupied every moment on new objects and his senses riveted on the enchanting variety of the surrounding scenery, where the softer beauties of landscape are harmoniously blended in majestic grandeur with the wild and romantic to form an interesting and picturesque prospect on every side. The climate appeared to us exceedingly favourable in so high a latitude, a gentle westerly breeze generally set in the forenoon which died away in the evening, and the nights were mostly calm and serene. Nor do we believe that those destructive gales which drive their furious course along the exterior edge of the coast ever visit these interior regions but with the mildest force, as we saw no traces of their devastation that would lead us to think otherwise. The soil, though in general light and gravelly, would, I am confident, yield most of the European fruits and grains in perfection, so that it offers a desirable situation for a new settlement to carry on husbandry in its various branches. If the scarcity of fresh water, which we frequently experienced in most of our excursions through it, might not be severely felt in dry seasons, as many of the relay which supplied our wants seemed to depend on rain or the melted snow from the neighbouring mountains, which of consequence might then be dried up and cause an insurmountable difficulty in procuring that useful element so necessary to the existence of the animated creation. The woods here were chiefly composed of the silver fir, white spruce, Norway spruce and hemlock spruce, together with the American arbor vitae and common yew. And besides these, we saw a variety of hardwood scattered along the banks of the arms, such as oak, the sycamore or great maple, sugar maple, mountain maple and Pennsylvanian maple, the Tacamahack and Canadian poplars, the American ash, common hazel, American alder, common willow and the oriental arbutus, but none of their hardwood trees were in great abundance or acquired sufficient size to be of any great utility, except the oak in some particular places, as at Port Gardner and Oak Cove. We also met here pretty frequent in the wood with that beautiful native of the Levant, the purple rhododendron, together with the great flowered dogwood, common dogwood and Canadian dogwood, the Caroline rose and dog rose, but most part of the shrubs and underwood were new and undescribed. Several of them I named as Arbutus glauca, Vaccinium lucidum, Vaccinium tetragonum, Lonicera nootkagensis, Gaultheria fruticosa, Spirea cerulata, Rubus nootkagensis. Others, from particular circumstances, were doubtful, and could not be ascertained till they are hereafter compared with more extensive descriptions, etc., on my return to England. The wild fruits were gooseberries, currants, 2 kinds of raspberries, 2 kinds of whortleberries, small fruited crabs, and a new species of barberry. The inhabitants of this extensive country did not appear to us, on making every allowance of computation from the different villages and strolling parties that were met with, to exceed 1,000 in all, a number indeed too small for such a fine territory. But when we reflect that the hunting state is by no means a favourable state for population, and that in this country neighbouring tribes are generally at war with each other, which, due to their savage disposition and inexorable cruelties, wreaks havoc among the weakest tribes, our surprise at the fewness of inhabitants will in some measure cease. But there is another cause which may have powerfully cooperated to occasion this depopulation, and that is the advantages and novelty which a traffic with civilised nations has held out in recent years by trading vessels along the sea coast. This has no doubt been a sufficient allure to entice considerable emigrations from the interior country, and this idea is by no means inconsistent with their roving dispositions and ways of life, for they seem to have no permanent or fixed habitations, but wander about from place to place just as the whim or necessity of the moment impels them, or, as it happens to suit their convenience for procuring subsistence, either by fishing or hunting. Most of the 7th of June was calm until 4 in the afternoon, when a light breeze set in from the westward, with which we both weighed and stood to the northward near the eastern side of the Gulf. Having gone about 5 or 6 leagues, we came to an anchor again in the evening, near some islands and broken land on the north side. The forenoon of the 8th was mostly calm, with a strong tide running to the southward, which detained us until it changed in our favour about 3 in the afternoon, when both vessels weighed and began plying to the northward for an opening in that direction. But it soon after fell calm, and the Discovery, with the assistance of her boats, was able to get into Strawberry Bay on the east side of the opening, near the entrance, where she came to an anchor at 6 in the evening, while the Chatham was impelled by a strong flood tide into an opening a little more to the eastward. In this situation, as neither helm nor canvas had any power over her, all were alarmed for her safety and anxious to hear of her fate. Mr. Broughton himself was not at this time on board. He went off in the forenoon in a boat to finish his survey of the islands that were to the westward of us, on the north side of the Gulf, and as the rugged appearance of these seemed to offer a new field for my researches, I accompanied him by a friendly invitation. On landing, we could not help noticing the great difference between these islands and that fine country we had so lately examined, though not removed from it above 2 or 3 leagues. Here the land rose rugged and hilly to a moderate height, and was composed of massive solid rocks covered with a thin layer of blackish mould, which afforded nourishment to a straddling forest of small, stunted pines. The shores were almost everywhere steep, rugged and cliffy, which made landing difficult, and the woods were in many places equally difficult of access from the rocky cliffs and chasms with which they abounded. But I was not at all displeased at the change and general ruggedness of the surface of the country, as it produced a pleasing variety in the objects of my pursuit, and added considerably to my catalogue of plants. Here I found another species of that new genus I discovered at Village Point in Admiralty Inlet, and a small, well-tasted wild onion, which grew in little tufts in the crevices of the rocks with a species of arenaria, both new. I also met with the Lilium canadense, and the Lilium kamchatchense, the roots of the latter being the serrana so much esteemed by the Kamtschadales as a favourite food. See Cook's Voyage. We rode through some small channels among these islands, and on our return again in the cool of the evening, which was serene and pleasant, we saw several deer browsing among the cliffs in different places. They were not at all shy, as they suffered us to approach very near them, and it happened unluckily that neither Mr. Broughton nor myself had anything with us but small shot for our pieces, which could have no effect upon them. Indeed, the reason was we hardly expected to meet with any quadruped on these islands, so we did not provide ourselves for it. As we were afterwards crossing the channel to join the vessels in Strawberry Bay, we landed on a small flat island where we shot a number of black sea pies and carried them on board with us, together with the young of a large crane we got upon another island, which I took to be the Ardea canadensis. As it was late before we joined the ship, Mr. Broughton remained on board the Discovery all night. Next day, a boat came to us from the Chatham, when we were informed that she was at an anchor in a critical situation at the entrance of an opening to the eastward of us, where they lost their stream anchor by the force and rapidity of the tide, which ran at the rate of about 5 miles an hour and snapped the cable as they were bringing up. As often as the tide slackened, they used their endeavours by every scheme they could think of to recover the lost anchor, but without success, and the loss of it was more severely felt as it was the only one of the kind they had been supplied with. We were likewise informed that early in the morning Mr. Whidbey had called alongside of the Chatham after having explored the first opening he was directed to enter, which it seems he found to communicate by a narrow channel with what he had before conceived to be the termination of Port Gardner, making the north-east side of Admiralty Inlet a fine large island, which obtained the name of Whidbey's Island. After a short stay on board the Chatham, the 2 boats set off again to continue their examination of the continental shore to the north-eastward. The brewers landed from the Discovery with their utensils and began to make beer from the fresh branches of the spruce, and another party began watering from a small run at the bottom of the bay. In the forenoon of the 10th, the Chatham came into the bay and anchored on the inside of us, and in the afternoon the two boats returned from the northward, having made the land to the eastward of us, which was pretty high and hilly, a group of islands covered with pine forests to their very summits and surrounded with rocky shores and rocky channels. The bottom of this bay was a stony beach on which the seine was repeatedly hauled without success, and behind it was a small pond in which was found a particular variety of trout I had not seen before, with a vermilion-coloured spot near the lower angle of the gills, but differing in no other respect from the common freshwater trout. The bay was sheltered on the west side by an island, but the anchorage was much exposed to the southerly wind. At daylight on the 11th, we both weighed and made sail to the northward through the inlet, leaving Strawberry Bay with a light breeze from the southward and serene pleasant weather. And we passed an opening leading to the eastward and entered a wide and spacious opening of an unbounded horizon to the northwest. And as we advanced, we could perceive that the southwest shore was composed of a broken group of islands, intersected by numerous inlets branching in every direction, while the opposite shore on our right appeared straight and formed by a tract of low land, backed at some distance by a high broken ridge of snowy mountains, stretching to the northwestward from Mount Baker, which at noon bore N 78° E when our latitude was 48 degrees 50 north, about 2 miles off the eastern shore. At this place the opening was about 3 leagues wide. In the afternoon we continued our course along the starboard shore with a very light breeze and seemingly a tide against us, so that our progress was very slow, and in the evening we stood in for a large bay where we came to an anchor in 5 fathoms over a soft bottom about half a mile from the shore. As this bay was eligibly situated for the vessels to stop at, Captain Vancouver and some of the officers went on shore to look for a commodious place for erecting the observatory on and carrying on the other duties while the boats might be absent. I accompanied this party, who landed on the south side of the bay, where we saw the site of a very large village, now overgrown with a thick crop of nettles and bushes. We walked along the beach to a low point between us and the bottom of the bay, where we found a delightful, clear and level spot cropped with grass and wildflowers, and divided from the forest by a winding stream of fresh water that emptied itself into the bottom of the bay, and added not only to the beauty, but to the convenience of the situation for carrying on all our operations to the best advantage. It was therefore determined to remove the vessels abreast of this point the next morning, and dispatch 2 boats to examine the starboard shore of the large arm to the northwestward. Early on the morning of the 12th, Captain Vancouver set off in the pinnace, accompanied by Lieutenant Puget in the launch, to explore the shore and openings on the north side of the great northwest arm. These boats were well armed and equipped with every necessary item for 10 days. The marquee tents and observatory were pitched on the spot allotted for them on the preceding evening. The astronomical instruments and timekeepers were landed, and the necessary observations for ascertaining the rates of the latter were diligently made and continued under the direction of Mr. Broughton. The blacksmiths, brewers and carpenters were also on shore, employed in their different occupations as the weather continued serene, mild and pleasant, exceeding favourable for prosecuting every pursuit both on board and on shore. I landed at the place where the tents were erected and walked from there round the bottom of the bay to examine the natural productions of the country. I found that, besides the pines already enumerated, the woods here abounded with white and trembling poplars together with black birch. In consequence of my discovery of the latter, the place afterward obtained the name of Birch Bay. I also found some other plants unknown to me, 2 of which had bulbous roots and grew plentifully near the tents. One of them was a new species of allium from 6 to 10 inches high and bore a beautiful number of pink-coloured flowers. The other had a thick set spike of pale green-coloured flowers and appeared to be a new species of melanthium, of which I made a rough drawing and collected roots of both to put in the plant frame, as neither of them were at this time in seed. In one place, in the verge of the wood, I saw an old canoe suspended 5 or 6 feet from the ground between 2 trees, and containing some decayed human bones wrapped up in mats and carefully covered over with boards. As something of the same kind was seen in 3 or 4 instances to the southward of this, it would appear that this is the general mode of entombing their dead in this country. But what gave rise to so singular a custom I am at a loss to determine, unless it is to place them out of the reach of bears, wolves, and other animals, and prevent them from digging up or offering any violence to recent bodies after interment. On the following day, Mr. Whidbey set out about 2 in the afternoon with 2 boats, one from us and another from the Chatham, to explore the opening which we had passed on the morning of the 11th, leading to the eastward, and which was supposed not to reach any great distance from the appearance of the land behind it, which formed a solid ridge of high snowy mountains. These boats had not gone far on their intended expedition when they observed 2 vessels coming from the southward and steering towards the bay. The sight of these vessels in this remote corner so unexpectedly induced them to return in the dusk of the evening to acquaint us with it, and as it was expected that they would anchor near us in the course of the night, the 2 boats were detained until we should obtain some further information about them. But the night being very dark, we saw nothing of them, and early next morning the boats were again dispatched to pursue their intended examination, while Mr. Broughton, who wished to know something more of the strange vessel, went out with the Chatham in search of them. His reduced crew was augmented by an officer and 10 men from the Discovery, and Mr. Johnstone was left behind to carry on the astronomical observations on shore. Soon after they got out of the bay, they saw the 2 vessels lying at anchor under the land in a bay a little to the northeast of us. As they soon got under way on seeing the Chatham, she soon joined them, and found them to be Spanish vessels belonging to His Catholic Majesty. The one was a small brig between 40 and 50 tons, named Sutil, commanded by Don Dionisio Alcala Galeano, captain of a frigate in the Spanish Navy. The other was a schooner named Mexicana, commanded by Don Cayetano Valdez, likewise captain of a frigate. They both sailed from Acapulco on the 8th of March and arrived at Nootka on the 11th of April, where they had remained until the 5th of this month, when they sailed for the Straits of De Fuca, which they entered on the day following to examine and survey it, in continuation, they said, of what had already been done by other vessels of His Catholic Majesty's. For it was now we learned that they had vessels employed on this examination last year that anchored in the same harbour we did on our first arrival, and had named it Port Quadra. These vessels had made a chart of the straits and this interior navigation considerably to the northwest of our present situation, but did not put off much time to examine the narrow inlets going off on either side, and the business of these 2 vessels was to prosecute the examination of the great northwest arm, and settle by their timekeepers the different headlands of what had been already surveyed by their pilots. They further said that they had at Nootka the frigates Gertrudie, Conception, Aranzara, and brig Activa under the command of Don Quadra, captain of a man-of-war, and commander-in-chief of their navy in Mexico and California, who had come to Nootka early in the spring to deliver up that settlement to any person duly qualified from our government to receive it, agreeable to the conventional articles. In the place where the Chatham met these vessels, they said that they expected to find a large river, but it proved only a large, deep, shallow bay surrounded by low land. On the morning of the 15th, we had a fresh breeze of wind from the eastward, which proved squally with very heavy rain and dark, cloudy weather, so that the Chatham was not able to get into the bay again until about noon, when she anchored alongside of us, and the Spanish vessels followed the object of their pursuit to the northwestward. The following day we had dry weather with a gentle breeze from the southward, which cooled the air and made it pleasing and refreshing. I landed on the opposite side of the bay, where I enjoyed much pleasure in botanical researches, in wandering over a fine rich meadow cropped with grass reaching up to my middle, and now and then penetrating the verge of the forest as the prospect of easy access or the variety of plants seemed to invite. Here I found in full bloom, diffusing its sweetness, that beautiful shrub, the Philadelphus coronarius, which I had not met with before in any other part of this country. and having collected a number of other plants in this little excursion, I returned in the afternoon around the bottom of the bay to have them examined and arranged. And in this route I saw another old canoe laying in a thicket with some human bones in it, far advanced in decay, which seemed to have been wrapped up and covered in the same manner as in the other canoe already mentioned. We had not yet seen any of the natives since we anchored here, but in this day's excursion I saw 2 or 3 recent fireplaces on the beach, which made it very evident that they had been lately in the bay, and a fresh path which went back from them into the country induced me to follow it in expectation of reaching their village. But I found it led only to a small well of fresh water dug in the middle of the meadow, with 2 or 3 large shells laying on the brink of it, which were intended no doubt to serve as drinking cups. In the evening Mr. Whidby returned with the 2 boats from the southeastward, having entirely finished his examination in that quarter. The following day being Sunday, a day of recreation to all hands, some of the officers went to the south point of the bay to determine its latitude, which, by the mean of several meridian altitudes by different sextants, places it in 48 degrees 52'30". North. At daybreak on the 18th of June, I accompanied Mr. Johnston, who set out with 2 boats in order to connect their former survey in the Chatham among the islands on the southwest side of the arm with our present situation. We rowed across and landed upon the easternmost of a group of small islands, where we stayed for breakfast and where Mr. Johnstone took his first bearings, after which we proceeded to the southwestward, landing here and there as occasion required it to continue the survey. Nothing could be more conspicuous than the contrast that now appeared between the opposite sides of this great arm. Here the shores were rocky, rugged and cliffy, rising into hills of moderate height composing a numerous group of islands thinly covered with stunted pines, while the side we left in the morning was fine, sandy, pebbly beaches backed by an extensive tract of fine, flat level country covered with a dense forest of pinery, and at some distance swelling out gradually into a high ridge of snowy mountains stretching to the northwestward from Mount Baker and approaching the course of the great arm with high and steep declivities. On a point where we landed to dine, we found some trees of red cedar. The plants we met with in other respects did not differ much from the plants I had collected a few days before on the southernmost of these islands, a new species of the genus Epilobium, and another of the genus Pelagonum excepted. In the cliffs of a small rocky island, I also found a species of Saxifraga I had not before met with, and towards evening we reached the outermost extent of our intended excursion, being a small island which Mr. Johnston had formerly settled on, which we encamped for the night. The weather was exceedingly mild, pleasant, and favourable for our pursuits. Early the next morning we quitted the island on which we had encamped to return to the vessels by a different route. The weather was then hazy with gentle showers, but it soon cleared up, and the rest of the day was fair and pleasant with little or no wind. We had not gone far when the appearance of smoke issuing from a part of the wood on an island before us induced us to land at a place where we found 4 or 5 families of the natives, variously occupied in a few temporary huts, formed in the slightest and most careless manner by fastening together some rough sticks and throwing over them some pieces of mats of bark of trees, so partially as to form but a very indifferent shelter from the inclemency of the weather. Their food at this time was some dried fish and clams. We also saw some fresh halibut and purchased 2 large pieces of it for an English halfpenny each. In one hut, some pieces of the flesh of a porpoise were seen by some of the party who had taken it for venison and nearly purchased the whole of it with great eagerness at a very high price when the mistake was discovered and all importunities suddenly ceased, though the natives were somewhat surprised at this turn of conduct and could not comprehend the cause. Yet they were by no means displeased at finding themselves thus freed from the temptation of parting with their favourite food. The women were employed in making mats and large baskets for holding their provision stores and luggage. In one place we saw them at work on a kind of coarse blanket made of double twisted woolen yarn and curiously woven by their fingers with great patience and ingenuity into various figures, thick cloth that would baffle the powers of more civilised artists with all their implements to imitate. But from what animal they procure the wool for making these blankets, I am at present uncertain. It is very fine and of a snowy whiteness. Some conjectured that it might be from the dogs, of which the natives kept a great number, and no other use was observed to be made of them than merely as domesticated animals. Very few of them were of a white colour, and none that we saw were covered with such fine wool, so that this conjecture, though plausibly held forth, appeared without any foundation. On our landing, we observed that all their dogs were muzzled, a precaution which we supposed the natives had taken to prevent them from giving us any disturbance or alarm at our approach to their village, and indeed the whole tenor of their conduct showed them to be harmless and inoffensive tribe. So after distributing a few trinkets among their women and children, we left them apparently well satisfied with our short visit. Afterward we walked for some distance along the seaside, where we passed a low, extensive morass well cropped with bulrushes, of which large patches had been plucked by the natives and were now neatly laid out upon the beach to season them for making their mats. It is probable that the convenience of procuring a good supply of this plant, so necessary to their domestic comforts, induced these few families to fix their temporary residence in the vicinity. After a walk of about 2 miles, we embarked in our boats to pursue the survey. In the afternoon, having gotten out from among the islands, we crossed the great arm to the vessel, where we arrived about sunset. Next morning, 2 canoes came from the northward and paid us a visit pretty early. Curiosity seemed to be their principal motive, as they had nothing to dispose of, neither fish nor furs. In the bottom of one of the canoes I was told they had some bodies covered up, which were supposed to be dead, as they would not suffer them to be examined. But it is probable that it might be some of their women hiding themselves from strangers, which is not uncommon among Indian tribes. This and the following day we had fair, pleasant weather with a light breeze of wind from the southward. About noon on the 22nd, the launch returned to the ship, having accidentally parted company with the pinnace on the evening of the 19th, as they were coming back along an arm that had carried them among the snowy mountains to the latitude of 50° 32' north. They had explored several arms leading to the northward, and traced the large opening a considerable way to the northwest, which they found to preserve that direction uninterrupted by the intervention of any land as far as the eye could discern from the most distant point of it they had explored. The weather continued remarkably serene and pleasant this and the following day. At noon on the 23rd of June, Captain Vancouver and Lieutenant Puget returned to the ship in the pinnace, after being absent about 11 days and a half, and the latter gentleman was so. Would you be so obliging as to favour me with the following extracts from his copious journal of this long cruise? When they left the ship on the morning of the 12th, they first explored a large shoal water bay until they came to a conspicuous white bluff of moderate height forming the western point of it, which afterwards obtained the name of Cape Roberts. Here they landed to dine near a large deserted village capable of containing at least 400 or 500 inhabitants. Though it was now in perfect ruins, nothing but the skeletons of the houses remained. These, however, were sufficient to show their general form, structure and position. Each house appeared distinct and capacious, of the form of an oblong square, and they were arranged in 3 separate rows of considerable length. The beams consisted of huge long pieces of timber placed in notches on the top of supporters 14 feet from the ground. But by what mechanical power the natives had raised these bulky beams to that height, they could not conjecture. 3 supporters stood at each end for the longitudinal beams, and an equal number were arranged on each side for the support of smaller cross beams in each house. After going around Cape Roberts, they soon had a clear and uninterrupted view of the Great Northwest Arm, the northern shore of which took a westerly direction for about 4 miles, and then they met with an extensive shoal laying along the shore, the outer edge of which they pursued for about 15 miles in a northwest direction, and found it much indented with small spits. Its greatest extent from the shore was about 3 leagues, and the land behind was low and woody. In 2 places they saw the appearance of large rivers or inlets, but could not approach them even in the boats. Next day they proceeded up a narrow arm, which took an easterly direction for about 10 miles, and encamped for the night at the head of it. It was found inhabited by a number of friendly, inoffensive Indians, similar in their persons, manners, clothing and ornaments to those of Admiralty Inlet. A supply of fresh fish was procured from them for small trinkets, and in their dealings they seemed to act with a confidential honesty. They were wonderfully alarmed at the report of a musket. Hence it was concluded that our people were the first Europeans with whom they had had any immediate intercourse. After quitting this inlet on the following day, they soon entered Howe Sound. After entering Howe Sound, they entered another arm leading northward, about 1.25 miles wide, and formed on both sides by ridges of stupendous snowy mountains rising almost perpendicular from the water's edge. Near the entrance they passed some rocky islands on which they shot a few sea pies, and the water appearing very soon whitish and muddy, induced them to try frequently for soundings, but they could find no bottom, with near 100 fathoms of line. After running up about 5 leagues, they found it to terminate a little beyond the latitude of 50° north, in 2 shallow bays choked up with driftwood, and skirted with a small tract of low marshy land backed by high snowy mountains. In returning back from the head of this arm, they were obliged to bring up pretty soon for the night on account of blowing and rainy weather. At this place they were visited by a few Indians who behaved very peaceably. As they were pursuing their examination back the arm on the following day, they found some branches going off on the west side, making a number of islands, some of them pretty large and all covered with pines, so that they were 2.5 days before they got out again to the Great Northwest Arm. After pursuing its northern shore for about 5 or 6 leagues further, they still found it to preserve its spacious appearance. The mountains on the right side of it to the southwest were high and covered with snow, and an island appeared at a little distance from them in mid-channel. About noon on the 17th, they entered another narrow arm, Jervis Inlet, which carried them to the northward in a winding direction about 40 miles between 2 ridges of high, steep, snowy mountains. They did not reach the head of it until the afternoon of the following day, when they found it terminated in low marshy land about the latitude of 50° 52' north and longitude 235° 18' east, where they saw 2 huts and some Indians curing fish, some of which they easily procured for small trinkets. In this branch they also met with whitish water, but no soundings with 100 fathoms of line, nor any regular tides towards the head of it, but a constant drain down. In going up this arm they here and there passed immense cascades, rushing from the summits of high precipices and dashing headlong down chasms against projecting rocks and cliffs with a furious wildness that beggared all description. Curiosity led them to approach one of the largest, where it poured its foaming ponderous stream over high rugged cliffs and precipices into the fretted sea with such stunning noise and rapidity of motion that they could not look up to its source without being affected with giddiness, nor contemplate its romantic wildness without a mixture of awe and admiration. On the 19th, as they were rowing back against a fresh southerly breeze, Mr. Puget went into the pinnace with Captain Vancouver, leaving directions with Mr. Manley to follow them with the launch. They continued pursuing the western shore, and towards the dusk of the evening found a channel branching off into which the pinnace went. However, those in the launch, on account of being at this time some way astern, did not observe her motion, and kept following back the arm they had come up, by which the 2 boats parted company. This was not discovered by either party until late, and though they fired muskets and made large fires, they were not able to effect a junction. Mr. Manley on the following day, finding that they were very short of provisions in the launch and at a great distance from any resource, made the best of his way back to the ship, where they arrived about noon on the 22nd, as already mentioned. The pinnace at the same time pursued the channel she went into, came out again by noon into the Great Northwest Arm, which still preserved its spacious appearance. As there was no likelihood of determining its extent soon, they prepared to return to Birch Bay to bring the two vessels further on to facilitate the examination. As they were returning along the shore next morning, they saw two vessels laying at anchor not far from the entrance of the first arm they had explored. At first sight they took them to be the Discovery and Chatham, moved so far to meet them, but a nearer view soon rectified their mistake when they found them to be the two Spanish vessels already mentioned. They went on board the brig and were very politely detained to breakfast with the commander, Don Dionisio Galeno. He told Captain Vancouver that they were sent from Mexico by an order from the Court of Spain in 1792. On June 23rd, the same service with us, and proposed a junction of the vessels and crews to facilitate an examination of these straits, in which he said their pilots had been employed last year, and traced the Great Northwest Arm as far as the island our party saw in mid-channel, Tixaja Island. After the pinnace left the Spanish vessels, they had a long and tedious pull along the outer edge of the shoal, formerly mentioned, without any resting place until 11 at night, which was about 14 hours on their oars, and 4 hours before breakfast made 18 hours of constant and hard rowing. In this day's run, which was certainly very fatiguing and laborious exercise for the men, they encamped for the night to the westward of Cape Roberts and arrived in Birch Bay, as already related, about noon on the day following. In this excursion, the boats went over in their different traverses up the winding arms and back again about 105 leagues. The general appearance, which the country now assumed when compared to that which we had so lately examined, formed a very striking contrast. Here they were carried by narrow, unfathomable inlets among high, ridgy mountains, whose summits were enveloped in perpetual snow, while their sides were clothed with a continuous forest of pinery and adorned with cascades of the most wild and rapid torrents. The shore of the Great Northwest Arm, as far as they went, is in general rocky, with a border of lowland stretching along it, producing pines of immense dimensions. They found but few inhabitants in the northern branches, but if they might judge from the deserted villages they met in this excursion, the country appeared to be formerly much more numerously inhabited than at present, though they could form no conjecture or opinion on the cause of this apparent depopulation, which had not an equal chance of proving fallacious from their circumscribed knowledge of the manners and modes of living of the natives. In the afternoon, the tents and observatory were struck. The artificers and brewers with their different implements were all collected on board, and everything got ready for sailing from Birch Bay in latitude 48° 35'30", north, and longitude 237° 32", east of Greenwich. Early in the morning of the 24th, we both weighed, and with moderate breeze from the eastward soon passed Cape Roberts and stood up the Great Northwest Arm. About 2 in the afternoon, being joined by the Spanish brig and schooner and favoured with a visit from the commander, they agreed to keep under sail and stand on with them all night, as the channel was spacious and apparently free of danger. However, their progress was very slow, the evening breeze being very light and baffling, with showers of rain and cloudy weather. Next morning, a light breeze from the southeastward, which freshened towards noon, enabled them to stand on to the northwestward with the two Spanish vessels still in company. As the weather was favourable, their commanders dined on board the Discovery with Captain Vancouver and stayed until pretty late in the evening. They proceeded in a northwesterly direction through a channel about 3 leagues wide, with high wooded mountains and rocky shores on both sides. By a meridian altitude at noon, they found themselves exactly in the latitude of Nootka 49° 36' north, and at the same time about 3 degrees of longitude to the eastward of it. Towards evening they saw several whales, but few or no birds, and as they proceeded the arm became a good deal narrower, and their navigation much more dangerous, being among a number of islands which were in general barren and rocky, but with deep water close to, making it difficult to find anchorage and perilous to be under sail all night in such a situation. However, they eventually came into water of moderate depth and anchored close under one of the islands in 30 fathoms. The two Spanish vessels followed their example and anchored at the same time close by. The weather continued fair and pleasant during the night. On the morning of the 26th, Don Alcala Galeano, who had the sole direction of the Spanish vessels, came on board the Discovery to make overtures to Captain Vancouver of a juncture of the two parties to facilitate the examination of this intricate country. He said that his boats and crews were ready to aid in the execution of any plan of operation that might be devised for that purpose, and as his vessels were of a small draught of water, they might be commodiously employed on difficult and distant excursions, offering at the same time the chief direction of the parties to Captain Vancouver, which was declined. Captain Galeano then proposed to send one of his boats to examine a large opening in 1792, leading to the northward, and on his returning on board he dispatched Don Valdez, commander of the schooner, in one of their launches upon that service. At the same time as the country appeared now much broken and divided by inlets in various directions, Captain Vancouver planned 2 boat expeditions and ordered the parties to get themselves ready. In the afternoon, Mr. Johnstone set out with the Chatham's cutter and launched to examine the openings which lay to the northwestward, while Mr. Puget and Mr. Whidbey went off in the Discovery's launch and cutter to pursue those leading to the northeastward. As the rugged and wild appearance of the country was likely to afford some variety to their pursuits, I accompanied the latter party. They had gone but a short distance from the vessels when Captain Vancouver sent a boat after them, to say that he intended to remove the vessels to the entrance of an opening about 2 leagues to the northwestward, where they should find them on their return. A fresh northerly breeze of wind coming on soon after, accompanied with thunder and rain, made the vessels drag with their anchors and caused them to heave up and hasten to the intended place, where they came to in 30 fathoms rocky bottom, and were better sheltered. The 2 Spanish vessels accompanied them, but anchored at the same time nearer the shore in 10 fathoms. The small island where they left the vessels at anchor, and from which they took their departure on this excursion, is about 26 leagues in an N64° E direction from Friendly Cove in Nootka Sound. That is in latitude 50° 6 north and longitude 235° 18 east from Greenwich. After visiting some small barren islands and part of the supposed continental shore to the southeastward, in order to connect it with their present survey, they directed their course along shore to the northeastward and soon entered a small, intricate arm scarcely half a mile wide, which took them southeasterly, about 2 leagues. Having reached its termination, they turned back and brought to for the night in a small cove about 2 miles from the head of it. On their way back next morning, they found another small branch in this arm leading to the northward, which they traced about 4 miles until it became so narrow and shallow watered that it was not thought worthwhile to spend more time following it further. We therefore put back and breakfasted on a small island about the middle of it, wooded with pines, after which we returned out to the great arm and proceeded along the shore to the northeastward, passing a large island in mid-channel, where the arm is at least a league wide. We soon after rounded out a deep bay, on the west side of which we saw a great number of fish stages erected from the ground in a slanting manner for the purpose of exposing the fish fastened to them to the most advantageous aspect for drying. These stages occupied a considerable space along the shore, and at a little distance appeared like the skeleton of a considerable village. They were made of thin laths, ingeniously fastened together with withes of the roots of pine trees. From the pains and labour bestowed on them, it was natural to infer that fish must be plenty here at some season of the year, and that a considerable number of natives rendezvous for the purpose of catching and drying them for winter subsistence. But as we observed no huts or places of shelter for their convenience, it is probable they make but a short stay. After quitting this bay we followed the same shore which still trended northeastward, and soon after passed by a narrow channel on the inside of a cluster of steep rocky islands wooded with pines. But we did not proceed above a league, when at the farther end of these islands we came to a small cove, at the bottom of which the picturesque ruins of a deserted village, placed on the summit of an elevated projecting rock, excited our curiosity and induced us to land close to it to view its structure. This rock was inaccessible on every side except a narrow pass from the land by means of steps that admitted only one person to ascend at a time, and which seemed to be well guarded in case of an attack. For right over it, a large maple tree diffused its spreading branches in such an advantageous manner as to afford easy and ready access from the summit of the rock to a concealed place amongst its branches, where a small party could watch unobserved and defend the pass with great ease. We found the top of the rock nearly level and wholly occupied with the skeletons of houses, irregularly arranged and very crowded. In some places, the space was enlarged by strong scaffolds projecting over. The rock and supporting houses appeared to be well secured. These also acted as a defence by increasing the natural strength of the place and rendering it still more secure and inaccessible. From the fresh appearance of everything about this village and the intolerable stench, it would seem as if it had been very recently occupied by the natives. The narrow lanes between the turret and the houses were full of filth and nastiness and swarmed with myriads of fleas, which fixed themselves on our shoes, stockings and clothes in such incredible numbers that the whole party was obliged to quit the rock in great precipitation, leaving the remainder of these assailants in full possession of their garrison without the least desire of facing such a troublesome enemy again. We no sooner got to the waterside than some immediately stripped themselves quite naked and immersed their clothes. Others plunged themselves wholly into the sea in expectation of drowning their adherents, but to little or no purpose, for after being submerged for some time, they leaped about as frisky as ever. In short, we towed some of the clothes astern of the boats, but nothing would clear them of this vermin until in the evening we steeped them in boiling water. From what we saw and experienced in the few minutes we were in this village, we have no doubt that these troublesome guests have obliged its late inhabitants to quit it and move to some fresh situation, and this will, in some measure, account for the number of deserted villages we have observed in our different excursions through this country. The natives being so indolent and filthy in their manner of living, that vermin and their own nastiness often oblige them to quit their situation and move about from one place to another. We pulled out a little from the shore and lay on our oars before the village, while Mr. Humphreys took a sketch of it. Though I can give but a very unequal idea of its romantic appearance, yet I will attempt to follow the expressive strokes of his pencil in a few words. The rock itself is somewhat round, of moderate height, and projects into the cove. Its face is here and there overgrown with raspberries and other bushes, while the summit is occupied with the crowded remains of the village, consisting of posts, spurs and planks crossing each other with the utmost confusion in all directions. At the landing place, which is a small beach close to the rock, are standing the posts and beams of a solitary house, which, from its size, painted ornaments and picturesque sheltered situation, seem to have been the residence of the chief or some family of distinction. The shore on both sides is rocky, crowded with large stones and driftwood, and here and there verged with maple trees, whose waving branches and light-coloured foliage formed a beautiful contrast with the gigantic aspect and dark verdurous hue of a thick forest of pinery, which spread over a high prominent mountain that swelled out immediately behind to form the background with a steep acclivity from the outer point of the cove. This village, from the disasters we met with, obtained the name of Flea Village, and is situated about 3 leagues to the north-eastward of the situation of the vessels, and a high conspicuous mountain to the westward of it, on the opposite side of the arm, was named from its figure, Anvil Mountain. We now found the arm taking a turn round the bottom of this mountain to the northwestward, and was contracted to about 1.5 miles wide, with rocky shores and high, steep mountains wooded with pines on both sides. Those to the northward had their summits checkered with snow, but night coming on, we soon brought to and occupied ourselves in getting clear of the fleas by soaking our clothes in boiling water. Early on the morning of the 28th, we again set out and soon after passed a bay with some low land round the bottom of it, and a large stream of fresh water emptied itself into it, which collected from the mountains over it in rapid torrents. After this, we found the arm rounding gradually to the westward, and about noon came to a naked point where a large branch turned suddenly off to the northward, with 2 small islands in its entrance wooded like the rest of the country with pines. Soon after leaving this point to prosecute our examination in the northern branch, we met with Captain Valdez in the Spanish launch on his way back from the head of it. He readily showed us his survey of it and told us that it terminated in shallow water surrounded with low land about 11 miles off, and that he saw Mr. Johnstone with his boats on the preceding day in the western opening we had just passed. As Mr. Puget, who commanded our party, had no particular orders on how to act in case of meeting in this manner with Captain Valdez, we took our leave of him and continued our examination in the northern branch in 1792, which was soon after found to take a turn east-northeast and went in that direction about 9 miles to its termination, preserving its breadth all the way, which was in general about 1.25 miles wide. On each side were high, steep mountains covered towards their summits with snow, which was now dissolving and producing a number of wild torrents and beautiful cascades. As we advanced, the country became more dreary and barren. Large tracts were seen without the least soil or vegetation, exposing a naked surface of solid rock, of which the mass of mountains appeared entirely composed. The woods became scrubby and stunted, and the trees were thinly scattered except in valleys and near the water's side. It was observable, however, in these stinted situations where vegetation was making, as it were, a slow beginning, that hardwoods such as birch, maple, medlars, whortleberries, etc. were most predominant, and not pines, the general covering of the country. In the dusk of the evening we passed a number of fish stages erected in the way of slanting from, as like those already mentioned. We soon after brought to, but the dread of being near any old habitation and encountering another attack of the fleas made us sleep in the boats all night, as it was too dark to pick out a proper place for encampment on shore. Next morning we were pretty early in motion and soon reached the head of the arm, which we rounded out in very shallow water, extending so far from the shore that we could not land, though allured by the prospect of a pleasant valley with a considerable tract of low marshy meadows backed by a forest of pines and high snowy mountains, from which a number of foaming torrents fell into the valley and formed a considerable winding stream that glided gently through it. On our way back from the head of this arm, which is about 8 leagues northwestward of the situation of the vessels, we found ourselves greatly assisted by a strong drain or current setting in our favour, apparently caused by the great number of torrents and waterfalls, which were observed rushing down the sides of the mountains from the melted snow, and these afforded such a considerable supply that the water was perfectly fresh and of a whitish colour for several miles, and even after the water became brackish, the whitish colour continued for some distance, so that this appearance was probably caused by the admixture of snow and seawater, though I am at a loss to account for it. A little after noon we got out of this branch, and after dining on one of the small islands at the entrance, we pursued the western opening which we had left a little before we met the Spanish launch the preceding day. We did not proceed in our examination above 2 leagues, when we found it divide into several branches. Some went to the southward and southwest, and one took a northerly direction. Consistent with our plan of examination, we should have pursued the northerly direction had we not been informed by Captain Valdez that Mr. Johnstone was seen somewhere in this arm. As we might now be on the ground which he had explored, it was thought advisable in this doubtful situation to return to the vessels for fresh orders by the southern arm, which appeared wide and spacious. We therefore crossed over and encamped this evening in a very indifferent place at the entrance of it. After we brought to, we fired some swivels in expectation of being heard and answered by Mr. Johnstone's party, or those on board the vessels, but there was no return made from either, and we remained quiet and unmolested all night. We set out again on the morning of the 30th on our return to the vessels, and had to encounter a strong breeze from the southeast with heavy rain and dirty weather that greatly retarded our progress, obliging us to keep close inshore and follow its windings to make any headway against it. With this slow progress, however, we soon came to the entrance of a narrow channel leading to the southeastward, which we followed as it was the direction we expected to find the vessels in. but we did not proceed above a league when we found them both at anchor near the further end of it, together with the 2 Spanish vessels, and Captain Valdez arrived on board on the evening of the day we met him. During this expedition, we met with none of the natives. In one place in the northern branch, we saw a canoe which appeared to have been recently hauled up among the bushes, and as we conjectured, the owners might have fled to hide themselves in the wood on our approach. We left some little presents in the canoe, such as beads, medals, looking glasses, pieces of iron, and copper, etc., to convince them on their return that we were amicably disposed. But on looking into it on the following day, we found these articles untouched, on which account it had probably not been visited. Though these channels are a considerable distance removed from the ocean, yet we found them frequented by whales, seals and porpoises, but we saw very few sea otters, which shows that these animals are not fond of penetrating far into the inland branches, though the channels are deep and spacious, abounding with insulated rocks and caverns that form commodious recesses for such animals. The shores in general were steep, rocky and indented, forming in many places high perpendicular precipices with scarcely a sandy cove to be met with. The sides of the mountains, which were high and broken with immense rocks and precipices, were mostly covered with tall pines, except their upper region, which was checkered with snow and everywhere presented a dreary and gloomy aspect, especially amongst the continental mountains, where the vegetable creation became scanty and stinted, and where lifeless tracts of huge lofty rocks prevailed, forming mountains of immense elevation. On the afternoon of the following day, the same boats were again dispatched, provided with a week's provision under the command of the same officers, with orders to proceed to the southeastward along the continental shore as far as they might find it necessary to confirm its connection with our present situation. As the vessels had passed it in a cursory manner on the evening of their arrival here, and on their way back to obtain some knowledge of the relative position of the islands scattered through this great inlet, and the trendings of the opposite shore, as far as their time would allow to elucidate our further progress. Next forenoon, Mr. Johnstone returned to the Discovery with the 2 boats under his command, and from his report I am enabled to draw up the following short detail of their proceedings. On meeting the Spanish launch the day after they set out, as already noticed, they entered the Northern Arm Butte Inlet, where we left off exploring in the last excursion, as we had then surmised, and traced it but a short distance when they were joined by 2 canoes from the western shore of it, containing about a dozen or 14 of the natives. The only articles of traffic they had were bows and arrows, which they readily bartered for small trinkets. This indicating their peaceable disposition, they were suffered to follow the boats till they stopped for the night, and then they quietly went to the opposite shore, where a large smoke was seen issuing from the woods. Early on the following morning, these natives again returned to the party with more bows and arrows to dispose of, which they no sooner had done than they again peaceably departed, and our party continued tracing the arm in a northerly direction between 2 ridges of high mountains whose summits were covered with snow, which was now dissolving and producing several beautiful cascades on both sides. But their progress was tardy and toilsome owing to the strength of the current, which was found pretty constant against them the whole day. They stopped for the night near the head of the arm, where the water was of a very pale colour and nearly fresh from the vast supply of torrents and streams that emptied into it from the sides of the mountains. And soon after they set out the next morning, they found it terminate in a shallow sandy flat, skirted by a low marshy plain and backed with high mountains in about the latitude of 50° 44' north, which was about 9 leagues from its entrance. As they were putting back off this flat, they suddenly deepened their water to 70 and 80 fathoms, which shows the great depth of these arms even close to their termination. The same cause which retarded their progress on the preceding day was now favourable in accelerating their return back the arm, so that on the following morning they reached the place where they were visited by the natives, and where they had seen the smoke. They now discovered a pretty considerable village of upwards of 20 houses and about 30 canoes lying before it, from which they concluded that its inhabitants could not be far short of 150. In passing this village, they purchased from the natives a large supply of fresh herrings for nails, and immediately after entered a narrow channel leading to the westward, through which the water rushed in whirlpools with such rapidity that it was found extremely difficult even to track the boats along shore against it. And this could hardly be accomplished had it not been for the friendly activity of the natives, who in the most voluntary manner afforded them every assistance in their power, till both boats were safely through these narrows, and then returning peaceably home to their village, clearly showed that they had no other passion to gratify on this occasion than that of doing a good office to strangers. Having got through this difficult pass, the channel was found to open out much wider, and the strength of the current was greatly diminished, but the weather set in so thick and rainy that they were unable to carry on their survey with any degree of precision. Under these unfavourable circumstances, Mr. Johnstone conceived it of little utility to proceed further on new ground, and therefore returned back by the same channels they had before explored, and had a continuation of the same thick weather with heavy rain, which obliged them to take shelter pretty early in the evening, and detained them at the same place the day following. On their way back, it was their intention to examine the arm which we had last explored, but their vicinity to the vessels induced them first to visit them to learn what had been done by the other boats. As the weather was favourable on the 34th of July, Mr. Johnstone was again dispatched in the afternoon with the same 2 boats and a week's provision to pursue the examination of the channel leading to the westward, from where he had left off a little beyond the Narrows on account of bad weather, as already mentioned in his preceding cruise. During the absence of these boats, when the weather was anywise favourable, I made frequent botanical excursions in different directions into the woods on both sides of the channel, as they were found here pretty thin, and easily penetrated on account of being much less encumbered with underwood than the forests of New Georgia and those along the outer skirts of the coast. In these excursions I saw some wasp nests suspended to trees of a curious and extraordinary structure. That from which the annexed drawing was taken, plate, was suspended to the extremity of a branch of the Canadian pine about 8 feet from the ground. Its figure was globular, about 4 inches in diameter, and perforated underneath with a small hole of a size sufficient to admit one of the wasps in or out at a time. The outer covering was composed of a paper-like substance of a light ash colour, and made up by several folds, overlapping one another here and there, like the tiles of a house, to throw off the wet. But this substance, being of a tender and spongy texture, was further guarded by being built under the shelter of a large maple leaf to ward off the rain and heavy droppings from the branches. This exterior covering was evidently made up of minute fibres of rotten and decayed wood, bleached by long exposure to the weather, which had been collected and agglutinated together by some waxen matter into its present form and appearance by the indefatigable labour of these wonderful and curious mechanics. On the inside of it was found a small cluster of cells like honeycombs, fastened around the twigs to which the nest was suspended for greater security, and these cells contained the young brood of this little but curious hive. In order to vary my excursions and search the upper regions of the woods for botanical acquisitions, I one day ascended a hill on the north side of the channel close to the ship in company with some of the gentlemen, and found my journey amply repaid by a number of new plants never before discovered. As we did not know the time it might take us to reach the summit, we took with us some men to carry provision and water, and landed pretty early in order to have the fatiguing part of the journey over before the heat of the day. I also carried with me a portable barometer to ascertain the height we might reach from the seaside, and as the day continued clear and serene, without any material change of weather taking place between the observations, they will, I think, give the height of this hill tolerably accurately. The first station was at the seaside on our landing in the morning, where the mercury in the barometer stood at 29.85, and the second station was on the top of the hill in about 3 hours and a half after, where it stood at 27.10, and where the temperature of the air by Fahrenheit's thermometer was at the same time 64° F. The difference between these two observations of the barometer showed that the column of mercury sunk by our ascent 2.75, which makes the perpendicular height of the hill about 867 yards above the level of the sea, but it is a mere hillock in comparison to others immediately behind it, and particularly to the great range of continental mountains, which terminated our view to the northward. Though the day was favourable, our view from the top of the hill was very circumscribed on account of the higher mountains which everywhere surrounded us. Those to the southward and southwest were more remote, with the Great Arm intervening, which appeared underneath us like a large lake checkered over with a great number of islands of different size and figure. Many of the smaller ones were naked and rocky, but the larger ones were generally wooded with pines of a stunted appearance. This added to the broken, rugged and gloomy prospect which the country presented on both sides, made this part of the Great Arm be named Desolation Reach. In this journey, the genus Pyrola was enriched with 4 new species, which I met with nowhere else, and on the top of the hill I found 2 new species of penstemon, a new species of ribes, Andromeda coerulea, Pinus strobus, Pinus inops, and a great variety of cryptogamic plants, besides many other undescribed plants which I had before met with in other parts of the country. Another day, I went on a small excursion with Mr. Broughton in his boat. We penetrated by a small branch a short distance into the island on the south side of the channel where we lay, and near its termination, seeing a large stream of water rushing down out of the woods. We landed close by it to take some refreshment, not in the least suspecting but that it was fresh water, until we tasted it, and to our great surprise found it to be saltish. This led us to trace its source and found it came from a lake in the wood, which was apparently filled at high water by the impetuous force with which the tide rushes into these narrow inlets. But the same impelling force not acting upon its return, it continued pouring out at a narrow gap, a more gradual stream during the recess of the tide, which at this time had fallen from it about 12 feet perpendicular height. We here killed some large grouse, which, on starting, perched in the pine trees, and we saw some deer, but did not get near enough to have a shot at them. It is surprising how fond these animals are of insulated situations, to which probably they are driven by being chased or harassed by other animals such as wolves, foxes, etc. Near the bottom of a deep cove, which obtained the name of Cascade Cove, about 1.5 miles to the north. East of the ship there was a beautiful waterfall which issued from a lake close behind it and precipitated a wide foaming stream into the sea over a shelving rocky precipice about 30 yards high. Its wild romantic appearance, aided by its rugged situation and the gloomy forests which surrounded it, rendered it a place of resort for small parties to visit during our stay. On the banks of this lake I found the following plants: Linnea borealis, Myrica gale, Anthericum caliculatum, Drosera rotundifolia, Menanthes trifoliata, Sphagnum albus, and, in the lake itself, we found some bivalve shells which were quite new to me. It appeared to be very deep, and its sides were strewn with a great number of fallen trees. About noon on the 5th of July, Lieutenant Puget and Mr. Whitby returned to the ship with their boatswain party, and from the report of the former gentleman I am enabled to give the following short account of their excursion. After their departure on the 1st of July, they proceeded, according to their orders, along the continental shore to the southeastward, but were not able to go far on new ground when they stopped for the evening on one of the islands, and pitched their tents in a delightful plain with a fine, smooth beach before it for the boats, which rendered the situation both desirable and pleasant, and such as they of late seldom enjoyed. The next day they continued ranging along the shore to the southeastward with fair wind and pleasant weather until about noon, when, having obtained a satisfactory view of the unbroken continuation of the continental shore, and the termination of the group of islands which here occupied a space of about 4 leagues in a south-southeast and north-northwest direction, they returned back among these islands. These islands are low and in general thickly covered with straight pines. They also produce the wild fruits of the country, such as raspberries, gooseberries, red whortleberries, etc., together with abundance of wild onions, and the sandy beaches abounded with fine clams, easily procured and well flavoured. They also afford places of resort to gulls, shags and other oceanic birds, besides a great number of seals. Thus, fertilised with fruits and game, they rendered them a desirable situation for inhabitants. Accordingly, they were visited from one of these islands by a small party of natives, who made off to the boats over a long flat with pieces of porpoise or seal's flesh in their hands, which they offered to our people in the most open and friendly manner. And though these presents were not accepted, yet their generosity and good intentions were rewarded by some little presents in return that highly pleased them, and established at once a mutual confidence on both sides. As their number was but small, and they had no women with them, some of the gentlemen expressed their wish to be conducted to their habitations, but after repeated solicitations, they found them so unwilling to comply with their request that, rather than offend them, they suppressed their curiosity and gave the business up. After purchasing from them some bows, arrows, and other little articles of curiosity, they parted with them on the best terms, as in these little dealings they appeared to conduct themselves with the strictest honesty and friendship. 2 of them had been sent off to their village for fish, but they were so dilatory that our party did not wait for their return. Our party continued their examination of these islands and the southern shore, opposed by strong wind and disagreeable sea, which rendered their progress tardy and difficult on this and the following day. On the evening of the latter, they came to the entrance of an opening leading to the northwest, Discovery westward, and landed on its southern shore to encamp there for the night. The opposite point, which was a steep bluff, Cape Muaji, had a large village upon it, and was very numerously inhabited, as they conjectured by the number of natives that visited them in their canoes, and crowded so fast that some apprehensions were entertained they might be too troublesome about the boats during the night. A swivel was therefore fired off to intimidate them, which had the desired effect in sending them peaceably home to their habitations, and our party enjoyed their rest in quietness. Next morning, which was the 4th of July, they entered on the examination of this channel, which was more than a mile wide and ran in the direction of north by west, environed on both sides by land of moderate height covered with pines. They proceeded little more than 2 leagues when they were agreeably surprised on meeting with the tide of flood coming from the westward in such a rapid stream that they could hardly stem it with the boats, this affording such a favourable prospect of finding a passage through to the northwest for the vessels that they immediately returned on board with the intelligence in order to have the vessels removed thither, which was not more than 5 leagues in a direct line to the southwest of our present situation, but some little time was put off in connecting and finishing their survey thus far, so they did not arrive on board the Discovery until the following day, as already mentioned. Nothing material happened from this time until Mr. Johnstone's return, which we looked for with some degree of anxiety, as it was supposed that he would determine whether there was a likelihood of any navigable passage for the vessels to the northwest, or whether we should be obliged to return back to the ocean the way we came through De Fuca's entrance. For notwithstanding that Master Puget and Mr. Whidby met with the flood tide coming from the westward, yet as that circumstance might be caused or influenced by the broken and insulated appearance of the country, the idea of a free passage to the northwest still remained a conjectural point, even with themselves. The Spaniards undertook no further excursions, but waited for the event of Mr. Johnstone's return with equal anxiety. We continued visiting one another during our stay on the most cordial terms of friendship, which was mutually cultivated on both sides by frequently spending our convivial hours together in the most social manner. Early on the 12th of July, Mr. Johnstone returned with his 2 boats and party, and as this excursion was so very interesting to us, I shall state the following particulars from his copious report. After their departure on the 3rd of July, they that evening reached the channel where they had formerly left off, but by another entrance a little to the southward of their former one, where the tides were in like manner subject to violent commotions and rapid whirlpools that made its navigation difficult, if not altogether impracticable, to vessels of any considerable burden. This difficulty was rendered more alarming by the depth of water, which was from 60 to 70 fathoms, From these rapids they pursued the arm, which was about 1 mile wide, in a westerly direction, but the 2 following days were mostly spent in examining some branches that went off to the northward, the last of which had carried them about 8 leagues between 2 high ridges of steep mountains, whose summits were covered with snow that watered their sides with many torrents and beautiful cascades. In this arm they stopped the second evening and thought themselves secure from any disturbance by pitching upon a small island for their place of rest. However, in the middle of the night they were hastily roused from their repose by the flowing tide, which had risen much higher than they expected and rushed upon them so suddenly that every person got completely drenched before they could move to higher ground. This little disaster rendered them so uncomfortable for the remainder of the night that they could not enjoy their slumber, but anxiously looked forward to daybreak to depart. In these arms they only saw 2 canoes with 2 or 3 natives in each, who, upon observing the boats, paddled hastily to the shore and fled to the woods with the utmost precipitation. While passing one of these canoes, Mr. Johnstone rowed round near enough to throw some small trinkets into it to convince its owners on their return that they had no cause to be alarmed. They again got into the main channel on the 3rd day and pursued it in a westerly direction, but did not proceed far when they had evident indications of the flood tide coming from the westward, which was a pretty certain sign of a communication with the ocean to the northward of Nootka. But to ascertain whether it was navigable for the vessels stimulated them to push forward, with greater eagerness without putting off any more time in examining the collateral branches that went off to the northward. Indeed, these soon became so frequent that they appeared to be the intersections of a numerous group of islands, which, as they approached the ocean, occupied a considerable space on the north side of their tract. The weather was frequently thick and unfavourable, with heavy rain and a strong breeze of wind often against them, yet they anxiously persevered in their pursuit with toilsome labour and gained sight of the sea on the 10th of July, 7 days after their departure. But the preceding day being thick and foggy with constant rain, they were extremely apprehensive lest, after exploring so far, they should not be able to obtain a satisfactory view of their situation, to ascertain their object with greater precision. In this state of despair, they passed the night uncomfortably on a small island, indifferently sheltered, until a change of wind at daybreak dispersed the fog and fortunately brought clear and fair weather. They rowed to a small island a little farther to the westward, where they had the pleasing prospect of a clear and unbounded horizon in a northwest direction, which, from the distance they ran, they had no doubt of being the open sea, nearly about the latitude of 51° north and upwards of 100 miles in a direct line from the vessels. But they could not put off time to wait till noon to ascertain their situation more accurately by their meridian altitude, as their stock of provisions was nearly expended, and a fresh breeze from the westward was now favourable for their return. With this breeze, they set out for the vessels at 5 in the morning, taking a different route, more southerly than the one they took on their way out. Mr. Johnstone wished to find a more eligible channel for the vessels to go through than the rapids, which was the only part he most dreaded. However, their provisions being wholly expended induced him to relinquish the exploring of any passage of uncertain direction to the southward, which had the least chance of protracting their return. They, therefore, hastened night and day to join the ships, which they did about 2 in the morning on the 12th of July, harassed with hunger and fatigue. For the last 2 days, they had been surviving on a single scanty meal, and without any rest out of the boats for the last 24 hours. On the first day of their exploring, they saw very few natives, and those were very shy, notwithstanding every enticing means used to establish a confidential intercourse. But as they approached towards the seacoast villages, natives were more numerous than in any part they had yet examined, and they were not a little surprised to find that many of them were armed with muskets, which they could handle and use with much ease and great dexterity. The natives near the seacoast spoke the same language as the Nootka tribe, and some of them could blab several English words, indicating recent intercourse with English or American traders. They also talked much of Mackinaw, the chief of Nootka Sound, with whom they seem to have kept up a considerable commercial intercourse, as they spoke of having received from him almost every article of trade in their possession, such as cloths, muskets, etc. These muskets did not appear to be of English manufacture, as their barrels were secured to the stocks by means of iron hoops. So it appears extremely probable that Mackina has been the grand agent, through which the bartering commerce of this interior country has been carried on by some inland communication, for the channel by which our party penetrated to the ocean runs to the northwestward, about 20 leagues behind Nootka. Though the intervening mountains opposite to that port are of considerable height with snowy summits, yet in several places deep valleys and chasms seem to penetrate through and rendered this inland communication more evident. Mr. Johnston having made known that they reached in sight of the ocean at that part of the coast named in our late charts Queen Charlotte Sound, the channel of communication by which he penetrated obtained the name of Johnstone Straits, in honour of his persevering zeal in the prosecution of this discovery. Captain Vancouver resolved to proceed thither with the two vessels, and on comparing what had been done by the other boats, it appeared pretty evident by the flood tide coming from the westward that the channel where Mr. Puget and Mr. Whidbey left off communicated with Johnstone Straits. As it seemed to them, as far as they examined it to be a navigable channel, it was determined to attempt a passage that way in preference to the rapids where Mr. Johnston was apprehensive of most danger, and for that purpose we on the following morning quitted our situation in Desolation Reach, which was in latitude 50 degrees 11 north and longitude 235 degrees 21 east from Greenwich. The morning of the 13th set in with a fresh breeze from the westward, with which both vessels weighed and made sail, leaving the two Spanish vessels behind at anchor after taking a cordial leave of our new friends with whom we now parted, but first steered to the south-east for about 2 leagues, and then hauled over between the islands to the south-westward till we came to the entrance of the channel, where we anchored in the afternoon, and Mr. Puget and Mr. Whidbey were immediately dispatched with 2 boats to prosecute their examination of it, and ascertain whether it was a navigable passage for the vessels into Johnstone Straits. I landed with Captain Vancouver and some of the officers on the north point of the entrance, which was afterwards named Cape Mudge. It forms a steep, elevated, naked bank, on the edge of which we found a considerable village, consisting of about 12 houses or huts, planked over with large boards, some of which were ornamented with rude paintings, particularly those on the fronts of the houses. They were flat-roofed and of a quadrangular figure, and each house contained several families, to the number of about 350 inhabitants in all, on the most moderate calculation. There were 18 canoes alongside the ship before we left it, and on landing we counted about 70 on the beach, so if we allow only 4 persons to each canoe, which is very moderate, it will give upwards of the number we have above computed. This is the first, like the generality of natives we met with in this description of country. These were of a middling stature and rather slender-bodied, of a light copper colour. They were awkward in their motions and ill-formed in their limbs, which no doubt, in some measure, proceeded from their constant practice of squatting down on their heels in their posture of sitting either on shore or in their canoes. They have flat, broad faces with small, starting eyes. Their teeth are small and dirty. Their ears are perforated for appending ornaments either of copper or pearly shells. The septum of the nose they also pierce, and sometimes wear a quill or piece of tooth shell in it. Their hair is straight, black and long, but mixed with such a quantity of red ochre grease and dirt, puffed over at times with white down, that its real colour is not easily distinguishable. They have long black beards with long hair about their privates, but none on their breasts or in the armpits. Some had ornamented their faces by painting them with red ochre sprinkled over with black glimmer that helped not a little to heighten their ferocious appearance. The women and children did not appear anywise shy or timorous, though we were pretty certain our party were the first Europeans they had ever seen or had any direct intercourse with, nor did they seem to regard us or the vessels with any particular degree of curiosity. The women were decently covered with garments made either of the skins of wild animals or woven from wool, or similar to but not identical with the prepared bark of the American arbor vitae tree, but many of the men went entirely naked without giving the least offence to the other sex or showing any apparent shame at their situation. We saw but few sea otter skins amongst them, which shows that these animals do not much frequent the interior. Channels, and perhaps only straggling ones at particular seasons, for the fur of the few pieces we saw was of a very inferior quality to those found along the exterior edge of the coast. Their fish hooks are nearly the same as at Nootka Sound, and we saw some fishing nets drying upon stakes before the houses. Their bows were lined with sinews and shaped like those we saw on the east side of this great gulf, and the arrows were also fastened in the same manner, but most of them were armed with pieces of mussel shell instead of flinty stones. Their canoes were small with projecting prows and dug out of one piece of timber, each with 4 or 5 small thwarts, and some of them had their outside ornamented with rude figures painted with red ochre. Their paddles were short with round handles and pointed blades. Some fish and curiosities were purchased from them for beads and small trinkets, and in these little dealings they appeared to be guided by the strictest honesty. Indeed, their whole conduct during our short stay was quiet, friendly and hospitable, pressing us often to partake of their entertainment, such as fish, berries and water, and we in return endeavoured to make them sensible of our approbation by distributing among the women and children some small presents, which made them appear highly gratified. Behind the village we saw a considerable quantity of the American cockspur thorn, backed by a dense forest of pine trees, into which we were led by a small path till we came to a large clear area that appeared to be intended as a place of amusement. But what games they exhibit here we had no opportunity to know. We afterward walked to the westward along the side of the channel on a pleasant, clear, level pasture for nearly 2 miles, where we observed in the verge of the wood their manner of disposing of their dead, which was by putting them either in small square boxes, or wrapping them well up in mats, or old garments into square bundles, and placing them above ground in small tombs erected for the purpose, and closely boarded on every side. But as we saw only 2 or 3 of these places, they might probably belong to the chiefs or some families of distinction. After enjoying this walk, we returned on board in the dusk of the evening. Early in the morning of the 14th, both vessels weighed and plied up the arm against a fresh northwest wind until we gained about 10 miles, and then anchored again around 8 in the forenoon in a small bay on the starboard shore, where we intended to remain until our boats returned. In the afternoon, the captain and some of the gentlemen going ashore to make some astronomical observations gave me an opportunity to accompany them to examine the natural productions of the country, which I found here exceedingly barren and met nothing new except a species of penstemon. We afterward visited 2 huts in a small cove close to our landing place, containing several families to the amount of about 30 people, and as my time was not otherwise much occupied, I got them to count their numerals, which I found to agree nearly with those of the east side of the Gulf of New Georgia. Hence, it is probable that they spoke a broken dialect of the same language, of which, however, our constant movement from place to place did not allow us to obtain but a very superficial knowledge. We therefore consider this to be about the western limits of that nation, as we soon afterward fell in with the Nootka language. The small bay we now occupied lies in latitude 50 degrees 8 north and longitude 234 degrees 45 east. The tide of flood came here from the westward in a strong race, and the vertical rise was from 8 to 10 feet. The country around us was of moderate height and of a very hilly, rocky and barren appearance, though everywhere thinly covered with stunted pines. In the evening our 2 boats returned, and the gentlemen reported that the channel we were now in led into Johnston's Straits about 4 leagues off, and appeared to be a clear and navigable passage that far, only in some places it was very narrow, and the tide ran very rapid. We were to get under way with the next ebb, but had no wind, We therefore remained in this bay until the following afternoon, when both vessels weighed and with the assistance of the ebb tide began plying against a fresh westerly breeze through a very narrow pass with high rocky shores on both sides, and were followed by some canoes from the small village for about 2 leagues up the arm. Having gone about another league, we anchored again at 8 in the evening on the larboard shore, where we stopped for the night. At daylight on the 16th, we again weighed anchor, and having made sail, we soon got into Johnstone Straits, where we met a fresh breeze and rough water. Taking advantage of the ebb tides, we kept plying to the westward this and the following day, and brought to on either side during the flood tides as we found it necessary. Though the channel was seldom above 2 miles wide, yet it was so deep that we could find no anchorage except in the small bays close inshore. We passed on the south side of an island laying nearly mid-channel, while the Chatham went on the other side, and we found both sides sufficiently safe and clear of any apparent danger. On the following day, when we came to the first opening leading off to the northward, Port Neville, which Mr. Johnstone had passed unexamined in order to ascertain the communication with the ocean, Mr. Puget and Whidbey were sent with our launch and cutter manned and armed to explore it. Afterward, they were to follow us to the next opening to the westward on the same side of the Havana Channel and search for us about the entrance of it. We passed some small villages on the southern shore, but had no intercourse with any of the natives, which we supposed might proceed from their shyness, or the panic with which they might be struck at seeing 2 large vessels traversing their channel to windward with so much apparent ease, and moving in every direction, so obedient to our will, with such mechanical powers as they could have no idea of, and must no doubt afford to their uncultivated minds, a subject of the utmost admiration and astonishment. In the evening, as we were standing into a bay to anchor on the southern shore abreast of a low marsh, which seemed to run back into a valley between the mountains, we shoaled our water so unexpectedly that both vessels were nearly aground. On the 18th, we continued our progress to the westward in the main channel, while the Chatham was sent over to the north shore to look into a bay or opening off which there appeared some small islands. But as we had little wind, it was near noon before she entered it, and we lost sight of her. When we concluded it to be an opening, we therefore made but little advance until the following morning, when we were joined again by Mr. Puget and Mr. Whidbey in the 2 boats. After having explored the branch, they went to examine to its source. In weighing in the morning, we carried away one of the flukes of our small bower anchor, which, situated as we were, was a great and irreparable loss to us. The south side of this channel rose in most places abruptly into high, steep, broken mountains covered with a continuous forest of pines to their summits, which in some places were checkered with patches of snow. But the land on the north side, though hilly, is of moderate height, with the great chain of high continental mountains being 5 or 6 leagues removed and extending to the northwestward with elevated, rugged, snowy summits, apparently forming an impenetrable barrier to any communication with the opposite side of the continent. We continued passing several villages on the south shore, as already mentioned, but hitherto the natives remained so shy that we had no intercourse with them. We were now, however, visited by some canoes and natives from whom we procured a quantity of salmon. We found that they spoke the Nootka language, and it was evident to us at first sight that they were of the same tribe, by their crying out "Wakash, Wakash" as they were coming alongside, which is their expression for friendship. As it so readily distinguishes the individuals of this extensive tribe to a stranger, I think they may be very aptly named, as Captain Cook has already hinted, the Wakash Nation. As we advanced to the westward, we soon found the northern shore to be much broken with islands and inlets, but we kept on along the south side till we came abreast of a large village which Mr. Johnston and his party had visited in their boats, and reported it to be very numerously inhabited with great abundance of sea otter skins. Here we anchored in 7 fathoms about 10 in the evening. Early in the morning of the 20th, we were visited by a great number of natives in their canoes from the village, and a small trade commenced for sea otter skins and salmon. Of the former, there was here a more plentiful supply than any part we had yet visited, and the eagerness with which they were sought after afforded a good deal of jocular merriment even to the natives. A middle-aged man was announced as the chief and admitted on board. His name was Cathlages, and his attention was chiefly occupied in regulating the trade between us and his countrymen, which he did with great acuteness, and seemed anxious to preserve a good understanding on both sides. In the afternoon, I went with Captain Vancouver and some of the officers accompanied by the chief to the village called Whannock. We found it pleasantly situated, exposed to a southern aspect on the sloping bank of a small creek, well sheltered behind by a dense forest of tall pines. The houses were regularly arranged, and from the creek made a picturesque appearance by the various rude paintings with which their fronts were adorned. On our approach to the landing place in the two boats, several of the natives assembled on the beach to receive us and conducted us very orderly through every part of the village, where we observed that the houses were built much in the same manner as at Nootka, but much neater, and the inhabitants being of the same nation differed very little either in their manners or dress from the Nootka tribe. Several families lived in common under the same roof, but each had their sleeping place divided off and screened in with great decency, and with a degree of privacy not attended to in the Nootka habitations. The women were variously employed, some in culinary occupations, others were engaged in manufacturing garments, mats, and small baskets, and they did not fail to dun us for presents in every house we came to in a manner which convinced us that they were not unaccustomed to such visitors. Buttons, beads, and other trinkets were distributed amongst them, and so eagerly solicitous were they for these little articles of ornament that our pockets were soon emptied of them, and though they were free and unreserved in their manners and conversation, yet none of them would suffer any of our people to offer them any indecent familiarities, which is a modesty in some measure characteristic of their tribe. On coming to an elderly chief's house, we were entertained with a song which was by no means unharmonious. The whole group at intervals joined in it and kept time by beating against planks or anything near them with the greatest regularity, after which the old chief presented each of us with a slip of sea otter skin and suffered us to depart. In preparing for this vocal entertainment, the natives made such a bustle in arming themselves with clubs, spears, sticks, paddles, etc., for beating time with, that we were at first a little alarmed and had some suspicions of their having hostile intentions, till their conduct evinced the contrary, and we were then happy that good understanding had not been interrupted by our unfounded distrust. We saw muskets in several houses. Most of them appeared to be of Spanish manufacture by the make of the lock, and the manner in which the barrel was fastened to the stock by broad hoops. Cathlages had no less than 7 muskets in his own house, kept in exceedingly good order. The number of inhabitants in this village we estimated to be about 500, and their commercial intercourse with the natives of Nootka by some inland communication was pretty evident from their own accounts, for they assured us of having received from thence most of the articles of European manufacture in their possession. So it appears extremely probable that this is the channel by which that post has been of late years supplied with a considerable share of its fine fur from the northern regions, for they are well acquainted with trade and the value of their own commodities, but in their dealings seem to act fair and honest. Upwards of 200 sea otter skins were procured from them during our short stay, at more than double the value I ever saw given for them on any other part of the coast. Consequently, many of our articles of commerce begin now to lose their intrinsic value amongst them. Iron, though valuable to most other Indian nations, was here scarcely sought after. The articles they most esteemed were sheet copper and coarse broad blue cloth. Of the former, they took from half a sheet to 2/3 for a skin, and of the latter, a piece about the square of the cloth. But they sometimes preferred woolen cloth made up in the form of short jackets or trousers. They likewise eagerly asked for firearms, powder and shot, but both policy and prudence should ever prevent them from being distributed amongst them, as such powerful weapons render them too formidable to neighbouring tribes and are apt to increase the horrors of war between them. They also make them more inclined to ill use or take advantage of any small vessel that may be led thither on commercial pursuits. This village is about 20 leagues from the entrance of Nootka, nearly in a north direction, and as the interior parts of that sound have not yet been thoroughly explored, it is probable some of its branches may penetrate nearly across and afford an easy means of communication to the natives of both places. Saw here a pewter basin, on the bottom of which was La Flovie Vef Français. We remained here until the following forenoon, at which time we weighed and stood back again under an easy sail to the eastward, till we came to that part we passed on the 19th, where the north side of the channel became broken and insular. Here we anchored in the afternoon close to one of the islands, and steadied the ship by a hawser fastened to a tree on shore. This being the place of rendezvous, we waited in daily expectations of being joined by the Chatham, so that no excursion was undertaken or nothing particular happened for the following 6 days. Only one of the officers was sent in the cutter the day after we anchored into an arm leading to the eastward on purpose to look for the Chatham, with orders not to go far. He therefore returned on the day following without seeing or hearing anything of her. We were almost daily visited by small parties of the natives in their canoes from the village, who generally brought us a supply of salmon, though by no means sufficient to supply all the ship's company. Some of the people were employed on the island cutting firewood, and a party was engaged at times in fetching water from the opposite side of the channel, for none was to be met with on the side we were on, it being mostly islands and low land. The surrounding islands and low land being everywhere covered with a continuous forest of pines, afforded but little variety of soil or situation for botanical researches, so that I made but few new acquisitions during our stay at this place. 2 new species of vaccinium were pretty common in the woods and grew in some places to upwards of 12 feet high. One had large black berries and the other red, which were now beginning to ripen, and as they possessed a grateful acidity, we found them extremely pleasant and palatable, after being so long upon salt provision. The only other fruit which the woods at this time afforded us was a new species of raspberry that grew at least to 10 feet high, and of which there were 2 varieties, one with a large red fruit and another with a yellow, that were both equally grateful and pleasant, but were not met with in any great abundance. These fruits, together with a daily supply of fresh spruce beer, greatly assisted to correct the bad tendency of our present mode of living. I have also met with the Menzesia ferruginea, which I had not observed in any part of our more interior navigation or in New Georgia. Hence, it is very probable that this rare plant is only to be found towards the outer skirts of the coast. The weather being at this time rather unsettled and squally, Mr. Whitby was sent one day in the cutter to examine some bays on the opposite side of the channel, between us and the village, for a more commodious harbour, in case it should be found necessary to remove the ship into a place of greater safety. I accompanied him to examine the produce of the country, but found nothing different from what I had before seen in other parts. We returned on board again in the evening, and had not long quitted the place we had been examining when, as we afterwards understood, the Chatham came into the channel and anchored nearly off it, though we saw nothing of her. Soon in the afternoon of the 27th, Mr. Broughton came on board the Discovery in his boat, and acquainted us that they had anchored with the Chatham a little to the westward of us on the preceding evening, and in attempting to weigh this morning in order to join us, they found their anchor had hooked a rock, which baffled all their endeavours to clear with the strongest purchase they were able to make use of. After parting with us on the 18th, they entered a channel which carried them 5 or 6 leagues to the northwestward before it terminated. They then continued tracing the continental shore through a number of winding channels, some of which were very narrow and yet so deep that they sometimes could not find bottom with 100 fathoms of line, and were even obliged to anchor at one time close to the shore in upwards of 70 fathoms. They, however, persevered in their object, sometimes with their boat and sometimes with the vessel, till they came out by a channel nearly opposite to us on the preceding day, having by their track surrounded a large group of islands which obtained the name of Broughton's Archipelago. They saw some villages, and were in several places visited by a number of the natives, from whom they now and then got a small supply of fish, but they saw very few furs or any other thing for traffic. In one place where they had but little wind, the Chatham was driven on shore by the force of the tide, but as it fortunately happened to be rising, they soon got her off again without receiving any damage. As the weather was squally and unsettled, Mr. Broughton remained on board the Discovery all night. On the forenoon of the 28th we had westerly wind and heavy rain, but weighed anchor pretty early and plied to the westward in order to assist the Chatham in clearing her anchor, which we found they had accomplished by heaving a tight strain on their cable the evening before, and leaving it in that state all night. By this means the anchor came loose in the morning, and they were enabled to get under way and join us. We immediately hauled the wind and stood to the northward across a large sound strewn over with a number of islands until we reached the channel, where the Chatham left off exploring the continental shore and entered it about 2 in the afternoon. However, there being little wind and the tide making against us, we went but a little way up when we were obliged to anchor for the night. The night remained calm and fair until about 9 the next morning, when a light favourable breeze sprung up, with which we both proceeded northeasterly up the Tribune Channel to its first division into 2 branches. In going into the westernmost branch, we entered upon new ground, but having little wind and night coming on, we anchored in 47 fathoms about 2 miles from its entrance. Before we got under way in the morning, we were visited by a small party of natives in their canoes. As we were weighing anchor, they moved from us to a little distance, and there, remaining stationary, continued gazing upon us as we were making sail with the utmost astonishment. Since it is probable we were the first vessels they had ever seen in these channels, their excited curiosity at seeing us manoeuvre like this will not appear extraordinary. The next morning we found the arm in which we anchored was not above half a mile wide, so we consequently did not expect it would go far, and close to us it sent off a branch to the westward. As the day was nearly calm and fair, I accompanied Captain Vancouver and some of the officers in the pinnace on a short excursion up the northern branch. About 2 miles from the ship we passed a large stream of fresh water issuing out of a deep gully, around the mouth of which we observed a vast number of salmon leaping and gambolling. Here the arm took a sudden turn round to the westward and soon after ended in a small basin, which was separated from the western branch by a low isthmus of only about 100 yards wide, where we landed and walked across, and afterwards returned to the ship for dinner. The country on each side was covered with pines, steep, mountainous and rocky. Early in the morning of the 31st, 2 boats were equipped and sent off under the direction of Mr. Puget and Mr. Whidbey up the western branch on a surveying expedition, while Captain Vancouver and Mr. Broughton went off at the same time in the pinnace with the intention to accompany them a short way to see if it was practicable to follow them further up with the vessels, and if so, to settle on a place of rendezvous. A party began to water and another to brew spruce beer, but after erecting the brewing utensils on shore, they brought me word that there was none of that particular spruce from which they used to brew to be found near the landing place. On this, I recommended another species, Pinus canadensis, which answered equally well and made very salubrious and palatable beer. In the forenoon, I employed myself in examining a small collection of plants I made on the preceding day, but in the afternoon I accompanied a shooting party who went in a small boat under a high perpendicular cliff about 2 miles off, which we had passed on our right hand as we entered the arm in the vessels. Our game was a particular kind of shag, Pelecanus urili, that were breeding in the horizontal crevices of the rocks, and at this time were very numerous as the young ones were beginning to fly. To them, our chief aim was directed with some success, and we found them next day very palatable. In the forenoon of the 1st of August, I accompanied a party of the officers of both vessels who were going to spend the day towards the head of the arm in order to profit by the opportunity in examining their route for rare plants, particularly the deep gully from which the large brook emptied its rapid stream into the arm. Here we first landed, and on seeing the vast number of salmon which kept still gambolling about the mouth of it, the boat was sent on board the Discovery for the seine, and on the first haul we meshed about 4 dozen of them, and the second haul was nearly as successful. The day becoming dark and gloomy with heavy rain, obliged us to return on board sooner than we intended with our collection of salmon, which was an acceptable supply for all hands on board both vessels. What was very remarkable, the same seine was hauled in the same place again and again on the 2 succeeding days without catching a single fish, though they were seen equally abundant in the water. In the gully I found a new species of Henchera and another of Polytrichum, with plenty of the 2 vacciniums common here, which were very productive with red and black berries. The weather continued dark and gloomy for the remainder of this day, and on the following day, with frequent loud claps of thunder preceded by vivid flashes of lightning, which was the first we had experienced in these interior regions. Mr. Johnstone made the latitude of this place 50 degrees 30 north, with the artificial horizon. The vertical rise of the tide was about 10 feet, but the stream either way was scarcely perceptible. In the forenoon of the 3rd, we had hazy weather with some rain and little wind. About 2 in the afternoon, Captain Vancouver and Mr. Broughton returned in the pinnace, having penetrated by the western branch into the Sound, and there having appointed a place of meeting with the other 2 boats, they were ordered to proceed on their examination, while the 2 commanders hastened back to take the vessels thither by the channel we came in at, as the western branch was not found sufficiently eligible. In point of refreshment, they were tolerably well off, as they had the good fortune to kill a deer soon after the departure from the vessels. Everything was now got off from the shore, and both vessels immediately weighed to return back the arm. However, there being but little wind, we were not able to proceed far, when we were obliged to anchor again in the dusk of the evening in 60 fathoms. The next morning was mostly calm, but we got under way pretty early to take advantage of the ebb tide in dropping down the arm. About 10 in the forenoon, a fresh breeze sprung up from the westward, against which we continued plying until in the evening we reached the entrance, where we observed the 2 boats coming round the outer point from the westward, and both Mr. Puget and Mr. Whidbey with their party soon after joined us. Having pursued the continental shore through intricate winding channels that led them out into the Sound, they met with a few straggling parties of the natives, and particularly a chief who had his arm blown up with gunpowder on the other side of the Sound, which they dressed for him. They also met with some falls of salt water of 14 or 16 feet high, which surprised them not a little. However, as none of them were above the reach of the tide at high water, it is probable that these falls were from basins filled at that time, which continued emptying slowly until the next return of the tide, as we have already observed in another place. Having but little wind in the evening and the tide making against us, we were induced to drop anchor in very deep water a little to the westward of the entrance of the channel we came out of. The morning and forenoon of the 5th were calm with very thick fog until about noon, when it cleared up enough to enable us to get a meridian altitude of the sun, which made our latitude 50 degrees 50 north. At the same time, we were near the north shore of this great sound, and about 25 leagues nearly due north of Nootka Sound. The great northwest range of high mountains was not now far removed from us. Their summits were covered with snow, and their sides everywhere wooded with a continued forest of pines down to the shore of the Sound, which appeared bleak and rocky. The Sound is here about 5 leagues wide, and everywhere interspersed with numerous islands. Soon after noon, a moderate westerly breeze set in, and being at the same time favoured with the ebb tide, we both weighed and continued plying to windward along the northern shore of the Sound until the evening, when it fell nearly calm. However, as the Sound was wide, we kept under way all night with very little wind and hazy weather. The 6th continued calm and hazy until a little past noon, when it cleared up with a light breeze from the westward. Against this breeze, we continued plying until about 4:30 in the afternoon, when we were standing in towards the north shore of the Sound, going at the rate of about 3 knots through the water. The Discovery struck upon a small bed of rocks under water and there stuck fast. On sounding close round here, we found from 3 to 6 fathoms of water, except the rock she struck on, which had only 2 fathoms. A small anchor and cable were immediately carried out from the quarter, and every attempt made to heave her off the way she came on, but without effect, as the tide had already ebbed a little, and was now falling from her so very fast that she began to heel a good deal to starboard, on which the top gallant masts were taken down, the yards and topmasts struck, and a stout spar was got over the side to shore her up. In this alarming and critical situation, Mr. Broughton bore down with the Chatham, and came to an anchor in very deep water close by us, in order to be ready with his men and boats to give every assistance that might be necessary for our preservation, and from his well-known coolness and intrepidity we derived no small consolation. As the water fell from her forward, she became deeply immersed abaft, and heeled so considerably that part of her main chains were in the water, so that we could scarcely stand on her deck without grasping by the rails or the rigging. For at low water she had only 3 feet of water on the rock under her forefoot, while there were 3 fathoms and a half of water under the main chains, and 5 fathoms under the sternpost. Fortunately, however, there was but very little wind, and no swell that could anywise molest us, so that we waited patiently for the return of high water, but in the meantime employed the boats in sounding around us to obtain a more thorough knowledge of our situation, and in carrying out an anchor and cable into deep water to heave her off, and to make certain of her floating at high water she was lightened by starting 17 tons of water and heaving a quantity of wood and ballast overboard. With these precautions we had the satisfaction to get her afloat at about 2 o'clock the next morning without receiving any apparent damage, and as we had very little wind and thick fog, the forenoon was chiefly employed in restowing the booms and getting up the yards and topmasts, on which occasion John Turner, one of the seamen, had the misfortune to have his right arm fractured by the mast rope being carried away in swaying up the main topgallant mast. About noon it cleared up a little so as to enable us to ascertain our latitude, which was 50° 55' north, and soon after, a fair breeze springing up, we weighed, and with the tide of ebb pursued our course to the northwestward, followed by our consort, who about 6 in the evening, being a little astern, made the signal of distress, having struck upon a sunken reef of rocks by keeping too close to an island they were coming past, and it being ebb tide, they remained fast. We immediately dropped anchor in 75 fathoms, and sent an officer with boats to her assistance, and in the meantime Mr. Whitby was sent ahead with the pinnace to sound and look out for the best channel. I accompanied him on this service. We had not gone above 4 miles from the ship when we came to a small barren island, on which we landed to take some bearings, and here I saw vast abundance of a new species of lipaz adhering to the rocks in large clusters, together with a large species of mussel, which was likewise new. A great number of sea otters, which we disturbed and frightened off the rock when we landed, continued swimming about it while we stayed, and afterwards followed us some way in the boat, sometimes approaching it very near. In returning again on board we had to encounter a strong tide, which retarded us till very late in the evening, and having had no accounts from the Chatham, we passed the night under considerable anxiety for the safety of our friends, as from their exposed situation, the rapid tides and heavy swell, it was not an easy matter to eradicate the idea of shipwreck from our minds. Till at daylight next morning we had the pleasure of seeing her at anchor, a little distance from the reef on which she grounded, and soon after she got under way and came towards us, when our boats came alongside, and we were informed that she had got off the rocks a little after midnight, that a swell rolling on the reef caused her thumping a good deal on the rocks, which twisted her rudder and caused much uneasiness for her safety. They were obliged to shore her up on both sides, but not having a sufficient number of spars on board for the purpose, the tide happened to drift a very good one alongside at the moment they wanted it, and which was made use of, and as she made no water, it was supposed that her bottom sustained no material damage. The Chatham having come up with us, we weighed and directed our course to the westward. In passing the rocky islet we visited on the preceding evening in the pinnace, there being little wind, the tide drifted the Chatham so near to it that she touched another sunken rock, and hung upon it for about 2 minutes, but got off again without receiving any apparent injury. The wind being scanty and rather against us in the afternoon, We stood in towards the northern shore of the Sound and anchored within half a mile of it in 55 fathoms, where the woods appeared to be small, scrubby pines that bore evident marks of the oceanic blasts to which they were much exposed, for we were now in sight of the sea and nearly out of this great intricate sound, having a spacious opening and an unbounded horizon in a west-northwest direction. The morning of the 9th was foggy till the day was well advanced, when we both weighed anchors and proceeded cautiously to the westward with a light fair breeze out to sea, passing through a narrow channel of about a mile wide between some islands covered with pines in the entrance of the Sound. We were in this passage about noon, when our latitude by an indifferent observation was 51° north, and though there appeared a spacious channel between these islands and the northern shore, yet we did not attempt it, as we observed some low-picked rocks and breakers strewed in 2 or 3 places at half-tide, which showed it to be foul ground, and by no means a commendable passage to navigate without previous knowledge of its soundings. Soon after noon it became very thick and foggy, with a moderate breeze of wind from the westward, against which we continued making short tacks to keep to windward of these islands, till in the evening it cleared up, and we found ourselves drifted over to the southern shore of the Sound and anchored within half a mile of it, as the uncertainty of the currents and winds rendered it rather dangerous to be under way during the night. The morning of the 10th was foggy, as we had it pretty regular for some days past, till about 8, when it cleared with a moderate breeze from the eastward, with which we weighed and stood to the northward on the outside of the islands, across the entrance of Queen Charlotte's Sound, for the entrance of Fitzhugh's Sound, having now traced the continental shore through its various intricate windings and circumvolutions to the point which divides these two sounds on the outer edge of the coast, and which lays in latitude 51° 16 north and longitude 232° 30 east, for at noon we had an observation about 4 miles to the northward of it, in latitude 51° 20 north, within half a mile of some small islands lying close to the continental shore, which here formed a hilly, uneven country, wooded everywhere with pines and backed at no great distance by elevated mountains capped with snow. The shore itself was rocky and indented with small bays, which on both sides of the point were choked up with driftwood that bleached by exposure to the weather and appeared at a distance like white sandy bays. To the westward of us, off the south end of Calvert's Island, we saw what Capt. Hannah, who first visited this part of the coast, called the Peril Rocks, which appeared to be an extensive shoal that renders the approach to this sound from seaward extremely dangerous. In the afternoon we passed some openings that branched off to the eastward, one of which has been called Smith's Inlet by some of the traders, and continued our course up Fitzhugh's Sound, which is from 3 to 4 miles wide in the direction of northwest by compass, keeping the western shore on board till we came to Duncan's Port Safety, where we both anchored late in the evening and found it to be a small cove or bay about 2 leagues up the Sound on Calvert's Island, in latitude 51° 30 north and longitude 232° 23 east. Having securely stationed the vessels in Safety Cove, 2 parties got ready and set out at daybreak on the morning of the 11th, with 4 boats manned and armed to continue the examination of the continental shore. The captain accompanied them in the pinnace to give the necessary instructions before they separated at the entrance of the cove, where Mr. Puget and Mr. Whidbey with our longboat and cutter had directions to go back and begin at Smith's Inlet, and explore the eastern side of the Sound to a point then in sight about 5 leagues to the northward of us on the same shore, while Mr. Johnstone with the other 2 boats went on to begin at that point, and from thence proceed to explore towards the head of Fitzhugh's Sound. And as his excursion seemed to offer a more interesting field for botanical researches, Jay accompanied him to examine the natural produce of the country, and Captain Vancouver went with us in the pinnace to see if the vessels could be moved higher up the Sound before our return, and if so to fix on a place of meeting. We therefore proceeded to the northward in the 3 boats, passing 2 openings on the western shore till about noon, when we came to the intended point on the eastern shore where we commenced our examination, But soon after the weather became thick and foggy with incessant rain, that we were obliged to take shelter by landing our tents in a small cove, where we remained unable to stir out from the inclemency of the weather till about noon on the following day, when it moderated a little so as to encourage us to set forward in our examination, and having passed some small bays and 2 or 3 islands close to the shore, we continued on till we came to an opening that branched off to the north-eastward, about 8 or 9 leagues from the entrance of the sound. We had scarcely entered this arm when a thick fog came on with heavy rain and very unpleasant weather. We, however, persevered in going on till about 6 in the evening, when we were about 7 or 8 miles up the arm, and then landed in a large bay on the starboard shore, pitching our tents in the edge of the wood near the conflux of a considerable rivulet that collected in a deep valley from the adjacent snowy mountains. And here we passed the night wet and uncomfortable as it continued to rain incessantly. On the 13th, the weather still continued so unfavourable that we were detained at our encampment till about noon, which occasioned the rivulet to be named Detention Rivulet. It appeared indeed to be the most considerable freshwater stream we had yet met with on this coast. On its banks we found black currants and raspberries in abundance, and the woods were well stored with red and black whortleberries. The Menzies grew here also in abundance. The weather had by no means a settled appearance, but the rain having somewhat abated, we embarked again in our boats about noon, and proceeded up the arm, which now took a northeast by north direction, nearly about 2 miles wide, between ridges of high snowy mountains adorned with foaming torrents tumbling headlong down their steep sides over rocks and precipices from the melted snow and the late rains. In the afternoon we passed on our right a high steep mountain separated from the rest, and remarkable only for its conic form and naked rocky barren summit, for the other mountains on both sides of it were everywhere covered seemingly higher up with pine forests to the very edge of the snow. We continued on till dark, when, having surrounded a rocky barren point which formed a small peninsula, we found on the north side of it a commodious beach for encampment stored with plenty of driftwood for making large fires to dry and warm ourselves after the uncomfortable rainy weather we had lately sustained. Though the morning of the 14th had a dark, gloomy, unsettled appearance, we commenced our operations pretty early by first landing on the barren point we had passed so late on the preceding evening to take bearings. Here I first met on this coast with the Empetrum nigrum, Cornus suecica, Rhodiola rosea, etc., besides a new dwarf species of vaccinium. The crew of the pinnace being only victualled for 3 days, their provision was now expended, which obliged Captain Vancouver to return to the ship, leaving Mr. Johnstone the command of the other boats with orders to proceed in exploring the continental shore as long as his provision lasted. After parting, we therefore proceeded up the arm in a north-east direction till about noon, when we found it divide and entered a branch leading off southwesterly. But the afternoon being very rainy with foggy weather which continued all night, we were not able to carry our examination far, when we stopped for the evening in a small cove on the starboard side, having passed many pleasing cascades, and on the opposite side a large bay where a considerable stream of fresh water emptied itself into the arm. The morning of the 15th was still rainy and thick weather, but cleared up about breakfast time, when we pursued our survey up the arm, which took a turn to the southward, and soon after ended in a deep valley that made a considerable break in the mountains in that direction. We then put back and dined at the place where we encamped on the preceding evening, after which we returned down the arm, having little wind with thick foggy weather and frequent showers of heavy rain. But as we had only to go over our old ground, we rode on till dusk, when we came to the entrance of the arm, and brought to in a snug cove round its eastern point, where we pitched our tents on a small isthmus for the night, which continued to rain very hard throughout, so that we were all wet and uncomfortable, particularly for the men who had no other shelter but what they formed with the boat sails, which were found very inadequate to screen them from the inclemency of such boisterous weather and such a deluge of rain. On the 16th it continued to rain and fog until after breakfast time. The forenoon cleared up into fair and sunny weather, with which we proceeded up the northeast arm, assisted by a favourable breeze between two high ridges of dreary rocky mountains. Their steep sides were thinly covered with stunted woods, while their summits were capped with perpetual snow. Many places were seen of considerable extent towards the upper regions of the mountains, exposing only a naked surface of rugged rocks without the least apparent vestige of vegetation. As we advanced, we found small black birch, maples and medlars, with some vacciniums forming the principal woody covering of these mountains. Pines were only thinly scattered here and there in valleys near the waterside, making our progress slow. At noon we observed our latitude, which we found to be 52 degrees 22 north. Soon after we passed an opening going off to the northwestward, and in a bay nearly opposite to it we observed some smoke near the beach. This induced us to land in expectation of seeing some of the Indians, but we found only an old deserted hut that had been so recently occupied that the remains of the fire were still burning beside it. Behind it we found a large canoe of 42 feet long, hauled up into the woods to be repaired. The water was now brackish and pale coloured, which made it pretty evident that the termination of the arm was not very far off. Therefore we proceeded anxiously to reach the head of it, to save the necessity of sending other boats to such a great distance to finish it. In the afternoon the foggy and rainy weather returned, but as the breeze continued favourable, we kept going on under these disadvantages. In the evening the arm again divided into two branches. One took a southeasterly direction, which we followed until the dusk of the evening, and then stopped near a large stream of fresh water for the night at the entrance of the arm. The western point of which afterward obtained the name of Point Menzies. The water of the arm was here almost fresh and very pale, but no other signs of its ending, for it was not in the least contracted in its width, which was here rather better than a mile. On the 17th, our provisions being very nearly expended, it was not thought prudent, with the bad weather we had, to run on any further, as it was not now likely we should be able to finish all our branches. We therefore at daybreak set out on our return to the vessels, leaving the heads of these different arms undetermined. By 9 we reached the place where we had yesterday seen the smoke. Here we landed to breakfast and found the fire still burning at the root of an old tree, and everything else in the same situation. After leaving pieces of copper, nails, beads and other trinkets in the large canoe, we pursued our way back along the arm with the most unfavourable weather until the evening, when we stopped on a fine pebbly beach within a league of where Captain Vancouver parted with us. For the first night since we left the vessel, we had fair, pleasant weather, but very cold. The next morning we were again in motion at daybreak, as we had the comfort of fair weather. But we did not long enjoy it when it came on to rain again very hard, with fluctuating gusts of wind that greatly retarded our progress. As we had this day but a single scanty meal, every exertion was used to reach the vessels, both by rowing and sailing. After persisting in our endeavours with fatiguing toil until 10 at night, we were obliged to stop about 5 leagues from them and spend the night in the boats, very uncomfortably, as it rained incessantly, and all the shelter we could make from the boat's sails, etc., was very inadequate to defend us from its inclemency. In this situation, we anxiously looked forward to daylight, when we again set out, cold, stiff, wet and hungry, and were greatly impeded in our progress by the wind and heavy swell being against us up Fitzhugh's Sound. About 10 in the forenoon, we saw the vessels under way off the entrance of Safety Cove, and as they advanced up the sound to meet us, we got on board the Discovery about noon. We were informed that 2 days before they were visited in the cove by the Venus brig from Bengal, commanded by Mr. Shepherd on a commercial voyage trading for furs along the coast. Mr. Shepherd brought a letter to Captain Vancouver from the master of the Daedalus storeship, who had been lying at Nootka Sound for some time waiting our arrival. This letter contained a short account of the melancholy fate of Lieutenant Richard Hergest, who was charged with this ship as naval agent, and Mr. W.M. Gooch, who was coming out in her to join the Discovery as an astronomer, together with one of the seamen who were massacred on shore by the natives at Wohoo, one of the Sandwich Islands. In this situation of affairs, Captain Vancouver resolved on closing the first season's examination of the coast and going to Nootka with both vessels to join the storeship. For the weather had now become so cold, wet and uncomfortable that the men were no longer able to endure the fatiguing hardships of distant excursions in open boats exposed to the cold, rigorous blasts of a high northern situation, with high, dreary, snowy mountains on every side, performing toilsome labour on their oars in the day, and alternately watching for their own safety at night, with no other couch to repose upon than the cold, stony beach or the wet, mossy turf in damp, woody situations, without having sufficient shelter to screen them from the inclemency of boisterous weather, and enduring at times the tormenting pangs of both hunger and thirst. Yet on every occasion, struggling who should be most forward in executing the orders of their superiors to accomplish the general interest of the voyage. In short, it is but justice to say that on this arduous service, both officers and men were hourly exposed to various hardships and dangers, yet went cheerfully through the fatiguing operations of the summer without murmur. And if we look back on the different winding channels and armlets which the vessels and boats traversed over in following the continental shore ever since they entered the Fuca's Straits, it will readily be allowed that such an intricate and laborious examination could not have been accomplished in so short a time, without the cooperating exertions of both men and officers, whose greatest pleasure seemed to be in performing their duty with alacrity and encountering the dangers and difficulties incidental to such service with persevering intrepidity and manly steadiness that afforded a most pleasing omen to the happy issue of our future endeavours in this arduous undertaking. Both vessels now directed their course out to sea by the north end of Calvert's Island, about the latitude of 51 degrees 46 north, through a channel formed on the north side by a numerous group of islands of moderate height wooded with pines. The wind being against us, we were obliged to ply through till about 8 in the evening, when we were able to make a stretch out to sea, about 2 leagues to the southward of a little round island off Port Wentworth, where the ship Prince of Wales last anchored before she left the coast in the latter end of the year 1788, and at that time the port was named in honour of Governor Wentworth of Nova Scotia. During the night we had moderate wind from the southeast with foggy weather and some rain. The same thick, rainy weather continued on the following day, so that we could not see to any great distance. We estimated our latitude to be 51 degree 22 north, and towards evening we had an increase of blowing weather from the southeast with heavy rain, which reduced us to double reefed topsails and obliged us to spend the night on different tacks. On the 21st, the wind was from the same quarter but more moderate, accompanied by a great swell and thick, rainy weather, so that we had no observation to ascertain our latitude, but saw the westernmost of Scott's Islands, S5°E by compass, about 4 or 5 leagues distance. About midnight, as we were standing in towards the coast, we shoaled our water very suddenly from 60 to 17 fathoms, rocky bottom, which gave some alarm. We immediately tacked and made the Chatham signal to do the same, and as we stood out, soon deepened our water again. This sudden and great inequality of soundings would induce a cautious navigator to approach this part of the coast with the utmost circumspection. In the morning of the 22nd, we had light southerly wind with fair weather, but a little hazy, which cleared up towards noon and enabled us to have a meridian altitude that determined our latitude to be 51 degrees 7 north, when the westernmost of Scott's Islands bore S24E by compass 7 miles. In the afternoon we had it a little hazy again with a light breeze from south-southwest, which we kept close hauled to the southeast and neared the island slowly. At 7 in the evening we were, however, so near as to perceive that there was no eligible passage for vessels between them. At least it appeared in this direction very dangerous, being interspersed with small peaked rocks and breakers the whole way across from one island to the other, and each seemed well guarded with detached rocks all round. On the 23rd we had dark, hazy weather with some rain and a moderate breeze from the southeast. At noon we observed in 50° 49 north, when the westernmost of Scott's Isles bore in 60E by compass, about 6 leagues, We stood close hauled to the eastward with light wind for the afternoon, and at night tacked and stood to the southwestward with southerly wind and a heavy swell from the same quarter. The next morning we had some rain and hazy weather with moderate wind from the southward, but as the day advanced the wind shifted to the westward, and the weather became fair and clear. At noon, the westernmost of Scott's Isles bore N10E by compass, about 8 or 9 miles away, when our latitude was 50° 43' In the afternoon we stood to the eastward, a little to the southward of Scott's Islands, in order to ascertain their relative position. The westernmost is naked, elevated and rocky, with some little verdure here and there, well guarded by detached, picked rocks all around it. The second is a barren rock, much smaller than the former. The third has a few trees on it of a stunted appearance, nearly the size of the second. The easternmost and largest seems to be divided into 2 islands, which are well covered with trees, separated from the shore to the eastward of them by a channel 2 leagues wide. They are of a height sufficient to be seen 10 or 12 leagues off. About dusk of the evening, being close to the coast, we brought to for the night to wait for the return of daylight to examine the exterior coast as we went along to the southward. At daylight on the 25th, we bore up and made sail again with a gentle breeze from the westward and some showers of rain, which made it so thick and hazy over the land that we could not well discern its appearance excepting at short intervals. We proceeded to the southeastward along the shore, which seemed to be much indented with bays and inlets, and the land rose in many places into steep mountains of considerable height separated by deep winding valleys, everywhere well wooded with pines. At noon our latitude was 50° 18'. Cape Split Rock, so named from a remarkable rugged elevated rock about a mile off the point, bore south 75° east by compass. By 4 in the afternoon we were abreast of this cape, which is in latitude 50° 10' and longitude. It makes a very conspicuous point on this part of the coast. As we went round Split Rock, we saw some small rocks between it and the shore, so that the channel does not appear by any means to be a safe passage. We had a fresh breeze from the westward, with which we proceeded about 6 leagues further along the coast until about sunset, when we stood off and spent the night under an easy sail with very little wind. On the 26th we had a light breeze of wind from the eastward, against which we kept plying but made very little progress. Our latitude at noon was 49° 51'. Cape Split Rock, bearing north, 76° west by compass. We were not at this time above 4 or 5 miles from the land abreast of us, which was low and covered with wood, off which there appeared a number of small islands, but the country behind appeared very mountainous, and so elevated that the summits of several of them were still covered with patches of snow. Some of the natives visited us in their canoes, and after disposing of some fish which they brought off to us, they made but a short stay when they paddled again to the shore. In the evening we were abreast of the west entry into Nootka Sound, but as it was hazy we stood off and on all night. Next day we kept plying to the eastward against a breeze of wind, which sometimes blew fresh and squally with dark hazy weather and some drizzling rain that greatly retarded our progress and entirely obscured the inland mountains from our view. However, we could observe that those nearest to us rose with an easy and gradual acclivity, and were skirted along the shore with a fine extended, level border of land, where the luxuriant appearance of the forest sufficiently indicated the fertility and richness of the soil. These mountains were separated by wide intervening valleys densely wooded up the sides of the mountains as far as the eye could discern. In the morning of the 28th we stood in again with a light favourable breeze from the shore, but a thick fog still hovering over the land. We could not make out our situation sufficiently clear to run in, so that we were obliged to stand off again until it dispersed, when we bore up for the entrance of Nootka Sound, and arrived in Friendly Cove about 4 in the afternoon, and after coming to an anchor, an officer was sent on shore to wait on the governor, and on his return we saluted the fort with 13 guns, which number was returned from a Spanish brig in the cove, on board of which Don Quadra's broad pendant was flying. The weather being so thick and hazy in the forenoon, those on board the Chatham did not observe our motion when we tacked, so they continued standing in for the shore and, guided by their soundings, got into the cove and saluted the fort 2 hours before us. This fort, if it might be called such, was no other than 2 guns mounted on a small platform on the outer point of the cove, with a flagstaff on which the Spanish colours were hoisted and a small guard mounted to give it the appearance of a place of defence. Besides the Spanish brig above mentioned, which was named Activa and commanded by Don Menendez, we found here an English brig named the Three Brothers from London, on the fur trade commanded by Cap de Elder, and the Daedalus transport commanded by Cap New, sent out from England a few months after us, with stores, provisions and trade for our expedition. After touching at Rio Janeiro, this vessel came around Cape Horn, and from thence directed her course for the Marquesas. A day or 2 after leaving, they discovered on their way to Owyhee a group of islands well peopled with friendly natives, and with a commodious harbour about the latitude of south and longitude. While procuring water and other refreshments at the Sandwich Islands in the month of May last, they met with a melancholy accident in having Lute Hergest, their agent and commander Mr. Gooch, who was coming out as astronomer to our expedition, and a seaman cruelly murdered by the natives on the island of Wahoo. Of this fatal disaster, the following relation is given from the information of those who were on the spot at the time it happened. Having but little success at Owyhee and the Windward Islands in procuring water and refreshing the people, they went to Wahoo and came to an anchor on the northwest side in expectation of obtaining by this means a quicker supply of these necessary articles. Mr. Hergest, however, finding that this mode of watering the vessel by the natives was too dilatory, he ordered the first mate, Mr. Neal, to go ashore in the cutter with some empty casks to expedite the business, but he refused to go without having the crew and himself sufficiently armed, there being only 2 musketoons that skipped into the stanchions on the sides of the boats, on which some altercation took place between them, and Mr. Hergest, finding him persist in his conditions rather than allow more firearms, went himself accompanied by Mr. Gooch the astronomer, and a native whom they had brought down from some of the Windward Islands, who strongly importuned them not to go on shore unarmed, as they were bad people. This induced Mr. New, the master of the ship, to slip 2 muskets with ammunition into the boat unknown to Mr. Hergest, and thus equipped they pulled for the shore with the water casks, and on landing the 2 gentlemen, accompanied by 2 of the seamen, walked up the banks of the rivulet till they found a convenient place for filling the casks, which was at no great distance from the boat. Here the 2 seamen were left employed in filling the casks with some of the natives, while the 2 gentlemen took a stroll back into the neighbouring plantation, where their Indian friend again and again implored them not to venture unarmed, but all to no purpose, for they crossed the rivulet a little higher up and made towards a village on the opposite side. Not long after, a group of the natives were seen arming themselves with daggers, etc., and assembling on a small eminence close to the watering place, among which they observed a resolute fellow swaggering with a large knife in his hand, and haranguing the natives that assisted in filling the water casks in a hasty speech, on which they all went away and began to remove their effects from the adjacent houses. Alarmed at such hostile appearances and dreading the safety of the officers, one of the seamen called out as loud as he could for them to return, but unfortunately they were too far off, on which the natives on the adjacent eminence rushed down hastily towards the 2 seamen, brandishing their arms, and a short scuffle ensued, from which the seamen endeavoured to extricate themselves by running off to the boat. And here let me relate with pleasure an instance of heroism and presence of mind in one of these seamen, Thomas Franklin, seldom to be met with. The other was a Portuguese, and falling a little behind was soon overtaken in their retreat. His shrieks made Franklin look round when he saw one of the natives grasping him from behind, round the middle with his left hand, while uplifting the other with a large dagger in the act of stabbing him, and notwithstanding the imminent danger to which his own life was exposed, he instantly flew to rescue his comrade with that stern intrepidity characteristic of true bravery, which made the Indians, though very numerous, shrink back from their intended purpose. Though unarmed, he kept them at bay for some time and made his comrade run before him, with the idea of affording him all the protection in his power. In this manner, they had nearly reached the boat when they perceived the natives forming a strong group on the beach to cut off their retreat. This Franklin proposed to cut through, having first encouraged his companion to follow his example and keep close to him. He rushed boldly on and succeeded, but his comrade fell, as also did 3 or 4 of the Indians by the blows which this resolute and honest fellow was obliged to bestow in his own defence. As soon as he gained the boat, the Indians instantly retired and left the beach clear. His own safety was out of the question. To rescue his officers, who were then at the mercy of the natives, occupied this honest tar's whole attention. For this purpose, he instantly snatched up one of the muskets and desired any one of the boat's crew to follow him with the other. Such an example of fortitude would make the most despicable coward brave. They all offered to accompany him, but Franklin suggested the necessity of 4 remaining with the 2 musketoons to guard the boat and secure their retreat in case they succeeded in rescuing the officers. This was agreed to, and Franklin, with another man armed with the 2 muskets, proceeded to the place where he last saw the Portuguese, and where they found him dead, stripped naked and stabbed in the breast, with his head much bruised. They afterward went to an eminence where, at a considerable distance, they perceived Mr. Hergest and Mr. Gooch surrounded by a large group of the natives walking towards some huts. They hailed them to return to the boat, but they either did not hear or, hearing, had not the power of returning, for after they entered among the huts they were seen no more. It was then about sunset, and the 2 men dared not proceed further with such weak force. They waited some time, and finding no hopes of the gentlemen's returning to the boat, they thought it most prudent to go on board with the melancholy tidings to procure more assistance. The natives gathering fast about them prevented their carrying off the body of their unfortunate companion. They had sufficient opportunity for revenging his death, but prudence suggested to them the forlorn situation of their helpless officers, which, if alive, might only tend to hurry their destruction. They plainly saw by their audacious behaviour, shouting and hallooing, that the natives were ready for any mischief. Franklin's recital of the transactions on shore created much alarm on board, where it seems no lookout had been kept to send them any assistance. An attack was now expected to be made on the ship in the night by the natives in their canoes, which, in a state of irresolution, hurry and confusion, induced them to cut the cable and stand out to sea. At this sight, what must have been the feelings of the 2 unfortunate gentlemen on shore, surrounded by armed audacious savages, ready to execute their inexorable cruelties. Next morning, Mr. Neal, the first mate, was sent on shore with the cutter manned and armed, and an Indian that remained on board all night, who landed to inquire after the gentlemen. He soon returned with the melancholy information of their being both murdered on the preceding evening, and that their bodies were cut up and divided amongst the chiefs. This account so exasperated the boat's crew that they expended all their ammunition firing amongst the natives. One of them, in a frenzy of defiance, kept waving a hat and shirt in his hand, which they supposed belonged to either of the gentlemen, and he was fired at several times before he fell. Such is the account of this event, from the general information of the officers and crew of the Daedalus. After dinner, I accompanied Captain Vancouver with some of the officers to pay our respects to Don Quadra, governor and commandant of the settlement. We found him on shore at a decent house, 2 stories high, built of planks with a balcony in the front of the upper story, after the manner of the Spanish houses. One end of the ground floor was occupied as a guardroom, and the other as a kitchen and servants' hall, while the upper story was divided into small apartments and occupied by the governor and his officers, who were separated by a large hall in the middle where they commonly dined. On our landing, the guard was turned out in honour to Captain Vancouver, and the governor and his officers received us at the door and conducted us with great attention and civility upstairs to the great hall. Here we should have been much at a loss for conversation, as none of us could speak the Spanish language, had this deficiency not been amply supplied by a Mr. Thomas Dobson, a gentleman who came out as one of the mates of the Daedalus, and who could speak the Spanish language fluently. On this occasion, he was so obliging as to act as our interpreter. After some general conversation concerning our voyage and the route we had hitherto pursued, the governor, with great frankness, offered us every refreshment and accommodation which the settlement could afford during our stay at Nootka. He begged that the commanders and officers might consider his house as their home, and that the oftener they came to it, the more pleasure he should enjoy. Indeed, his conduct sufficiently proved that this was by no means a ceremonious invitation, for his table was daily crowded with the officers of the different vessels that occasionally visited the cove, and his hospitality seemed to have no other bound than the limited sphere of supply to which his present situation confined him. After leaving the governor's, we took a walk round the place and found several other houses erected here by the Spaniards as barracks, storehouses and a hospital on the site of the old village formerly occupied by Mackina, the chief of the district, and his tribe. There were also several spots fenced in, well cropped with the different European garden stuffs, which grew here very luxuriantly, particularly in the places formerly occupied by the habitats of the natives, which by that means had been well manured, and notwithstanding the advantage and great utility that were thus derived from horticulture in this country, it seems not one of the natives had yet followed so laudable an example. Though they were very fond of the productions of these gardens, especially the different kinds of roots when they were brought to the table, yet they were too indolent to be at the trouble of rearing them. There was a well-stocked poultry yard, and goats, sheep and black cattle were feeding around the village. Blacksmiths were seen busily engaged in one place, and carpenters in another, so that the different occupations of building and repairing vessels and houses were at once going forward. In short, the Spaniards seem to go on here with greater activity and industry than we are led to believe of them at any of their other remote infant settlements. The situation of the village is upon a rising neck of land, with Friendly Cove and the shipping right before it, and behind it a high beach washed by the rude surges of the open ocean. Along the verge of its bank, a pleasing path was formed for walking, where the mind could contemplate at ease the fretted wildness of the briny element foaming against rocks and shores, without feeling the force of its fury, while on the other side huge mountains presented themselves covered to their very summits with a continuous forest of stately pines, whose dark verdurous hue diffused a solitary gloom favourable to meditations. Next morning, Don Quadra visited the Discovery with some of his officers and breakfasted with Captain Vancouver. He was received with a guard under arms and saluted with 13 guns on his coming on board, and as many on his leaving the ship. He afterwards visited the Chatham, where the same compliments were paid to him, and the two commanders with as many of the officers as could be spared from the duty of the vessels dined with him afterwards on shore at a very sumptuous entertainment. The first toast he gave after dinner was the sovereigns of England and Spain, which was drunk under the discharge of a royal salute of 21 guns from the vessel which bore his broad pendant in the cove. In short, the evening was spent with that unreserved conviviality that made us forget we were strangers, in the mutual pleasure which each individual seemed to enjoy. Here we met with a Captain Weatherhead, lately commander of the Matilda, one of the Botany Bay transports, who left England about the same time we did, and having delivered his cargo at Port Jackson in New South Wales, he left that place to proceed to the southern whale fishery, and on his way touched at Otaheite to refresh his people. But about 6 days after leaving that place, he lost his ship on a rocky shoal in about the latitude of 22 degrees south, and the longitude of 13814 west. He was, however, enabled to save all his people and brought them in the boats to Otaheite. When they landed in this manner without their vessel, the natives of Matavai plundered them of everything they had, which so incensed the royal family that with the people of Opara they made a descent on Matavai, routed all the inhabitants to the mountains, and demolished with ruin and destruction the fertile plains of that district. And what rendered these civil commotions still more distressing, many of the ill-disposed of Captain Weatherhead's crew had taken the part of the Matavaians and fled with them to the mountains, so that they threatened Opara with destruction in return. Captain Weatherhead himself and a few of his people lived under the protection of the royal family at Opare, where they were very hospitably treated till the Jenny, a small vessel from Bristol, touched there some time after for refreshment on her way to this coast, on the fur trade, and brought Captain Weatherhead and 2 or 3 of his people to this port. The rest of his men stayed at Otaheite with the natives, a party of whom intended to fit out a whaleboat they had, with such provisions as the island afforded, and undertake the hazardous voyage of returning to Botany Bay. No sooner was Captain Weatherhead's situation made known to Don Quadra than he immediately took him under his own protection, and with that disinterested humanity which formed a striking trait in his character, he offered to forward his passage home across the continent by the way of Mexico, which he afterward did by carrying him in his own vessel to Monterey in California. From thence he sent a vessel with him to San Blas, with recommendatory letters to provide for his journey from thence across at the different places he might touch at, and at parting he urged him to accept a purse of $200 for his own pocket. Such acts of generosity are seldom to be met with, and as they redound so much to the credit of this worthy man, it gives me much pleasure to relate them in this page. In our walk yesterday, a spot near the beach behind the village was pitched upon as the best situation for the observatory, which this day was landed with the astronomical instruments and erected together with a marquee and large tent for the attendants. The watches and timekeepers were afterward landed to ascertain their rate of gaining by equal altitudes under the direction of Mr. Whidby, Master of the Discovery. And the next day, with the assistance of the Spanish caulkers and some from the merchant ships in the cove, they began to give the Discovery a thorough caulking. Half a page is here blank in the original manuscript. The 1st of September, in consequence of the death of Mr. Hargist, Lieutenant Hanson of the Chatham was appointed to fill his place as naval agent on board the Daedalus, and Mr. James Johnston, Master of the Chatham, was promoted to fill the vacancy. The Chatham, having been previously prepared, was, with the preceding night's tide, which rose about 10 feet, hauled onto the beach to view her bottom after the heavy thumping she sustained on the rocks in Queen Charlotte's Sound. At low water, they saw her keel. The false one was broken in 2 places, and several pieces of copper were knocked off the bottom. But the greatest damage was to the foot of the steer, which was a good deal shattered, and most of the gripe at the scarfing to the keel broke off. To repair these damages, it was necessary to haul the vessel on blocks, but before that could be done, she must be lightened by starting the water and landing her stores and provisions, which was immediately set about. About noon, the 2 small Spanish vessels which we left behind in July last in Desolation Sound arrived in the cove. They stayed only 1 night and sailed the next morning for Mexico. We had the pleasure, however, of finding our friends all well after circumnavigating the great island, for they followed us through Johnstone Straits and came out to sea at Queen Charlotte's Sound, keeping close in with Cape Scott. They came through an inner passage between that and Scott's Islands. We were not long in the Sound when we were visited by Maquina, the chief of the district, together with his brother and families, who came on hearing of our arrival from the back part of the Sound, where they had taken up their winter residence about 10 leagues off. At Hanapa, a chief mentioned in Menzies' Voyage, also paid us a visit together with his son, who had, through his intercourse with the English traders, acquired a smattering knowledge of the English language. He pronounced and understood a number of words very distinctly. Indeed, he seemed to have a quick and ready comprehension in acquisitions of this kind, as evidenced from the stay the Spaniards made in the Sound. He was equally conversant in their language and was remarkably pertinent in his inquiries about the state of friendship which now subsisted between the 2 nations after the quarrel he had recently witnessed between them in this port. The chiefs, too, were very inquisitive on this point, as they had an idea we had come to take revenge on the Spaniards for their late conduct, and were anxious to obtain information privately from both parties. We were also visited by another aged chief named Flupananu, whose tribe occupied one of the northwest branches of the Sound, and who joined, to a countenance truly savage, a most amiable and friendly disposition as appeared from every account we had of his conduct. Both he and Hanapa seemed to be dependents of Maquina, or at least cooperated with him in all his measures. After paying this ceremonial visit and receiving the accustomed presents, which are always expected when a vessel arrives in the Sound, most of the chiefs went home to their own residences, and the principal duty now going forward was removing the stores from the transport to the two vessels for which they were intended, and for which the weather remained hitherto remarkably pleasant and favourable. Don Quadra, whose benevolent mind seemed wholly occupied in contributing to our entertainments and amusements, now proposed, as the weather was favourable, to take a jaunt up the Sound to visit the chief of Nootka at his own habitation, that he might have the pleasure of recommending the English commanders and their officers to the particular notice of the chief and his tribe, and thereby do away with any alarm they might possess about our quarrelling, by convincing them of the friendship that subsisted between the two nations. Also, as the place was soon to be given up to the English, he wished for their own happiness to remove any bias they might have formed in favour of the Spaniards from their residing so long among them. A proposal so humane and friendly met with general concurrence, in consequence of which a messenger was sent to Maquina to acquaint him that Senor Quadra, Captain Vancouver, and Mr. Broughton, with a party of the officers, proposed to visit him the next day at Tashies, which was the name of his village where he at this time resided. On the morning of the 4th, 2 boats from the Discovery, one from the Chatham, and a large Spanish launch were equipped for this excursion, and set out with a large party pretty early. The Discovery's pinnace, being the most commodious boat, Senor Quadra, with some of his officers, met embarked in her along with Captain Vancouver and the rest of. The party divided themselves into the other boats. We then pulled along the western shore of the Sound, which, in an eminent degree, possessed the general dreary rocky aspect of the country, and was everywhere covered with a forest of pines down to the water's edge. We did not go above 2 leagues when we put ashore to breakfast at a small bacchanal of harbour called Mawina, and soon after setting out again, we Marvinas Bay Vertical Bar entered a considerable branch leading to the northwest. AST Ward and winding inland by a deep valley between very high steep mountains. The water was smooth and the day was uncommonly favourable for our excursion, so we proceeded at an easy rate, with drums beating and fifes playing to the no small entertainment of the natives, as it gave a martial solemnity to our visit, highly gratifying to their feelings in thus imitating their own customs on similar occasions. For in their friendly visits their approach is always announced by vociferous songs and plaintive airs. The afternoon was well advanced before we reached in sight of the village of Tashies, which we found situated in a retired location near the head of the arm, and on account of being so late, it was agreed not to make our public entry until the next day. The whole party therefore brought to and encamped for the night in a fine meadow delightfully skirting a small bay a little short of the village, but while the tents were pitching and dinner getting ready, a party of the officers walked along the beach and paid their respects to the chief at his own house in a short visit, which he and several of his attendants returned by coming to the encampment to dine with us. In the evening, our curiosity was excited in observing a number of females busily occupied in digging up a part of the meadow close to us with sticks, with as much care and assiduity as if it had been a potato field, in search of a small wild clover vertical bar, creeping root about the size of a pack thread. This I found even to be the roots of a new species of trifolium, which they always dig up at this time of the year for food. After washing it clean, they mix it with a quantity of oil and eat a portion of it raw with their fish or animal food in the same manner as we do salad. Wherever this trifolium abounds, the ground is regularly turned over in quest of its roots every year, though until this moment we ascribed such digging to their searching after the saranae or roots of Lilium kamchatchensa, which we knew they collect and use as food here and on other parts of the coast. The novelty of our encampment induced a number of the natives to flock around us, but they behaved very quietly and peaceably, and in the dusk of the evening very orderly, retired to their own habitations, leaving us to spend the evening with our new friends in social hilarity and mirth. After breakfast next morning, we all embarked in the boats and made a kind of martial parade with our little musical band before the village of Tashiz, where we landed amidst the noisy acclamations of the natives. McKenna, together with his brother and attendants, received us on the beach, and we were conducted to the chief's house, which was large and spacious and occupied by himself, his brother and other families of distinction. Here we found the women decently seated on mats spread on little risings on each side of the house, and benches were placed at one end covered over with rich furs and clean mats for the party to sit down on. We first advanced to the royal mat to pay our respects to the chief's wives and daughter. The latter was a young girl, about 13 years of age, named Apinas, who, the Spaniards informed us, had been lately recognised and inaugurated in a most pompous and solemn manner by the whole tribe as the successor of her father. When the natives were assembled on this occasion, a throne was erected on which the young princess was seated by her father, and from thence copper, iron beads, etc., and every other article of any value the chief possessed was thrown down and scattered in the most profuse manner amongst the people, who scrambled for it and expressed their approbation by continual plaudits. After this ceremony, they continued the rejoicing by feasting, singing and dancing for some days, till the chief, with respect to riches, was brought almost upon a level with the poorest of his tribe. On turning to those seated on the other side of the house, I instantly recognised in the wife of McKenna's brother an old acquaintance, the daughter of an elderly chief who had a numerous family and lived in the northeast corner of the Sound, and to whose friendship I owed much civility and kindness when I was here about 5 years ago. She and her sisters were then very young, yet they frequently. Sana showed so much solicitude for my safety that they often warned me in the most earnest manner of the dangers to which my botanical rambles in the woods exposed me, and when they found me inattentive to their entreaties, they would then watch the avenue of the forest where I entered to prevent my receiving any insult or ill usage from their countrymen. But it was not until after I left them that I became sensible how much I owed to their disinterested zeal for my welfare by knowing more of the treacheries and stratagems of the natives on other parts of the coast. I emptied my pockets of all the little trinkets they contained in her lap, and begged her to come on board the vessel with her father, who she told me was still alive, that I might have an opportunity of renewing our friendship by some gratifying present. As soon as the party was seated, Senor Quadra explained to the chief the purport of our visit, and with a disinterested zeal which marked his benign character, he said everything in recommending Captain Vancouver, Mr. Broughton, together with their officers, and the English nation in general, to his kind attention and to a friendly intercourse with all his tribe. He assured him of the friendship and good understanding which subsisted between the English and Spaniards, and that the latter were only to quit his territories by a mutual agreement between the two nations, but that they would ever continue steadily their friendship and respect for him and his tribe. The chief assented, but expressed his sincere regret at the prospect of losing so soon Senor Quadra, to whom he seemed attached by the most sacred ties of friendship. The object of our visit being thus introduced, Captain Vancouver and Mr. Broughton made presents to McKenna and his brother, together with their wives and Apinas, the heiress apparent, consisting of sheet copper, blue cloth, blankets, beads, and a number of other ornamental articles which were received with satisfaction, and the chief, in return, presented some rich furs. During this time, a number of the natives were equipping themselves in the adjacent houses, and now assembled at the chief's door in a group of the most grotesque figures that can possibly be imagined, dressed, armed, and masked in imitation of various characters of different countries. Some represented Europeans armed with muskets and bayonets, others were dressed as Chinese, and others as Sandwich Islanders armed with clubs and spears. The rest were equipped either as warriors or hunters of their own nation. After a party of them armed with long spears entered and were drawn up at the further end of the house, the actors came in one at a time and traversed the area before us, with the most antic gestures. If a warrior, he showed the different evolutions of attacking an enemy, sometimes crouching down, sometimes retreating, at other times advancing with firm steps and eyes steadily fixed on the commanders who were seated in the middle of our group, and to whom all their feigned aims and motions were directed, sometimes with much pointed archness as to occasion some alarm of their intentions being real. The hunters, equipped with various marks and implements, showed all the wiles and stratagems usual in taking or chasing of different animals such as deers, bears, etc., while those armed with muskets represented sentinels or went through various motions of the manual exercise, and those representing the Sandwich Islanders traversed the area in the different attitudes of wielding their clubs or darting their spears, and as each finished his part, he retreated back and took his station among the masked group at the further end of the house. Maquina, who sat alongside us during the first part of this entertainment, now stole away as if going to give some orders at the further end of the house. He instantly masked himself behind the group and entered the area capering and dancing with great agility, which he performed much to the satisfaction of the whole group, who testified their approbation by repeated and universal plaudits. The natives had hardly finished when Captain Vancouver, anxious to show them a specimen of our English capering, got some of the sailors to dance a reel or two to the fife. Soon after this, our dinner, which was cooking on the outside of the house, was announced to be ready. Maquina ordered a large plank to be brought in, which he very dexterously formed into a table in the middle of the house, sufficiently large for the whole party, with lesser planks extended on each side, for seats, and everything else that could contribute to luxury and comfort was profusely provided by Senor Quadra, who had brought along with him on this occasion not only his steward, cooks, and culinary utensils, but even his plate, so that our dinner was served up in a manner that made us forget we were in such a remote corner, under the humble roof of a Nootka chief. Maquina, his wives and daughter, together with other chiefs, sat at the head of the table, partook of the entertainment, and joined us in drinking a convivial glass of wine after dinner, while the rest of the natives entertained themselves at a mess not less grateful to their palate. It consisted of a large tunny and a porpoise cut up in small pieces, entrails and all, into a large trough with a mixture of water, blood and fish oil, and the whole stewed by throwing heated stones into it. When thus cooked, they seated themselves around the trough, some with spoons, others with large shells, scooping it up and devouring it with relishing appetites. After this, we took a walk in a rich meadow at the head of the arm, and in the afternoon took leave of our friends, and embarking in our boats, rowed about 2 miles back the arm to a point on the opposite side, where we pitched our tents and encamped for the night. Next day returned to Friendly Cove, where the whole party dined on shore with Senor Quadra. Maquina and a large concourse of the natives having arrived in the cove on the 6th, Captain Vancouver ordered a display of fireworks to be exhibited on shore in the evening before the governor's house, which highly entertained both the Spaniards and natives, but of all that were exhibited, the water rockets excited most admiration. The natives afterward amused us in the governor's house with a specimen of their singing, dancing and capering till they were perfectly tired, consisting of such uncouth attitudes and gestures as are not easily described, but which they performed with great glee and good humour till late in the evening, and then retired very orderly to rest. On the 8th, a Spanish frigate named Aranzaza, commanded by Lieutenant Comano, arrived in the cove from the northward, where she had been on a surveying expedition, examining the coast on the inside of Queen Charlotte's Isles, and opposite the north end of these isles they entered a large inlet going to the north-eastward, which they conceived to. Clarence Strait be the Straits of Admiral de Fonte, and traced it as far as of Vancouver, 419, who, 554 degrees north latitude, where its capaciousness had so little diminished, that there were reasons to conclude from its appearance that it must penetrate a considerable way inland, but the unfavourableness of the weather prevented their pursuing it further. Mr. Alexander Cranstoun, surgeon of the Discovery, and Mr. House, boatswain, being invalided on account of ill state of health, were both on the 9th discharged into the Daedalus store ship to take their passage to England by the way of Port Jackson, together with Mr. Phillips Carpenter, who was sent home by the same conveyance under arrest. in consequence of which the following changes and appointments took place. Mr. Bray, carpenter of the Chatham, and Mr. Newt, boatswain, were removed into the Discovery, and Messrs. Laithwood and Philliskirk from the Discovery were appointed to fill the vacancies on board the Chatham. And as Captain Vancouver did not conceive himself warrantable to make a new surgeon to fill up the vacancy on board the Discovery while I was on the spot, he solicited me to take charge of the surgeon's duty, as the success of our expedition so much depended on the health and welfare of the ship's company, which he could more confidently entrust to my care, and this he urged with a degree of earnestness that I could not well refuse, especially as he requested at the same time that, in case of my not accepting of it, to state my having refused it in writing, and as I did not know how far this might operate against my interest at the Navy Office, I with considerable hesitation accepted of the appointment, on Captain Vancouver's promising me that he would take care it should not interfere with my other pursuits more than the real exigencies of the service required, and as I had done the surgeon's duty in the most critical situation since we left the Cape of Good Hope, and constantly prescribed for Captain Vancouver himself, since we left England on account of Mr. Cranstoun's ill state of health, I conceived the difference of now attending the duty wholly would be very little, specially as there were 2 assistant surgeons on board and the ship in general healthy. Nothing particular happened for the few following days. The boatswain and carpenter's stores were surveyed on board of both vessels, and the surgeon's stores and medicines on board the Discovery. The weather, which had been remarkably fine and pleasant since our arrival, set in on the 12th with the wind from the southeast quarter, accompanied with fog and rain. About this time 2 trading vessels arrived in the cove. One was an American brig named the Hope, commanded by Mr. Ingram, and the other a sloop named the Jackal from London, commanded by Mr. Stewart, both employed in collecting furs on the coast. On the 15th, a boy belonging to one of the Spanish vessels who had been missing some days was found murdered in the woods at a little distance from the inner point of the cove. He was brought to the village, where I had an opportunity of inspecting his body, and found that his throat and the right side of his neck had been cut and mangled in a dreadful manner. There were some deep gashes on the inside of his thighs, and apparently a small piece cut out of the calf of * con each leg, though it is probable that the extraction of the strong muscles composing that part might occasion the vacuity. This would be of very little consequence had it not been afterwards urged as a proof that the natives, who were supposed to be the murderers, were cannibals and cut out these pieces for the purpose of eating them. For some days after, nothing of import occurred excepting 2 more vessels arriving in the cove. One was a brig under Portuguese colours named the Fenice from Macau, commanded by Mr. Robert Duffin, who was formerly on this coast with Mr. Mears, and was chief mate of the Flash Argonaut. At the time she was seized by the Spaniards in this port. The other vessel was the Margaret, an American ship from Boston, commanded by Mr. McGee. Both these vessels were employed in collecting furs on the coast. Soon after our arrival, a correspondence commenced between Senor Quadra and Captain Vancouver relative to the delivering up of the port of Nootka to us by the Spaniards, agreeable to the articles of the late convention between the 2 nations. The former declared himself empowered by the Court of Spain to enter into a general discussion on this subject in order to ascertain our claims on this coast and settle the line of demarcation, but the latter having no powers to act in this way, nor any other instructions than merely to receive the place when it was given up to him, could not enter into any discussion. Early, however, in the course of this correspondence, Captain Vancouver so far understood that the place was to be delivered up to us, that he made the necessary arrangements for retaining possession of it. The store ship had landed the greatest part of her cargo into storehouses, and the Chatham was to be left behind for the winter in charge of it and the settlement. Even the mode of putting us in possession of the territory was agreed upon, for it was said that Senor Quadra was to deliver up all the houses, gardens, etc., as they stood, agreeable to his orders and the wishes of his Catholic Majesty, and that before he went away he was to haul down the Spanish colours on the fort, and on our hoisting the English colours, he was then to salute the British flag. But having now explained himself more fully on this subject, he declared that he did not conceive himself authorised from the information he obtained from the traders on the coast to give up any more than the small corner of the cove occupied by Mr. Mears in building his vessel, which was not above 100 yards wide in any direction, and which he conceived would fulfil the tenor of the convention. He was willing likewise to leave us the use of the houses and gardens until the pleasure of his court should be known. But Captain Vancouver, who was not empowered to enter into any discussion, could not accept the place on these limited conditions, and the correspondence broke up, both parties agreeing to refer the business to the two courts at home. Soon after coming to this determination, Senor Quadra, early on the 22nd of September, sailed in the brig Activa for California to forward his dispatches, parting with us in the most friendly manner, and on his way to the southward he touched at the entrance of De Fuca's Straits and evacuated the settlement which had been established there but a few months in before, sending from thence Lieutenant Fidalgo with the ship Princesa to relieve Lieutenant Camano and remain at Nootka with the troops in charge of the settlement for the winter. Our plan being thus deranged, we necessarily remained behind some time to finish our repairs and take on board of both vessels as much of the stores, provisions and articles of traffic as they could well stow to supply their immediate wants. The rest were all returned on board the store ship who was to proceed with them to Port Jackson, New South Wales, and from thence return to us here next summer with such stores, etc., as that settlement could spare to supply our wants. On the same day that Senor Quadra sailed, the ship Columbia of Boston, commanded by Mr. Gray, with a small sloop, her consort which was built on the coast last winter called the Adventure, arrived in the cove where they remained all night and sailed early the following morning with a cargo of furs collected on the coast for China. There were at this time 10 vessels riding at anchor in this small cove, besides 2 small ones building on shore, which had been brought out in frame, one by the ship Margaret of Boston, and the other by the 3 brothers of London. And this perhaps was the greatest number of vessels hitherto collected together in this sound at any one period. But the number which visited this coast in the course of the summer has been far greater, as may be seen by the following account of them, which I received soon after our arrival here. A list of vessels on the N.W. coast of America in the year 1792. English vessels: H.M. Discovery, captained by Vancouver. H.M. brig Chatham, captained by Broughton. Ship Daedalus, captained by New from London. Ship Butterworth, captained by Brown from London. Sloop Jackal, captained by Stewart. Sloop Prince Lebu, captained by Sharp. Brig Three Brothers, captained by Elder. Schooner Prince William Henry, captained by Ewens. Jenny schooner, captained by Baker from Bristol. Brig Halcyon, captained by Bargley from Bengal. Venus, captained by Shepherd. Snow, captained by Moore. Spanish HCM, His Catholic Majesty vessels. Lieutenant Gertrude Ship, from Mexico. Princesa Ship, captained by Fidalgo. Aranzaza Ship, captained by Cumano. Activa Brig, captained by Menendez. Brig Sutil, captained by Galeano. Schooner Mexicana, captained by Valdez. Portuguese vessels: Brig Phoenix, captained by Duffin from Macau. Sloop, captained by Cole. Brig Felice Aventura, captained by Vicana. American vessels: Ship Columbia, captained by Gray from Boston. Sloop Adventure, captained by Haswell. Ship Margaret, captained by McGee. Ship Hope, captained by Ingram from China. Ship Jefferson, captained by Roberts. Brig Hancock, captained by Crowell. Brig Lady Washington, captained by Kendrick. French vessels: Ship La Flavie from France, colours unknown. Schooner Grace, captained by Coolidge from China. Half a page is here blank in the original manuscript. The 239 and 3 following days we had fair pleasant weather, but cloudy with a moderate breeze of wind. A party from both vessels were employed in reloading the store ship, and others in watering from a small cove on the western side, about 2 miles up the sound, as there was no water to be got nearer to us, except in wet or rainy weather, on which account the Spaniards were obliged to dig pretty deep draw wells to supply their wants at the village. On the 27th, very strong gales set in from the southward and southeast quarter, accompanied with thick gloomy weather and almost incessant heavy rain, so that we had very boisterous and unsettled weather for the remainder of this month. In the evening of the 28th, one of the Chatham's cables parted in the nip of the clinch in a violent squall, and in swinging round to the other anchor, she took the ground on the northwest side of the cove, but was soon hove off again by the other cable without having received any apparent injury. It was supposed that the drip at the house had rotted that part of the cable where it gave way, as our operations required its being kept constantly bent for some time past, both at sea and during our interior navigation. After this squall, the wind became more moderate with incessant rain all night. The weather continued somewhat moderate for the 2 following days, with a good deal of rain, especially in the forenoon. In the afternoon of the latter, the wind shifted to the northwest, and was followed by fair, clear, pleasant weather. Due to the late heavy rains, different streams emptied themselves into the cove, from which we were enabled to water the vessels more commodiously. October 1st. Early on the 1st of October, the Phoenix brig sailed for Macau, and in her Mr. Mudge, First Lieutenant of the Discovery, went home with dispatches for the government via China. This occasioned a vacancy which Mr. Swain, who had been lately made master of the Chatham, was appointed to fill, and he was succeeded in the Chatham by Mr. Manley. By Mr. Mudge, I sent home a collection of seeds addressed to Sir Joseph Banks, Bart for His Majesty's Garden, and which I was afterwards happy to find that Mr. Mudge had taken great care in their preservation, by which some valuable plants were added to the great collection at Kew. William Ayton, through the uncommon skill and industry of Mr. Acton in the Pay Garden, fearing them, sailed likewise the Jackal in the forenoon to collect furs along the coast, and in the afternoon 2 vessels were seen off the entrance of the Sound. Some boats went out to assist them in, but the breeze died away, so they were obliged to. October 2nd. Came to in the offing for the night. Next day they both came into the cove. One was a Spanish frigate called the Neva, commanded by Lieutenant Fidalgo, who had been stationed for some months past at the entrance of the Straits of De Fuca, establishing a settlement there, but which they now entirely relinquished, probably from the unexpected turn which the late negotiation about Nootka had taken, and had they given up Nootka, it is not at all unlikely that their intention was to establish themselves at the entrance of De Fuca by removing everything from hence to that settlement. The other vessel was the American brig Hope. They parted with S. Quadra at De Fuca's Straits in company with Mr. Gray, commander of the Columbia, who had followed him there in order to dispose of his small vessel before he left the coast. The above Spanish frigate proved to be the very same vessel which Martinez had when he captured the English vessels under the command of Mr. Colnett in this port. Before Lieutenant Camano gave up his command, he this day gave a very elegant entertainment to his successor, and a large party of the Spanish and English officers at his house on shore. Mackina and his brother, Vag Illas Opulth, visited the cove this day, together with another young chief named Nanacus, who was a very great favourite with Senor Quadra and all his officers, and they were very much hurt indeed at not being received as usual at the governor's house. For while Senor Fidalgo was stationed at the Fuca's entrance, his pilot strolled one day into the woods and was murdered in a most shocking manner by the natives, in consequence of which Senor Fidalgo was resolved to keep the chiefs and all the rest of the natives at a due distance, and not suffer any of them to approach the settlement without being minutely watched. The Nootka chief could not bear the idea of suspicion, and left the cove in a huff. 7 head of black cattle and a number of sheep, hogs and poultry were landed from the Princessa for winter stock for the settlement. Mr. Ingram, on coming into the cove, saluted the fort with 9 guns, which compliment was returned with 5, and on Lieutenant Camano visiting his vessel the next day, he complimented him also with 9 guns. In short, saluting was so common among the trading vessels that visited the cove that there was scarcely a day passed without puffings of this kind from some vessel or other, and we too followed the example and puffed it away, as well as any of them, till at last We became so scarce of ammunition to defend ourselves from the treacherous Indians that we were obliged to get supplies of powder from both the Spaniards and traders before we left the coast. The commanders of the two Spanish vessels and a number of their officers dined on board the Discovery with Captain Vancouver on the 3rd, and on this occasion Señor Fidalgo was seen rejoicing in their savage cruelties by placing part of his remains on a stick and dancing round it in a ring. Received as commandant by a guard and a salute of 11 guns, and after dinner was over, the health of the sovereigns of Spain and England were drunk under the discharge of 21 guns. The Aranzaza frigate was at this time unmooring in order to leave the port and follow Señor Quadra to California, so that we took leave of our friends Señor Camano and his officers when they left the Discovery in the evening, and they went away in the course of the night. There were 2 botanists attached to the Spanish squadron who visited the coast this summer. One of them had been in the Aranzaza to the northward and had made a considerable collection of plants from the different places they touched at. The other, whose name was Don Jose Mozino, remained at Nootka with Señor Quadra, together with an excellent draftsman, Señor Echevarria, a native of Mexico, who, as a natural history painter, had great merit. These told me that they were part of a society of naturalists who were employed in recent years in examining Mexico and New Spain for the purpose of collecting materials for a Flora Mexicana, which they said would soon be published, and with the assistance of such a good artist, it must be a valuable acquisition. Señor Malaspina, who has been some time out on discoveries with 2 vessels under his command, they all agree is a very able navigator, and fitted out in the most ample manner for discoveries with astronomers, naturalists, draftsmen, etc. He has already examined the shores of South America and this coast, and is now surveying the Philippine Islands. He is to return by Peru and Chile, round Cape Horn, to publish the result of his inquiries. So that the Spaniards mean to shake off now entirely that odium of indolence and secrecy with which they have long been accused. On the 5th and 6th, the marquee tents and observatory were struck and brought on board, together with the astronomical instruments, and preparations were now being made for leaving the port with the first fair wind. The Jenny schooner of Bristol, commanded by Mr. Baker, arrived in the cove from a trading cruise along the coast. This vessel touched at Otaheite and the Sandwich Islands on her way to this coast, and from the latter place they brought away with them 2 women who were still on board, though some of the American traders were so malevolent as to report to us that they had been disposed of on the coast as slaves. For the 4 following days the weather was very unsettled, thick and hazy with the wind from the southeast quarter, blowing at times pretty fresh and accompanied by a good deal of rain. On the 8th, a large party of the officers of both vessels dined on shore with Señor Fidalgo. On landing, Captain Vancouver was saluted and a guard turned out to receive him, and the day following, Señor Fidalgo visited the Discovery and had the same compliments paid to him on his coming on board and going away. On the 10th, the ship Buttersworth of London, with her consort the Jackal, arrived in the cove. These, together with the Prince Lebu, were under the direction of Mr. Brown, commander of the Buttersworth, and were the only English vessels who had an exclusive grant from the government for trading on this coast. We had southerly wind on the 11th, with dark, gloomy weather and much rain. In the forenoon, a schooner arrived in the cove named the Prince William Henry of London, who had spent the summer to the northward collecting furs. She was commanded by Mr. Ewins, a master in the Royal Navy, who, as soon as he anchored, favoured us with a visit on board the Discovery, and told us that he left England about the middle of December 1791, and touched for refreshments at Madeira, Cape Verde Islands and Staten Island. Then, coming round Cape Horn, he touched at the Sandwich Islands and arrived at Queen Charlotte's Island on this coast on the last day of May 1792. Making his passage from England to this coast in 5 months and a half, which is certainly by far the quickest we have yet heard of by the same route. There were now 7 English vessels, a Spanish frigate and 2 American vessels riding at anchor in the cove, besides the 2 small ones that were building on shore. The southeast winds, which now began to prevail, were always boisterous, and attended with thick weather and excessive hard rain, with a heavy swell tumbling into the Sound. The Spanish officers who wintered here informed us they had experienced this kind of weather for upwards of 2 months without intermission, and that it generally set in about the latter end of October. The latitude of the observatory at Friendly Cove was 49 degrees 34'20" north, and the longitude as determined by the mean result of a great number of angular distances of the sun and stars taken on both sides of the moon was 233 degree 31'30" east of Greenwich, which is 19 miles of longitude more easterly than assigned to it by Captain Cook's observations. Half a page is here blank in the original manuscript. Early on the morning of the 12th, a light breeze set in from the northwest and brought on the appearance of settled weather. The summits of the inland mountains were clear, which here indicated a favourable change, in consequence of which we began to unmoor, but this was a business not easily effected. Our cables were so much overlaid by those of other vessels who had come later into the cove, and who had been carrying out anchors in all directions to secure themselves in the late boisterous weather, that we were not able to haul out to the entrance of the cove from amongst them until late in the evening. When this was accomplished, Mr. Whidbey was sent with a boat to assist in getting out the storeship, and on his reporting her ready a little after 10 at night, we weighed anchor and made sail with a light breeze out of the Sound. But the Chatham, in getting under way after us, was unable to weather the little island and got ashore on the point of it under the fort, where she was in imminent danger of being dashed to pieces from the high surf that broke on the rocks, which happened to be steep. Had she not received timely assistance from the storeship and Spanish launch, by which they were unable to haul her off again into deep water without receiving any perceptible damage. As we had sailed out, we were unacquainted with this accident until the following day. Captain Vancouver and Mr. Broughton waited on Senor Fidalgo in the forenoon to pay their respects to him before their departure, and it is but justice to add that he was very obliging and ready in facilitating our operations by every aid in his power. In the evening he returned the visit by coming on board the Discovery to take leave of us. It was but natural to feel some reluctance at parting, as during our stay at Nootka the Spanish officers and we lived on the most amicable footing. Our frequent and social meetings at Senor Quadra's hospitable mansion afforded constant opportunity of testifying our mutual regard and friendship for each other by that harmony, and good understanding always marked our convivial hours. In short, even in this distant, sequestered, gloomy region, we passed our time together cheerfully and happily. In the morning, I went ashore to the wood to collect the seeds of several plants which I had left to ripen on the bushes to the very last moment. The American ship Margaret and Brig Hope sailed in the forenoon for China. At the same time, the Jenny schooner went out, commanded by Mr. Baker, whose intentions were to touch on some parts of the coast to the southward, and then proceed round Cape Horn for England, with what furs he collected in the course of the summer. But prior to his departure, he requested the favour of Captain Vancouver to take the 2 women he had on board and carry them to their relations at the Sandwich Islands, which was agreed to. In consequence thereof, they both came on board the Discovery this morning to take their passage for Wanihow, their native country. One of them was about 14 years of age, named Teheheopea, and the other was a few years older, named Tahemirao. We were on the morning of the 13th off the entrance of Nootka Sound, waiting for the Chatham and Daedalus, who about 8 we perceived coming out, and soon after both joined us. At the same time we saw a brig standing in for the Sound from the northward, which displayed English colours, and we supposed to be the 3 brothers going in to join her consort, the Prince William Henry. We now shaped our course to the southeastward with a scanty breeze of wind, which proved very inconstant in its direction. As we were near Point Breakers at noon, we had a good opportunity of determining its latitude, which we found to be 49 degree 24 north, that is, 9 miles of latitude more northerly than it is laid down by Captain Cook, which surely arose from some accidental error. In the afternoon, We had soundings in 90 fathoms about 3 leagues offshore. The land about Point Breakers is everywhere covered with a forest of pines and is very low for several miles back. It then swells into those huge mountains which form the interior ridge of this great island, and whose summits were now seen in many places covered with snow, apparently fresh laid during the late stormy weather. End of Menzies Journal of Vancouver's Voyage, April to October 1792, by Archibald Menzies. Thank you for listening.